Chapter 7, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 5. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 5. The Reformation in England. The early Protestantism of England appears at first glance as almost wholly political and economic in character, and its existence as due to the skilful manipulation of the proceedings of Parliament by one determined, selfish, and unscrupulous man, King Henry VIII. That at a later time English Protestantism became an immense moral and religious force, fruitful in high achievement, may be said to be the consequence mainly of the coming to England of great numbers of religious refugees from the Continent and to internal civil disturbances that favored a propagation of the Reformation faith. Though possessed of some superficial truth, this view is misleading. To understand the English Reformation, one must understand the genius of the English people, their keen sense of independent nationhood, their reverence for the past, historical sense regarded for precedent, their honesty of purpose, their love of freedom and adventure, their appreciation of the worth of the practicable rather than the logical or ideal, their genuine religiousness. The church established by law in those days was such an establishment as was possible in a nation of people possessed of political genius, capable of worldwide exercise and desirous that their national life and institutions be permeated by religion, but not disintegrated by it. The student will observe how the early subserviency of the church in England began to yield to a sense of independence or opposition in the time of the Plantagenets, when Parliament and King, supported by a growing popular distrust and dislike for clergy and monks, and the powerful polemic of the great Wycliffe, repeatedly defied the papal church and passed severe legislation against it. The accession of the House of Lancaster, its friendship for the papacy, its attempted suppression of the Lollards, Wycliffe's successors, the submergence of the reforming movement in the conflict known as the Wars of the Roses, the virtual disappearance of the old nobility in the struggle, the rise of the Tudor dynasty with despotic power, the creation of a new nobility dependent on the will of the monarchy, and the gradual renewal of the power of the House of Commons are all to be taken account of in the religious and ecclesiastical revolution. The forces and conditions operative at the inception of the new movement in England may be specified in the main as follows. Religious influences, persisting through earlier times, given fresh power and developing distinctively English type through the Wycliffian Reformation, the infiltration into England of the continental descent that had prepared the way for reform and had produced a good many martyrs, the religious estrangement from Rome through the work of translators and expositors of the Scriptures, for example, Colet, Erasmus, and more. The immense incitement to opposition to the Roman Church through Luther's doctrine of justification by faith. The Renaissance, arousing skepticism as to the Church's doctrines and claims, and disclosing the ignorance and corruption in the priesthood and monks. Foreign political relations, embracing the scheme of alliances through intermarriage among the royal houses, of which the marriage of Henry VIII with Catherine of Aragon, the alignment of England with Spain, and the Pope's dispensation granting him the right to marry his deceased brother's widow, involving the papacy in the dissatisfaction the fruitless marriage ultimately produced in the headstrong but superstitious king, constituted a signal instance. The long pent-up anger of the English people with the papacy as a foreign power that nevertheless drew heavy revenues from an unwilling people. Finally, the popularity of Henry with his own people and his power to awaken their enthusiasm by elevating England in the eyes of Europe at a time when Pope and Emperor were at loggerheads and nationalism could assert itself with success. The actual establishment of the English Church occupies an important part of the story of four reigns, those of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary, and Elizabeth. The facts are related with substantial agreement in the general histories of the state and the church. The student should examine carefully the following: the significance of Henry's participation in the controversy with Luther, of the divorce from Catherine and the marriage with Anne Boleyn, of the fall of Wolsey and the substitution of Cranmer as clerical counselor and Cromwell as civil counselor, and of the appeal of the House of Commons. The constitutional changes effected through the successive acts of Parliament that finally broke all connection with the papacy and made the king the head of the church in England. The limited extent to which the reform in doctrine, order, ritual, and morals went. The effect on England's relations with Scotland. The work of the Reformation under Edward is significant on account of the closer relations it brought with the Protestants of the continent as respects doctrine especially, and the reactionary feeling caused by the selfish and blundering policies of the young king's advisers. This facilitated the restoration of the papal authority under Mary. Her persecution of Protestants and the revulsion it produced in the English mind is a matter of great moment to the student of English history, because it brings out a contrast with the common acceptance on the continent of the idea that death penalties were the normal punishment for heresy. Note that the Inquisition had never been established in England. The humiliating character of Mary's foreign policy, the coolness of the papacy toward her government, and the unwillingness of the English people as represented in their commons to restore the property of the despoiled monasteries and the other papal revenues tended to confirm the public mind in the belief that the good of the nation lay in the Protestant direction. The accession of Elizabeth introduced the glorious period of English history. The points of importance up to 1571 are: the personal views and policy of the Queen, the restoration of the royal supremacy, the subjection of the ecclesiastical authority to the secular, the adoption of the 39 Articles as the rule of doctrine, the revision of the Book of Common Prayer, prepared during Edward's reign, the establishment of the episcopacy as the form of the internal government of the Church, the rejection of Puritanism, and the passing of the Act of Uniformity in religion. The outcome of these measures is to be traced through all the subsequent history of the English people. There are many subjects that call for special investigation, such as the economic interests that affected the course of the movement, the extent to which the English Reformation was at bottom political, the influence of continental Protestantism on the doctrines of the English Church, the translations of the Bible and their effect on the life of the religious leaders and the people at the time, the degree to which the Reformation fostered the spirit of liberty, the reason why the Protestantism of England became the most prolific in dissent among all the Protestant churches by law established. 6. The Anabaptist Reformation. The significance of the name Anabaptist or rebaptizer is of essential importance, for it creates the impression that the people referred to laid special stress on baptism, while the reverse is nearer the truth. The clue to the derogatory sense in which the word was commonly used, and to the bitter attitude assumed toward these people, is found in the Roman Catholic view of baptism and in the sympathy with that view on the part of the Orthodox Protestant churches. The name Anabaptist is indicative of a thoroughly radical form of Protestantism, if it can be called Protestantism, and of an apparently anarchical tendency. Hence there is no movement of Reformation times that is better suited to give the student help at the beginning toward an insight into the character of the forces at work then. The following suggestions are offered as to the lines of investigation to be followed. 1. The affiliations of the Anabaptist movement. Among these are the evangelical and or dissenting parties of medieval times, such as the Petrobruskians, the Henricians, the Poor Men, the Waldenses, the Lollards. There are the medieval and later struggles for economic and social reform or revolution, following upon the Crusades and issuing in peasants' wars, especially in Central Europe, of which the one that broke out shortly after Luther's breach with Rome was very closely related to the rapid spread of Anabaptism that came quickly afterward. There are the affiliations with the spirit of intellectual liberty in the Renaissance, which produced a left wing of Anabaptists. There are, finally, the affiliations with the great reforming movements whose course had been indicated. The student may ask himself whether it was not the consciousness on the part of the reformers that the Anabaptists were carrying their own principles to a natural but unwelcome conclusion that led them to denounce Anabaptism and to repress it as dangerous to the state church systems that sought to combat Catholicism with secular support. 2. The different directions in which Anabaptism tended to develop. Note especially the thoroughgoing individualism that was so strongly marked in them all. A. Mysticism growing into pantheism on the one side after the manner of the later Franciscans and the Brethren of the Free Spirit, with such prominent instances as David Joris and Heinrich Nicolaes, or B. Mysticism flaming up into prophetism, as in the case of the Zwickau prophets that gave Luther so much trouble, or again C. Millenarianism under leaders like Nicholas Storck, Melchior Hoffman, and Bernard Rothman, culminating in the Minster tragedy, or again D. the prevailing type of the Swiss Anabaptists, with their insistence on religious liberty, free churches, spirituality even beyond biblicism, and a sane and healthy view of the state as necessary but distinct from the church, represented by such men as Balthasar Hubmaier, George Blaurock, Conrad Grebel, and John Dent. Or, once more, E. the Anabaptists of the left wing, who developed a rationalism that was but slightly permeated with the deep religious spirit that characterized the last mentioned, and whose great representatives are the Italians Camillo Renato, George Biandrata, and the Socini, and perhaps the Spaniard Servetus. 3. The principal tenets of the Anabaptists. The following points are significant. A. The immediacy of the individual's relations with God, carrying with it the rejection of all ecclesiastical authority and legalism in religion, all priestly mediation or sacramental efficacy. B. The pure spirituality of the Christian religion, carrying with it the renunciation of any external form of organization, ritual, or confession of faith as essential to salvation. C. The freedom and spontaneity of the Christian spirit, carrying with it the subordination of the outer word of God to the inner word of religious liberty, and supremacy over enactments of moral law. D. Voluntarism in religion, carrying with it the rejection of the Augustinian doctrine of original sin and the associated doctrines and ecclesiastical practices, and, on the other hand, emphasis on the saving quality of truly good works. C. The necessity of reproducing primitive Christianity in order to obtain a religion pure from the corruptions that had accumulated in the intervening period. Hence their depreciatory view of the history of the church and their democracy. Next, the essence of Christianity found in the likeness to Jesus Christ. Hence their interest in the New Testament and comparative disregard for the Old Testament, and their substitution of the Gospels for the Pauline writings as the chief source of Christian truth. Next, little emphasis on ecclesiastical organization, with democracy or in places a tendency toward Presbyterian organization, and with a consistent rejection of all alliance with the civil power. In the study of the working of their views in Reformation times, the student will be able to orient himself with respect to important religious and theological movements of later times. 4. The propagation and outcome of the Anabaptist Reformation in the times of the Protestant Revolution. Notice in this connection the spread of Anabaptism throughout Western Europe, from Poland to Scandinavia and the British Isles, the treatment the Anabaptists received in each of the countries included in this territory, and the attitude of Lutherans, Zwinglians, Calvinists, and Anglicans, not omitting to notice the instances of broader views on the part of some rulers. Their behavior under persecution and the nevertheless terrible effects of this persecution on the whole character of Protestantism, the tragedy of the uprising at Minster, the sweeping condemnation of them on account of it, and the rescue of the remnant of and perpetuation of quiet Anabaptism through the statesmanship of Menno Simons. 5. The relation of Anabaptism to the Baptist, Arminian, and Quaker movements of the later Protestant period. This will bring the student into an intimate knowledge of the struggle between state churchism and free churchism in England, Holland, and America. End of chapter 7, part 5. Chapter 7, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 7, Part 6. The Study of the Old Testament and the Religion of Israel. 7. The beginning of the disintegration of the Protestant system. If the student were to seek an approximate date for the establishment of Protestant state church systems in general, he would find the year 1560 suitable. Let him note the dates for the Treaty of Augsburg, for the recognized supremacy of Calvin in Geneva, for the First French National Synod of the Reformed Church, and the Gallican Confession, for the restoration of the royal supremacy in England, the Act of Uniformity, the revision of the Prayer Book, and the adoption of the 39 Articles, for the adoption of the Scotch Confession, the Belgic Confession, the Heidelberg Catechism, and of that most popular of all the Protestant confessions, the Second Helvetic. We may say, therefore, that about 1560, with Anabaptism destroyed, Protestantism was organized and fully armed to realize its hope of supremacy in Christendom. The story of the failure of this hope reads almost like a tragedy. Some pertinent questions. It is fitting that at this point such questions as the following should be raised. Were the state churches or church states truly organic to the Protestant spirit? Was the basis of membership in the Protestant churches a compromise between the new spirit and the foundation principles of the Roman Church? Were the demands for acceptance of the confessions in harmony with the spirit of free inquiry that awoke in the Renaissance and prepared the way for the Reformation? Were the very methods of Protestant theology, and especially the methods of interpreting the Scriptures, consistent with the spirit of religious faith, or did they represent an inharmonious combination of Catholicism and religious individualism? Our present study concerns itself with the beginning of the movements that supply an answer to these questions. The grafting of the Protestant ecclesiastico-political systems on the Protestant estimate of the worth of the individual man and its conviction of the immediacy of his relations with God seem to necessitate either a return toward Catholicism or a development of a radical free churchism and democracy in religion, science, church, and state. These two tendencies appeared in great force. They indicate the two main contrary movements in the history of post-Reformation Christendom. The first of these tendencies is seen in what is known as the Counter-Reformation in the Catholic Church. It merits attention here because of its influence on Protestantism. A. The effect of the Counter-Reformation on the course of Protestantism. The reason for the Counter-Reformation. The first step in this study is to discover how there came to be a Counter-Reformation. The answer is partly indicated in the life and work of such men as Erasmus of Rotterdam, the most eminent European scholar of the times, of John Colet, the scholar and churchman who wrought so zealously for the application of the methods of the new learning to the interpretation of the New Testament, and of Thomas More, the scholar-statesman, both of Oxford, and both zealous for reform in religion, education, and morals, but both, like Erasmus, hoping that the change would come from within the church and not by the disruption of it. Of Gasparo Contarini, the moderate and broad-minded Italian cardinal, and the religious association known as the Oratory of Divine Love in Italy. Of Cardinal Ximenes and his co-religionists in Spain. These men are representatives of a large number of high character found in many parts of Europe, who strongly demanded a reformation in the inner life and government of the Church, but whose reverence for the idea of the unity of the Church and for its embodiment in the Catholic Church, and whose dread of revolution and the violent uprising of democracy prevented them from joining the Reformers and making an outward breach in the Catholic Church. When the breach actually came, it tended, for a time at least, to accentuate their demands and to lead to an actual moral reform within the Church. The move for a doctrinal reform met with much less response from within the Church. It should be noted that these Catholic reformers had more confidence in the secular government as an instrument for improvement than in the papacy. The student will trace the division in the Catholic ranks on this point, the conflict between Emperor Charles V and the papacy, the temporary ascendancy of the party that sought to conciliate the Protestants by attempting a doctrinal compromise, the abortive effort at the Conference of Regensburg, Ratisbon, in 1541, with Contarini leading the Catholics and Melanchthon the Protestants, the inevitable split on the question of transubstantiation, the disapportionment of the emperor and his belated attempt to take action on a doctrinal question in the publication of the famous Interim without consulting the Pope. The reaction after Ratisbon put the militant Catholicism of the Spanish type, with Cardinal Carafe, later Pope Paul IV, as their leader in control. Before long there appeared a militant Calvinism leading the Protestants and a militant Jesuitism leading the Catholic reactionaries. The immediate outcome is best seen in the calling of the so-called Ecumenical Council of Trent and the formation of the Society of Jesus. The effect of these Catholic movements on the succeeding history of Protestantism has been so great as to entitle them to special consideration. 1. The Society of Jesus and its influence in the early history of Protestantism. The inner nature of Jesuitism. The first step toward an understanding of the Jesuit order and its doings is a sympathetic knowledge of the career and spiritual experiences of its founder, the Spanish knight Efigio de Recalde de Loyola, better known through his renunciation of knightly dignity and his assumption of the name of Saint Ignatius, as Ignatius Loyola. The following events are noteworthy: his early military crusading career, its termination by a crippling wound, his retirement wholly in accordance with the Catholic monastic ideal to meditation, his striking religious experiences, so much like Luther's and yet so different in their ultimate direction, his devotion to the vain effort to evangelize the Turks, his studies at Paris, his organization of the new monastic order in 1534, and his success in 1540 after earlier disappointments in obtaining the papal recognition. Note the names of the other 9 constituent members, nearly all of them Spaniards or Portuguese, especially Francis Xavier, the most famous next to Loyola, and trace the story of their personal achievements. Such questions as the following are hereby suggested. The relation of Jesuitism to the medieval crusading spirit, its embodiment of Spanish militant Catholicism, its likeness to and contrast with earlier monastic orders, its value to the student as an interpretation of the true character of Roman Catholicism. The next step is an analysis and interpretation of the inner nature of the Jesuit movement. For this, a thorough examination of Loyola's spiritual exercises is indispensable. Note that the intensity of the psychic processes resorted to, the keen insight into the relation between physical and psychical conditions, the attempt to control the will through the imagination, the lurid character of many of the forms of the latter, the emphasis on training rather than culture, the place of the obligation of unquestioning obedience, the aim to develop ultimately a perfectly effective mechanism. Growing out of this is a view of the system of organization of the Jesuits and its relation to the existent ecclesiastical order, of the conflicts within Catholicism growing out of its pretensions and its aim to control the entire policy of the Catholic Church, of its conscientious subordination of moral standards to the one end of making Catholicism, according to the Jesuit interpretation of it, absolute in the world. Note the strict limitation of the privileges of membership to the truly competent, the slow advancement through the successive degrees, the small number of Jesuits at any time, the methods of operation, many of them unscrupulous and clandestine, their absolute intolerance and pitilessness toward Protestants. The Jesuitized Catholic Church would seem to be an irresistible militant power. Propaganda. A further step is the tracing of the course of the Jesuit propaganda. The disintegration of Protestantism at the hands of Jesuitism is remarkable. Note how the basic principle of the Peace of Augsburg, Cuius Regio et Jus Religio, exposed the Lutheran state churches in particular to their attack. Hence the attempts to convert princes, the special interest in the growing boy princes, the attempt to control the schools, the institution of Jesuit colleges in many lands, and the mastery of colleges already in existence. Finally, note the successive revolutions, the religious wars, and their outcome. The student will note the Jesuit influence in the colleges and universities at Ingolstadt, Cologne, Vienna, Prague, Douai, Rome, Lyons, Brienne. He will trace their success in Hungary, Poland, Moravia, Siebenbürgen, Upper Austria, southern Germany, Belgium, where Protestants had had a powerful hold, and in Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France, where there had been hope of a Reformation, and particularly in the terrible struggle in Holland. He will observe how Protestantism had to fight for its very existence, even where it had been strongly established. The story of the desolating 30 Years' War reflects the culmination of the early work of the Jesuits. It will be well to note in this connection the contrast between the Lutheran countries and the countries under the influence of Calvinism with its more vigorous moral fiber. It would seem that but for the latter, Protestantism might have been extinguished. The Peace of Westphalia, synchronous with the beheading of Charles I of England, marks the failure of the Protestant ecclesiastico-political settlement, as well as of the Jesuit policy to dominate Europe. 2. The Council of Trent. The effect of its canons and decrees. The calling of the so-called Ecumenical Council of Trent was the national sequel to the failure at Ratisbon, and marked the reaction toward a stern and intolerant antagonism against Protestantism. There are three outstanding facts to be noted at the outset. First, the place of assembly, a city in Austrian territory, a Catholic city, but under imperial authority, indicating the continuance of the strife between emperor and pope, with the failure of the repeated attempts of the pope to change the place of meeting. Secondly, the time, lasting from 1548 to 1563, the most critical time in the history of early Protestantism, with both Protestants and Catholics laying down fixed policies. Thirdly, the dominance, as above described, of the reactionary party in the sessions of the council, and the disappearance presently of the Protestants from the council. This issued in making the claim of the council to be the vindication of medievalism and the condemnation of Protestantism. The student will observe that the question of primacy of the two principal standards to be met, namely, whether the interest of the church as an institution or the moral and religious longings of the time, should receive first attention, and the decision in favor of the former were fateful. He will be able to estimate the value of the doctrinal canons and decrees in that light, the aim being to condemn the enemy rather than to enlighten the world. The polemical purposes is clear. Note, next, the immediate achievements of the council. First, it gained the credit of stating the Catholic doctrine fully and of vindicating its claim to be the sole Christian expression of faith. To understand these canons and decrees, the student must master the political and intellectual situation. Secondly, it gained credit for moral reform by pronouncements against some evils then current in the church. The Catholic Church appeared as the custodian of morals. Thirdly, the council distinctly shaped the policy of the church in the direction of curialism and Vaticanism. Note the following facts: the presence of Jesuit theologians in the council as the special representatives of the papacy, the decision that the initiative in all reforms lies with the pope and cardinals and not with the secular authorities, the leaving of final interpretation of the canons and decrees with the pope. The revival of Roman Catholicism that followed the action of the council may be traced in the attempts of Charles V to enforce rigorously the earlier decisions of the council in the Netherlands and in the still more ruthless work of his son Philip II in the Netherlands and Spain. In the fearful wars of religion in the Low Countries, in France, and on the seas between England and Spain, with their tremendous results religiously and politically, in the reconquest referred to in the study of Jesuitism, of vast regions from Protestantism, in the continuation of the medieval mind in Roman Catholicism, and in culmination of Catholic ecclesiasticism in the papal decree of infallibility in 1870. The effect of the inner life and thought of Protestantism is not to be overlooked in this connection. The accentuation of the controversial spirit, the hardening of Protestant faith into fixed dogma, and the fresh impetus given by reaction to the radical tendencies already operative in the Protestant communities, to be treated in what follows. The organization and papal recognition of the Jesuit order and the meeting of the Council of Trent may be regarded as the two acts that went to create an unbridgeable chasm between Romanism and Protestantism, and permanently divided Western Christendom into two warring camps by bringing into clear consciousness the irreconcilable antagonism in fundamental principle. B. Undermining of Protestantism orthodoxy by intellectualism. The Reformation released intellectual forces that had been held in leash more or less successfully by Catholicism, but were increasing in power and contributed, as we have seen, to the Protestant movement. It was to be expected that the free spirits that shared in the joy of new learning should resent the restraint upon free thought which issued from the establishment of state churches. The struggle for a larger freedom may be regarded as twofold, according as the interest of intellectual liberty or the interest of religious liberty were mainly cherished. Though the two phases are closely allied, it will be profitable for the student to examine them as far as possible separately. The first of these stands in relation with the speculations of John Duns Scotus, with the Renaissance and its love for unlimited inquiry, and with the prevailing individualism of the early stages of the Reformation itself. It will be profitable to distinguish three different lines along which opposition of an intellectual character arose from within Protestantism against the established forms of belief. First, the direct attack of rationalistic criticism. Secondly, the reaction against the doctrinal controversies among Protestant theologians. Thirdly, the discrediting of orthodoxy through the progress of scientific knowledge. Each of these is worthy of prolonged study. 1. The direct attack of rationalistic criticism. The student will note the countries in which it was most active, especially Italy, Poland, and in a lesser degree France and Spain, and judged how far they had participated in the deeper religious spirit of the Reformation. He will note also the connection of some of the leaders with Calvinism and judge how far this rationalism was a natural outcome of Calvinism. He will examine particularly the economic, political, and spiritual situation in Poland, the movement of Italian reformers to Poland, and the connection between Polish anti-Paedo-Baptists and the anti-Paedo-Baptists of Holland and England. The following names attract special attention: Camillo Renato, Reziano, Pietro, and Pietro Menelfi in Italy. The disclosures to the Papal Inquisition by the last supply the basis of our knowledge of the Italian churches of this type. A summary is given by Newman, History of Anti-Paedo-Baptism, pages 327 and following. This takes us only to the middle of the 16th century. Among the Italians who migrated to Poland, Peter Ganesius, George Biandrata, Laelius Socinus, and Faustus Socinus are the most important. The most valuable statement of the views that were held by the churches of Poland that followed the teachings of the Socini is found in the Rakovian Catechism. This work exhibits the views of the Unitarian churches, which the younger Socinus united in one body. It sets forth their methods of doctrinal formulation and their views in detail with great ability. It deserves minute study as the principal rationalistic polemic of the earlier days against Protestant orthodoxy. The influence of this polemic is to be traced all through the later Protestantism. An indicator of its early impression is found in the reply which the great Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius made to the Socinian objections to the orthodox doctrine of atonement. It is very significant that in order to confute them, he had to meet them halfway and to reject the substitutionary view on the ground urged by them, that it was neither according to reason nor taught in the Scriptures. This carries us to the attempt to rationalize Calvinism in Holland, known as Arminianism, from the name of its chief representative, James Arminius, the Calvinist theologian of Leyden. The study of Arminianism pertains more particularly to the next following topic. 2. Skeptical reaction caused by doctrinal controversies among the Orthodox. The doctrinal precipitations which appear in the confessions of the Protestant state churches were attempts to consolidate Protestantism before its religious spirit had thoroughly permeated the minds of the leaders. An outcome of this is to be seen in the rise of a Protestant scholasticism that viewed doctrinal statements as declaring saving truth in itself apart from the religious faith that grounds the truth. The efforts to systematize these doctrines provoked opposition and exasperating controversies. Space forbids reference to these in detail. For convenience, the principal disputes may be arranged under the following heads: A. Controversies among Lutherans. B. Controversies between Lutherans and Calvinists. C. Controversies of Calvinism in the Netherlands. D. Controversies of Calvinism in England. A. Controversies among Lutherans. The following provisional classification may serve as a guide. First, controversies concerning faith. 1. In relation to law and good works. 2. In relation to justification, sanctification, and the mystical participation in the divine nature of Christ. The following disputants merit especial attention: Philip Melanchthon, John Agricola, Georg Major, Nicholas Armstorff, Andreas Osiander, Francis Stancaris, Martin Chemnitz, and Flacius. Secondly, controversies respecting the person of Christ, or more especially, representing the Lutheran idea of the communication of idioms, or the mutual real participation of the human and divine nature in Christ. Here again the name of Chemnitz figures, and also the names of James Andreas and Brenz, Balthasar Münzer, and others. The Formula of Concord, 1576 to 1584, which attempted to mediate and settle the disputes by prescribing articles on original sin, free will, the righteousness of faith before God, good works, law and gospel, the Lord's Supper, the person of Christ, etc., should be carefully studied. See Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, 393 and following. B. Controversies between Lutherans and Calvinists. These include, besides the earlier disputes between Lutherans and Reformed theologians referred to in the first division of our study, the later controversies which arose from the influence of Calvinism on certain Lutheran theologians. They stand closely related to the controversies among Lutherans noted above. The most notable of these is known as the Crypto-Calvinist controversy, which concerns the question of the real or spiritual presence of Christ in the elements of the supper. Of special importance here is the growing Calvinistic tendency of Melanchthon. The question of predestination also figured in the controversies. For a temporary doctrinal outcome, read Saxon Visitation Articles, 1592, and Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, 3, 181 and following. The disputes in the nature of the case were interminable. C. Controversies among Calvinists in the Netherlands. These are of special importance because, first, in the ultimate adjudication of them, the entire Reformed Church was invited to participate. Secondly, because the Arminian theology out of which they partly sprang has continued in powerful influence to the present. The Arminian controversy, like most theological controversies of the time, must be studied in relation to the political situation in the countries where the Reformed Church was established, and particularly in Holland. Note first the traditional love and enjoyment of freedom amongst the Dutch. Secondly, the influence of the Renaissance, Erasmus, there. Thirdly, the vindication of Protestant liberty in the long war with Austria and Spain. Fourthly, the presence of religious dissenters there. Fifthly, the determination of Maurice of Nassau to turn the Dutch Republic into a monarchy, and the powerful opposition led by John Barneveld. The strict Calvinists came into line with the monarchists, and the Arminians with the Republicans. Each of these features of the situation demands close attention. The names and works of the leading theologians and of the great parties of the controversy should be familiar. For the Arminians, James Arminius, Hugo Grotius, Episcopius, Limborch. of the extreme Calvinists, Theodore Beza, John Piscator, who later became Arminian, and Gomarus. The Remonstrants and Contra-Remonstrants, and the 5 points of Calvinism about which the controversy gathered reveal the two parties. Note the calling of the Synod of Dordrecht, the division of the Calvinists that comprised into supra-lapsarians and infra-lapsarians, the canons adopted at the Synod, and the persecution of the Arminians. Note finally the survival of Arminianism and its powerful influence in England during the time of the early Stuart kings. D. Calvinist controversies in England. The principal interest these have for us lies in their relation to the formation of separated bodies in England, for which see below. At this point we are concerned with the theological struggle between hyper-Calvinism and Arminianism used in a wide sense of the moderate Protestant soteriology. Its beginnings can be seen, perhaps, in the less severe Protestantism of the 39 Articles as compared with that of the 42 Articles. The actual controversy with historical Arminianism is to be seen in the Lambeth Articles composed by Whitaker. They may be read in Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 3. The later controversies with Arminianism can be traced in the politico-ecclesiastical struggle between the Puritan Parliament of England and the first two Stuart kings. The Commons believed that the growing Arminianism was at the bottom a subtle reaction toward a revived Catholicism. 3. The discrediting of orthodoxy through the progress of scientific knowledge. Protestantism owes its origin in part to the growth of the spirit of free discovery and enterprise. Yet it is plain to a student of the Protestant creeds that the claims there made to a knowledge of the higher realities and the view of the world running through the creeds disclose an inner opposition to the principles and methods as well as to the results already recognized by science. An open conflict was inevitable. The story of the conflict pertains to the history of science rather than to the history of the church, since it is generally at bottom a conflict between a newer and an antiquated science. The outstanding fact is the movement of science toward the postulating of the government of the universe by eminent natural law rather than by external control or arbitrary interference with the common order of fixed validity. The result was the creation of a distrust of those affirmations of the creeds which embodied unscientific views, and therewith the rise of a spirit of skepticism toward all claims of possession of any supernatural revelation whatsoever. Such a position undermines the church establishments that made these doctrines their basis of truth. The study of the skeptical reaction that followed in the wake of the Reformation carries us rather beyond the limits of our period. It embraces the rise of modern philosophy in its efforts to lay a new foundation for certainty by proceeding through doubt to empirical investigation and rational speculation, and more particularly the history of empiricism and deism in England, of the Enlightenment in Germany, and of infidelity in France. C. Threatened dissolution of the Protestant state churches through the rise of the free churches. The struggle precipitated by the rise of the free churches is to be contrasted in its inner character with the two forms of opposition to the Protestant establishments above discussed, in that while the first, A, appeared to be mainly between rival forms of ecclesiasticism and concerned directly the lawyers and statesmen of the churches, and second, b, appeared mainly as a protest from within Protestantism against the unnatural bonds placed by the Reformation church creeds upon the action of human intelligence, and concerned principally the intellectuals among the people. That now to be discussed related to a specifically religious interest, and had its roots in the free spontaneous faith of the common people, and consequently was more radical and comprehensive in its scope. The limitation of our study to the period of the Reformation confines our attention to the beginnings of the movement, which is still progressing. The first step in this study is to review the record of the origin and progress of those voluntaristic, individualistic, democratic religious groups or orders or communions that underlay much of the Reformation and persisted through its course, despite severe measures of repression taken by both Catholics and Protestants. See Division 1 of this outline. The tendency relative to Protestantism to create free churches is to be noted. For example, its insistence on using the Bible in the vernacular, its profession of the right of private judgment in religious matters, its nurture of a warm personal faith, its elevation of the laity to equality with the clergy in religious and ecclesiastical affairs. Note further how the spirit of individual enterprise in the maritime Protestant countries cooperated in the same direction and prepared asylums for the spirit of religious liberty. Interest centers mainly in the English and Dutch people. Observe how the struggle with Spain had strengthened their mutual sympathy and developed intimate commercial, social, and political intercourse. It is to be noticed how the religious radical, when persecuted in one of these countries, fled to the other or even to colonies across the sea. For example, the Pilgrim Fathers of New England. I. Growth of the free church ideal in England. The most noteworthy growth of free churchism is in England, and its relation to the Protestant establishments is seen to best advantage there. Beginning with the authorization of the Book of Common Prayer as the only legal compendium of public worship, the drafting of the 39 Articles, and for the suppression of opposition, the Act of Uniformity, the student will trace 4 stages in the progress of dissent according to the degree of its radicalism. The first includes those who were willing to accept episcopacy as the form of church government, but sought to purify the doctrine and ritual of the Church of England and bring it into harmony with the Reformed churches, the Puritans. Here we see the influence of Geneva and Scotland. The names of the archbishops of Canterbury, from Parker to Bancroft, figure in these controversies. The Apology of Bishop Jewell and the Ecclesiastical Polity of Richard Hooker set forth the views of the moderate Episcopalians. The works of Thomas Cartwright, the Lambeth Articles, see Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Volume 3, and the Millenary Petition presented to James I presents the Puritan view. The controversy came to a head through the ecclesiastical administration of Laud and culminated in the Great Civil War. For this, the standard political histories are available. The student will note the rise of a persistent division within the established church, the high church and the broad church parties. Reconciliation has proved impossible. 2. Presbyterianism. The second stage of dissent is held by those who sought to bring the Church of England into full conformity with the Reformed conception in both doctrine and order, the Presbyterians. The work of Walter Travis in Latin on church discipline opened the Presbyterian contention. the bitter attacks on the bishop made by the author of the Martin Marprelate tracts, perhaps Henry Barrow, are the most noteworthy features of the early steps taken by Presbyterians. The names of the three martyrs, John Greenwood, Henry Barrow, and John Penry, are notable in this connection, as are also those of Francis Johnson and Henry Ainsworth, exiles in Holland. The full impact of the Presbyterian polemic is seen in the attempt to bring the whole of England under Presbyterianism through the alliance of the English Parliament with the Scots. The longer and shorter catechisms and the Westminster Confession are monuments of the struggle, which was brought to an abrupt close by Cromwell and the army. 3. The Independents. In the third stage we find those who, in addition to practicing the godly discipline and plain worship of the Presbyterians, claim the right of all churches of the regenerate to independent, democratic self-government as laid down in the New Testament. The Independents, later called Congregationalists. These, however, still held to the propriety of enforcing the doctrines and practices of the Christian faith upon all inhabitants of the country. The first noteworthy advocate of these views was Robert Browne, hence the early name Brownists. The founding of a separatist church at Norwich, the flight at Middelburg in Zealand, the change in Johnson and Ainsworth's congregation at Amsterdam, the coming of John Smith and his congregation from Gainsborough, the migration of the Congregational at Schuurman, with the well-known Brewster, Bradford, and Robinson of Pilgrim fame as leaders, and the emigration to Plymouth, Massachusetts, are recounted in numerous works noted in all the histories of Congregationalism and of the founding of the New England colonies. The strenuous part played by the Independents in the Civil War under Cromwell's leadership is recognized in the histories of that fight. 4. The Baptists. We reach a fourth stage of opposition to the state church when we find many Independents becoming Baptists, as they preferred to be called, rather than Anabaptists. The story of John Smith, called by Dexter the Sea Baptist, his relations with the Mennonites, the separation from him when he sought baptismal succession by many who followed Thomas Hilry's and John Merton back to England in 1611, and the growth of the General Baptist there is related by the Baptist histories above named. The student will note the rise of another Baptist body, Particular Baptists, so called from the view of atonement held by them, springing from a church under the leadership of Henry Jacob. It is important to study the tracts on liberty of conscience collected by the Hansard Knowledge Society, especially Leonard Bushner's Religion's Peace and Roger Williams' Bloody Tenet of Persecution. At this point we reach the limit of our study. The student should not leave the subject without raising the question, which of these four movements offers the best interpretation of the inner spirit of Protestantism? C. Summary estimate of the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation appears, as one surveys it from the distance of 4 centuries, to have been one of those great convulsions of human society which occur when multitudes of people inhabiting vast contiguous territories come under the influence of a common impulse to seek the fulfillment of the meaning of life in new directions. Such an impulse is sure to appear as mainly iconoclastic in the early stages of its action, because existing customs, institutions, and theories stand as barriers to its free execution. In later stages of its progress, its creative powers disclosed in the appearing of new customs, institutions, and doctrines which displace those that have now become antiquated to some minds. But alongside of them, the old may survive and even regain new vigor by contact with the new. Thus it was with the Reformation. In respect both to the destructive and to the constructive force that was released, it was less effective in the 16th century than its most enthusiastic representatives expected. For after the first shock of surprise, the conservative influence asserted itself with much success and forced the postponement of the radical outworking of the Protestant principle to later times. The preceding study has shown that the factors at work were many and diverse in their empirical origin. The question arises, how is it that the Reformation has been traditionally regarded as a religious movement? The answer must be, because it really was such, not of course in the narrow sense of a distinctively supernatural impulse separated from the motives that direct men in common affairs, but in the sense that a man's religion is constituted by the unification of all his many-sided activities in a single aim, the worship of the unseen ideal. The true genius of the Reformation found its best expression in the religious leaders because they most truly divined its secret heart. Religiously viewed, then, the Reformation was an attempt to consecrate the supreme worth of personality. It was an effort to the human spirit in the individual to affirm the supremacy of the personal in the spiritual and material realms. In the former realm, it took the form of a conflict between the aggressive spirit of the self-conscious man and the structures of thought and will by which a precedent social order sought to maintain its ancient possessions in their entirety and thereby to hold the man in leash. In the material realm, it was an affirmation of the essential friendship between man and nature, and the right and capacity of the human spirit to make nature instrumental to the achievement of the destiny of personality. In this regard, it may be described as an attempt to take possession of the material world as a means of fulfilling the life of fellowship with God. Its God was distinctly personal and in no need of intermediaries in his approach to men. He wrought in them immediately. The immense enterprises that awakened the Protestantism were the fruit of the unconquerable courage that the new religious spirit created. End of chapter 7, part 6.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Development of Modern Christianity. Introduction. The nature and meaning of modern Christianity. Definition. The term modern Christianity is used in this treatment in a special sense and refers to the principles, tendencies, and movements which have sometimes been called progressive Christianity, the new theology, or modernism. It has not taken institutional form in any organized denomination, nor received authoritative expression in any system of doctrine. It is rather a religious attitude, a mode of thought, or a principle of action manifesting itself in all denominations and Christian movements. Briefly defined, modern Christianity is the Christianity which has steadily progressed with the progress of modern civilization, both influencing it and being influenced by it. The history of Western Europe since the introduction of Christianity shows a continuous balance between the church and society, religion and civilization. Neither at any time shows any great difference from the other. Sometimes one, sometimes the other may be leading, but they are never completely separated from each other in character. Religion and culture indissolubly related. It is impossible for religion or the church to move on apart from the rest of society. The religion of an age is a part of the civilization of an age. The individuals who make up the state and formulate the politics of an age, or compose society and create its social consciousness, make up the church and formulate its religious thought. The same individuals are at the same time citizens, merchants, scholars, soldiers, and worshippers, and what they are in one sphere, they tend to be in all other spheres. Society is a solidarity, and religion is an integral part of it. This will be found to be notably true of modern Christianity. It is a reflex in religious thought and action of the modern social consciousness. It has grown out of a deliberate acceptance of the results of modern progress and out of a conscious effort to incorporate all of the assured values of modern civilization into religion. Distinctive elements of modern Christianity. Since modern Christianity is not an organic movement nor a formulated system of doctrine, it can be summarized only in terms of certain peculiar principles or tendencies, and these cannot be stated definitely or exhaustively, but only suggestively. No definite date can be assigned for the beginnings of modern Christianity. Faint intimations of it lie far back in the medieval period. Its more rapid course of development was coincident with the emancipation of the human mind and society from the control of the medieval church and theology in the 16th century. But it did not become conscious of itself until the 18th century. The 19th century witnessed the acceptance of all of its essential principles in enlightened religious circles. 1. The element of liberty. Liberty in modern Christianity has a wide range of manifestations. In its general theological phase, it is the right claim by the modern religious thinker to be free from the control of authority, or the disposition to subject all authorities, whether the Bible, the church, tradition, or a priori reason, to the test of rationality and experience. In its political-religious phase, it is the right claim by the individual to be free from the control of the civil authority in his belief and worship, and constitutes freedom of conscience. In its historical-biblical phase, it is the right claimed by the scholar to study the Bible as any other literature, and constitutes freedom of scholarship. In its ethical form, it is the right to be inwardly self-governed in the choice of moral aims and in moral conduct, and constitutes freedom of will or moral autonomy. 2. The element of scientific veracity. Veracity enters intimately, along with liberty, into every phase of modern Christianity. It really forms the moral ground for the justification of liberty. The right to be free is grounded in the duty to be true to what really is, that is, to be truthful. It is the scientific spirit. We shall see this element of veracity especially at work in the field of biblical study. The quest for what is really true concerning the origin and history of the books of the Bible constitutes its aim and spirit, and the discovery of what is true constitutes the reason for freedom to state what is discovered. This is freedom of scholarship as understood by all modern biblical scholars. It is the spirit of veracity in religious belief and in moral conduct which has compelled the appeal to experience as a source of authority. The use of experience in ethics and religion corresponds to the use of fact in science and of event in history. Nothing but experience will yield the sense of truth and reality, and nothing but reality and worth can compel veracity. Hence, both theology and ethics have become experimental in method. 3. The element of rationality. The development of modern Christianity has been characterized by an increasing tendency to appeal to reason as a criterion of the truth. While it has found its chief sphere of application in the field of religious thought, no element of religious faith or practice has escaped its influence. The beliefs, the ceremonies, the customs, the institutions, and the life of religion have all been subjected to its testing. The tendency of the modern Christian mind is to accept only that which commends itself as true, just, and good in the light of experience and reflection. It is not enough that a belief, ceremony, or institution have the sanction of authority or custom. It must secure the sanction of reason by proving its truth or its worth. The rise of deism in the 17th century was the beginning of that inexorable demand upon religion in modern times that it make itself entirely rational. 4. The element of humanity. The element of humanity, kindness, and sympathy has steadily grown in importance as a criterion of good morality and of true religion. It has grown out of the increasing sense in modern times of the dignity and sacredness of human life. The growth of humanity has revolutionized human conduct in both its personal and its political aspects. It has at the same time revolutionized Christian theology and activity. It lies at the root of all modern philanthropy and social service, whether carried on by the church, by the state, or by society at large. 5. The element of spirituality. Religion has tended to grow more spiritual, more inward in modern times. The essence of spirituality consists in a direct, personal, and inner relation to God, as opposed to a magical, ceremonial, or hierarchical relation. In ethical conduct rather than in ecstatic feeling or doctrinal inerrancy. As to form, spirituality is a psychological rather than a physical condition or relation. As to content, it is grounded in a good will and cannot be distinguished from a truly moral life. 6. The element of secularity. A greater appreciation of the worth and sanctity of the present natural order enters preeminently into the attitude of the modern Christian. The secular spirit has grown as the ascetic spirit has declined in the modern world. It has broken down the sharp antithesis between sacred and secular, the present and the future, the heavenly and the earthly, the inspired and the uninspired, the human and the divine. Several ideas have wrought in this direction. The spiritual conception of religion has made all times and places sacred. The concept of the sovereignty of the individual and the equality of all men have made all persons sacred, while the conception of the divine immanence has made both ethical and metaphysical dualism incongruous. The result has been a twofold process, a secularization of the religious and a sanctification of the secular. Professor Gerald B. Smith characterizes this process as an ethical transformation under the influence of the democratic and scientific ideals and says, Now, the total effect of those movements of thought and of social activity which make up what we call the modern world is to turn attention to the resources of this world and to discover moral values in the immanent process of human evolution. In contrasting the points of difference between the medieval and the modern world, Professor Troeltsch says, "Evaluation of the present world for the sake of the riches and beauty of the world, an estimation of the goods attained in the progress of civilization because of an independent ethical value attaching to them, is consequently impossible." But precisely such a valuation of these things is the characteristic feature of the modern feeling towards the world and civilization. 7. The element of social responsibility. One of the most significant discoveries of the modern world has been the fact that a man's life, his moral, intellectual, economic, and physical life, is socially conditioned. It has been discovered that it is not enough to regenerate the individual. His environment must also be regenerated. The society in which he lives, with all of its customs and institutions, if the regeneration of the individual is to be permanent and complete. And it has been further discovered that a man is a unity. He is not merely soul, but soul and body. As the individual is one with his society, so the soul is one with the body, and Christianity has therefore a social as well as an individual, a physical as well as a spiritual task in the salvation of the soul. 8. The element of democracy. The principle of democracy affirms the sovereignty and competency of the individual in all affairs relating to his own well-being. It arose first of all in the political sphere, but it was found to be equally applicable in the religious sphere. No phase of modern life or thought has escaped its influence, but it has been especially influential in all modern religions' development, in doctrine, life, and organization. It has been largely responsible for the overthrow of the Calvinistic theology with its absolutist doctrine of the divine sovereignty and election, of a limited atonement, and its fatalist doctrine of hereditary depravity. It has also been the guiding principle in a modern development of independence in church government. The modern conception of religious authority has grown out of the democratic principle. Reverend George Tyrrell says, "The two deepest characteristics of the new order are the scientific spirit and the democratic movement, a new conception of authority and government." An analysis of the element of democracy, however, would show that other elements enter into it, such as the elements of humanity and liberty. 9. The element of Catholicity. The modern Christian mind has grown more tolerant toward the religious beliefs of other Christians and more appreciative of the religions of non-Christian people. Christian cooperation and union are taking the place of sectarian ostracism and controversy. The resemblances to Christian teaching found in non-Christian religions are no longer waved aside as false imitations of Christianity or the interventions of demons, but are considered genuine attainments of the truth under different forms by the most inspired spirits among the heathen. And their virtues are no longer treated as splendid vices, but as, in their degree, approaches to genuine Christian morality. The study of comparative religion and the closer contact with the East through foreign missions and international commerce have had much to do with this new attitude, but the decisive change has come through the rationalizing influences of philosophy and science. The modern mind has discovered new principles by which to interpret and unify the facts of the universal religious consciousness, the most significant of which are the principles of evolution and the relativity of knowledge. The student should be reminded that these principles or elements are at the same time elements of modern Christianity and of modern civilization, and that Christianity and civilization have been inseparable in their development. It is not possible then to say that they are the exclusive product of either one. They are the product of the total social process which we call civilization, of which Christianity has been a part and on which it has exerted its influence. Just what the influence of Christianity has been, it is difficult to say, but it is safe to affirm that it has been very decisive. 10. The relation of modern Christianity to Protestantism and Catholicism. Troeltsch and Harnack have pointed out the many medieval elements which survived in early Protestantism, such as the dogma of biblical authority, a redempted church, sacramental and confessional assurance, the union of church and state, and an ascetic view of the Christian life. All of these principles stood opposed to the trend of the modern world toward freedom, spirituality, and democracy. In both principle and action, however, Protestantism has shown itself more congenial to modern tendencies than Catholicism. The Protestant principle of justification by faith, in its earliest expression as an act of faith, was essentially a modern principle, but it was later identified with the doctrinal content of faith and largely eliminated as a factor in modern progress. Persecution for heresy arose in the dominant Protestant churches as a consequence, and just as little freedom of faith and of thought was granted in Protestant countries as in Catholic. Within Protestantism have arisen many organic movements embodying fundamental Protestant principles and one or more modern elements, such as Socinianism, Arminianism, Baptism, Congregationalism, Quakerism, Evangelicalism, Pietism, Unitarianism, and Universalism, in various intellectual movements such as Latitudinarianism, the Higher Criticism, and Ritschlianism, all of which have left traces of their influence upon the dominant trend of Protestantism. Protestantism has undergone a gradual transformation and has shown a disposition to adapt herself to modern progress. The student will find that it has been quite different with Catholicism. In principle, the latter is opposed to all change. She has crushed all modern tendencies and resisted all modern influences within her organization. In the Syllabus of Errors of 1864, Pope Pius IX condemned as an error the following proposition: the Roman pontiff can and ought to reconcile himself to and agree with progress, liberalism, and civilization as lately introduced. All organizations and all schools of thought with modern tendencies which have arisen in Catholicism have been suppressed. Such movements as Jansenism, Quietism, and Febronianism disappeared before the 19th century and left no influence. Dollingerism was overwhelmed within the Church by the Vatican Council of 1870, and modernism was forced into silence or submission by Pius X. Ultramontanism and medievalism are in complete ascendancy as in the 16th century. Modern Christianity is therefore neither Protestant nor Catholic. Its development has taken place more rapidly and completely within Protestant countries and shows greater affinities for Protestantism than for Catholicism. Yet it is not possible to say that it has been the sole product of the Protestant movement. Troeltsch goes so far as to say, however, that on the grounds of pure fact, we are warranted in saying that the religion of the modern world is essentially determined by Protestantism, and that this constitutes the greatest historical significance of Protestantism. Other forces of a non-religion secular nature have also contributed largely to the total result. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion Translations, Tampa, Florida. Part 1. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 2, The Development of Modern Christianity. 1. The Politico-Ecclesiastical Movement. The importance of the modern politico-ecclesiastical movement for the development of modern Christianity lies in the relation of this movement to modern liberty. The attention of the student has already been called to liberty as a constituent element of modern Christianity. One aspect of this liberty, liberty of conscience, was largely an outgrowth of the politico-ecclesiastical movement. Liberty of conscience in religion. By liberty of conscience in this treatment is meant the freedom of the individual from the control of the state in his religious belief and worship. The study really involves the entire history of the relation between church and state, from the beginnings of that relation under Constantine, 312 to 36. To understand just what the nature of the struggle for religious liberty has been, the student should study first of all the origin and nature of the medieval tyranny out of which modern liberty arose. The student will find that medieval tyranny was an inheritance from previous political and religious conditions as they existed in ancient states, especially in Greece, Rome, and among the Hebrews. For this study, the most significant element of that inheritance is the control of religion by the government, a union of church and state, and the conceptions of the state and of religion upon which it was based. The ancient conception of religion as an affair of the state. In all ancient states, religion was an affair of the state. The worship of the gods was a public function and not a private right. Religion was social, not personal, and consisted of public ceremonies rather than personal convictions. The individual had no personal religious interests apart from those of the community unless he happened to be a foreigner and worshipped a foreign god. Christianity, a religion of individual conviction. With the rise of Christianity, religion became an affair of the individual. Jesus appealed to the conscience and grounded religion in personal belief. When he said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," he established an authority over the individual distinct from the authority of the state. Reasons for the persecution of Christians. All the conditions of religious tyranny and persecution were at hand with the birth of Christianity into Jewish society and the Roman state. The early Christians, with their conception of the inwardness and privacy of religion, were bound to come into conflict with the temporal powers of the ancient world, with their conception of the absolute sovereignty of the state. The personal Christian conscience from the first set itself against the royal and the social will and declared, "We must obey God rather than men." With this difference between the ancient pagan conception of the state and on the place and function of religion in the state, and with the new Christian conception of the distinction between things spiritual and things temporal, religious tyranny began. And it did not cease until modern states transferred religion from the status of a public function to the status of a private right, under the legal form of a voluntary association or private corporation. The development of the idea of religious liberty. The growth of religious liberty was a many-sided movement. It was involved in the whole development of civilization. It came as a result of many influences: religious, political, military, philosophical, economic, and commercial. A complete understanding of it would involve a knowledge of all that has made for progress in the modern world, for liberty is one of the products of civilization. But the history of religious liberty is something more definite than the summary of the influences which have brought it about. It finally came through certain specific parliamentary acts which changed the constitutions of states. It came both gradually and suddenly. Gradually as a result of the progress of such great principles of liberty as democracy, humanity, and rationality, and suddenly as a result of the victories of political parties and of armies. But for clearness of distinction, the movement may be studied as a twofold process. First, as a movement of public opinion in favor of liberty created by all of its advocates, and secondly, as a movement in political action expressed in the various acts of toleration. Both aspects are essential to a complete understanding of it. The influence of the Protestant Reformation. The starting point in this study is the Protestant Reformation and its relation to the progress of liberty. The student will find that the first generation of great reformers and Protestant parties did not believe in freedom of conscience nor in a separation of church and state, and that the first direct influence of the Reformation was a strengthening of the principle of religious tyranny, of the authority of the civil ruler over the religion of his subjects. It remained for the outlawed Protestant parties of the first generation, the Anabaptists and the Socinians, and for the new reformatory parties of the second and subsequent generations, the Independents, the Baptists, the Arminians, and the Quakers, to become the heralds and bearers of religious liberty. The movement of religious dissent. The direct movement for religious liberty in modern times began with the rise of religious dissent, chiefly Protestant but partly Catholic, and was consummated through the struggle of these dissenting nonconformist parties for freedom of worship against the efforts of civil rulers to enforce uniformity of religion in their realms. The interesting fact is that the leading part in this struggle was taken, and the greatest sacrifices for liberty were made, by a religious party which did not at first believe in individual freedom of conscience, the Presbyterians. They struggled for liberty for themselves, but they won it finally for all other dissenters. The student will find the history of the Netherlands, England, Scotland, France, Germany, and America during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries of chief significance in the development of modern liberty. Religious questions were inseparably interwoven with political ones during this period. In each of these countries, the government was the sovereign ecclesiastical as well as political power, and as a means of securing religious liberty, the dissenting religious parties were obliged to identify themselves with political movements. They adopted political measures and such political principles as favored their religious freedom. They became at the same time both religious and political revolutionists, and brought in, by the same struggle, both religious and political liberty. The guarantee of religious liberty by the state. While many influences cooperated to promote religious liberty, the student must not forget that it was finally achieved in the sphere of political theory and action. It was the state which withheld it, and the state which finally granted it. A study of the history of political theories, both medieval and modern, becomes therefore for the student of religious liberty one of his most essential tasks. The idea of liberty was first of all formulated in political theory before it was carried out in political action. In each case, it came as a result of a changed conception of governmental powers and of the relation between government and religion. Development of religious liberty in Protestantism. The student will discover that Protestantism has been a more congenial soil for the growth of liberty than Catholicism. This phenomenon may be due in part to racial characteristics, but it is due in far greater measure to the religious differences between Protestantism and Catholicism. Through its distinctive religious principles, justification by faith, and the universal priesthood of believers, Protestantism became a decisive influence in the struggle for modern liberty, both religious and political. For this reason, such Protestant countries as the Netherlands, England, Scotland, and America have contributed far more to the progress of religious liberty than such Catholic countries as France, Spain, Austria, and Italy. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 2. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, librivox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 3, The Development of Modern Christianity. 2. The Scientific Movement. Modern science has been one of the most decisive factors in the formation of modern religious thought. Very few religious ideas have escaped its modifying influence. The result of this influence within the sphere of Christian belief is registered in what is here called modern Christianity. Scientific method welcomed by modern Christianity. Modern Christianity thus receives one of its chief marks of distinction from its connection with modern science. It recognizes the fundamental necessity of a true science to religion, approves and imitates its spirit and methods, and accepts all of its verified discoveries and conclusions. It does not fear science, as the older Christianity did, nor seek to control it, but cordially welcomes it as a friend and ally. The development of modern science. The task before the student in this study is to find out not merely the nature of the influence of science upon religion, but to trace the origin and historical development of that influence. The student should not forget that his task is primarily historical and that the logical place to begin is with the beginnings of modern science. The conflict between religion and science. The relation between science and religion in modern times assumed the form of a conflict. This appeared first of all as a conflict between the statements of Scripture concerning the origin and formation of the physical universe and the statements of scientists. It arose out of the adoption by the Christian Church of the Old Testament, with its primitive Semitic cosmogonies as authoritative divine revelation. Throughout the entire conflict, the first task of the theologians was to defend the scientific authority and infallibility of Scripture. The fundamental difference between science and religion was a difference in method of verification. Science sought to prove things true by observation and experiment, religion by an appeal to authority, the authority of Scripture. Still further conflict arose owing to the two different theories of causation held by science and religion, the natural and the supernatural. Science sought a natural cause for things. Religion rested upon the principle of an ultimate supernatural causation embodied in the scriptural explanation of things. Each of the sciences as they arose, astronomy, geology, biology, archaeology, anthropology, and medicine, offered a natural explanation in place of the supernatural explanation of Scripture and gave rise to a new conflict which passed through an identical course of development in each instance. The first stage of each conflict was marked by the bitter, irreconcilable hostility of religious leaders toward the discoveries and hypotheses of the new science. Attempts at harmonization. But the irresistible demonstrations of the scientists forced the theologians into an attitude of compromise. Harmonistic schemes were drawn up and Scripture was given an interpretation in agreement with the new science. But as the new science changed, new harmonistic schemes and new interpretations of Scripture were formulated, and each new scheme, so different from the previous one, was in turn accepted as authoritative and divine. The present relationship between science and religion. This contradictory and futile process was finally its own undoing and prepared the way for the present relation between science and religion in modern Christianity. Many discoveries were made by both scientists and religionists during the course of this conflict. Religionists discovered that Scripture was not what the older Christianity supposed it to be. It had been defended as an inspired scientific revelation. In the light of the new historical criticism of archaeological discoveries and of studies in comparative religion, it was discovered that the sacred books of the Hebrews had grown up as the sacred books of all other religious peoples had, and were a record and a reflection of their civilization and religious evolution. In other words, The Bible itself was discovered to be a natural instead of a supernatural book, and to reflect the scientific knowledge of ancient peoples rather than to anticipate that of the modern world. Hence was born a new conception of Scripture as the first step in a final reconciliation of science and religion. But partly through this conflict and partly through social development and philosophical inquiries, religionists discovered that religion was not what the older Christianity supposed it to be. It had been held to be identical in part with correct historical, scientific, and dogmatic beliefs based on Scripture. It was discovered to be spiritual life and began to be defined ethically in terms of personal purity and brotherly love and service. Hence arose a clear distinction between science and religion and a separation of their spheres and functions. As a result of this modern separation of science and religion, questions which were once regarded as religious because dealt with in Scripture were transferred to science. Such questions as the origin and age of the earth and of the solar system, the origin and age of man and the lower forms of life, the origin and distribution of races of men, of languages, and of species of animals are now dealt with as purely scientific questions. The answers to them in no wise belong to or affect religion. But, on the other hand, the scientists have made some discoveries which have contributed to a final reconciliation of science and religion. Many of the older scientists were as hostile toward religion as the older religionists were toward science. They settled accounts finally with religion by pronouncing it a superstition, the invention of designing priests, and they proclaimed science to be the sum of all human knowledge and the ground of all human well-being. The newer scientists admit the limitations of science and agree to her restriction to her own peculiar sphere. Many questions once regarded as scientific are now turned over to ethics, religion, or philosophy. As Professor L.T. Moore says, "If I have made myself clear, the limitations of science are due solely to the fact that there are, in addition to material forces, others of an essentially different kind which may be called, for lack of a better name, spiritual powers. And so long as men of science restrict their endeavor to the world of material substance and force, they will find that their field is practically without limits, so vast and so numerous are the problems to be solved, and it should distress no one to discover that there are other fields of knowledge in which science is not concerned." The criticism of science on the basis of the modern theory of knowledge, the principle of relativity, as well as the history of its mistakes, has done much to moderate its dogmatic certainty. Relative to this, Moore says, "Evidently the postulates of science are as complex, as subjective, as debatable as the postulates of religion and philosophy." The emancipation of both science and religion. Thus the conflict between science and religion, which had grown out of this attempt to discredit modern science by an appeal to the supposedly inspired science of Scripture, drew to a close at the opening of the 20th century. It was settled not by the overthrow of either, but by the emancipation of both from unnatural alliances and unwarranted pretensions. Science achieved its freedom and the recognition of its value to religion in all enlightened religious circles. The way was prepared for the rational and scientific treatment of all questions between science and religion. This has become the distinguishing mark of modern Christianity. Some unsolved problems. This does not mean that all problems raised by science in the sphere of religious thought have been settled. On the other hand, there were many other problems besides that of biblical authority and infallibility which appeared all along the way. There was the problem of the nature of God and of his relation to the physical universe, growing out of the discovery of the reign of law in nature. There was the problem of prayer and miracles in the light of natural law, the problem of sin and its origin and retribution in the light of evolution. There was the problem of immorality and science, all of which were earnestly debated and still call for solution. Some of these problems lie on the borderland between science and religion. where science passes into philosophy and religion into theology. In that realm, the controversy will probably go on indefinitely, but in a spirit of earnest search for truth and of mutual respect in the relation of scientists and theologians. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 3. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 4, The Development of Modern Christianity. 3. The Philosophical Movement. Modern Christianity owes some of its most characteristic principles to the reflection of modern philosophers, while all of its principles have been elucidated and strengthened by them. The relation between theology and philosophy has always been very intimate, and their influence upon each other very marked, but never more so than in modern times. The problems of modern philosophy. Modern philosophy has been concerned with two major inquiries. What is the nature of ultimate reality, and what are the origin, nature, and limits of human knowledge? Both of these inquiries have direct religious bearings. The problem of knowledge. Philosophers had not gone far in their inquiry into the nature of ultimate reality before they discovered that all their inquiry depended upon the solution of a previous question as to the nature and validity of their knowledge. Hence, modern philosophy was resolved into an inquiry into the origin and nature of human knowledge. From a study of the objective world, modern philosophy turned to a study of the subjective or inner world. In this realm are to be found its great discoveries, and here also lie its decisive contributions to modern religious thought. In order to understand the origin and nature of the influence of modern philosophy upon theology, the student should take up the history of philosophy, which falls into two general stages of development, separated by the work of Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The first stage may be designated as the period of rationalism, and the second as the period of idealism. The rationalistic movement. The modern rationalistic movement began with the humanists. They made use of reason in free philosophical and theological speculations and in literary criticism. Their influence was felt in Socinianism and Arminianism, in Anglicanism and Latitudinarianism, but more notably in Deism, which found in reason the ultimate source of religious truth, the sole and sufficient guide in religious faith and moral conduct. Rationalism was more or less in vogue as a principle or tendency in religious and other forms of thought for more than a century before it was formulated into a system of philosophy by René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. As a philosophy, rationalism affirmed that reason is a source of knowledge in itself, superior to and independent of sense perceptions. The atmosphere of every realm of thought during the 17th and 18th centuries was charged with the rationalistic conception of innate ideas. In the political sphere, it took the form of the theory of natural law, or natural right, and led straight to the concept of popular sovereignty or democracy. In the sphere of morality, it took the form of the idea of natural morality, or the light of nature. In the religious sphere, it was spoken of as the principle of natural religion or of the religion of reason. The fundamental assumption of rationalism was that man, by his own individual powers of thought, unaided from without, either by divine revelation or human experience, could arrive at every essential truth of religion and every principle of moral or political action. Man was sovereign and reason was supreme. Influence of rationalism on religious thinking. The problem which rationalism raised in religion was mainly that of authority, and the contribution which it made to religious thought was the conception of an inner, personal, trustworthy authority in religious faith and conduct, the reason. The issue was drawn between reason and revelation, rationalism and supernaturalism. The entire question was fought out, as far as rationalism could carry it, in the deistical controversy in England. The conflict issued in a complete victory for rationalism as far as the recognition of the authority of reason was concerned. No one dared to oppose the dictates of reason. Rationalists and supernaturalists, believers and unbelievers alike, appealed to the authority and arbitrament of reason. The outcome on the side of religion was the creation of a rational orthodoxy, so-called, which attempted to prove all the elements of traditional Christianity derived from supernatural revelation to be in harmony with reason. The teaching of this school has constituted the theology of Orthodox Protestantism from the 17th century to the present time. The philosophical criticism of rationalism. Rationalism, however, did not prove a final resting place for philosophic thought, and consequently the orthodox theology based upon it soon found itself without a valid foundation. Its limitations were pointed out by John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and David Hume, 1711 to 76, while Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, fused elements of both rationalism and sensationalism with new elements of his own into a new theory of knowledge which took the place of rationalism. While the latter proved inadequate as a theory of knowledge, yet it made a permanent contribution both to philosophical and to religious thought by calling attention to the originative power of the mind and the subjective element in knowledge. Kant. No student of philosophy in its relation to modern religious thought can omit a thorough study of Kant, both in his own writings and in such general expositions of his religious philosophy as appear in works by McGiffert, Fleiderer, Moore, and others mentioned in the references to literature given at the end of this section. Kant was first of all a philosopher, but he became one of the principal fountains from which the mainstream of modern theology has flowed. The student is chiefly concerned with Kant's solution of the problem of knowledge. It was this problem which Kant inherited from the older rationalism and which he answered approximately as all philosophers since his day have answered it. It was the problem not only of the nature and origin of knowledge, but of the nature and origin of religious knowledge in particular, and of the relation between religious and all other kinds of knowledge. After Kant, there were two men who stood out from all others as epoch-making contributors to modern religious thought, Schleiermacher and Ritschl. There were many other first-rank thinkers who made greater or lesser contributions, but these men united in themselves, as no others did, the prevailing philosophical tendencies and turned them to account in religious thought. Schleiermacher. In a study of Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, the student should take into account the very diverse influences which shaped his education and thought. His early Moravian schooling, the friendship and writings of the Romanticists, the pantheistic philosophy of Spinoza, the critical philosophy of Kant, and the faith philosophy of Hamann and Jacobi. From all these sources he drew something, but the combination and use he made of them were his own. His supreme interest was in religion, not in philosophy. In an age which was inclined to hold religion in contempt and to array scientific knowledge and philosophical reflection against it, he sought a defense for it. To this end, he prepared the epoch-making Reden for the culture despisers of religion, and so defined religion as to give it an independent basis in the nature of man. This was his great contribution. a new definition, a new conception of what religion was. It was not something secondary, derivative, subject to the fluctuations or even the opposition of science and philosophy, but it was native to the human soul, both independent of and before either science or philosophy. He identified religion with the original endowments of human nature and integrated it with the whole of life. It was a fact, like any other scientific fact, a personal experience of the soul. Thus, he reconciled the conflict between faith and knowledge, between science and religion, between the secular and the sacred, and sought to prepare a way in which Christianity and the highest culture might walk together in harmony. But he also prepared the way for the modern grounding of religion in experience and for the study of it as a scientific phenomenon. Ritschl, 1822-89, dealt with the same problem of the relation between faith and knowledge, between science and religion, that Kant and Schleiermacher had faced. He was governed by the same motive of reconciling them and followed, in general, the same method of reconciliation. His solution of the problem consisted in a new definition of religion on the basis of Kant's and Schleiermacher's contributions. He combined with them, however, related suggestions from Herbart and Lotze. With Ritschl, the philosophy of religion, which has steadily developed from Kant, and the faith philosophers through Schleiermacher in the direction of a subjective, independent basis for religion, and of a sharp distinction between religious and scientific knowledge, has come to its final expression in a conception of religion as a value judgment. Out of this conception have grown the latest developments in the field of religious philosophy. This Kant-Schleiermacher-Ritschlian conception has been the most common defense of religion against science and the ground of their separation and freedom. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 4. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 5. 4. The Historical Movement. Until very recent times, the entire course of human history has been treated by historians as if it were under the guidance of a supernatural agency. Even after political history ceased to be treated from the point of view that postulated a ruling providence in its course, religious history was still regarded as providential and exempt from the natural conditions of other history. Its literature, institutions, and events were held to have been divinely shaped into the forms which they have assumed. The genetic treatment of history. The tendency to treat the literature and institutions of religious history as natural developments out of historical conditions is what is meant by the historical movement. It is the principle of natural causation, the scientific method, applied to religious literature and history. Development of historical method. The historical method has been gradually developed since the 15th century through the discovery and application of the following principles: the principle of historical correlation or correspondence, the principle of historical development, and the principle of historical uniformity. These principles are the presupposition of all modern historical research and interpretation. The principle of historical correlation. All modern scientific historical scholars now take for granted the principle of the historical correlation of contemporaneous and consecutive events and processes. Things happen in history in relation to other things and bear the marks of those relations. It is assumed that persons, documents, and events are made under given conditions of time and place, and that they will invariably bear the markings of their time and place. They are correlated and will therefore correspond to each other. The older historical research and interpretation, which were under the influence of the supernaturalistic or providential presupposition, treated a religious and much political history as out of all relation to conditions of time and place. This principle is the essence of the procedure of determining the date, authority, and genuineness of historical documents. The principle of historical correlation was recognized in the literary criticism of Greek and Roman scholars, but after their time it disappeared from use until the 15th century. Its employment by Valla and others in the 15th century inaugurated the modern historical movement. The principle of historical development. The principle of historical development gradually made its appearance during the 17th and 18th centuries. This principle assumes that everything historical, nature, man, society, language, literature, law, government, morality, and religion, with all their institutions, passes through a process of growth from simple embryonic beginnings, and that everything is governed in this process by the properties of its own nature and the conditions relative to it. It is really the principle of correlation applied to successive stages of the same changing organism. The principle of historical uniformity. The principle of historical uniformity was the last to receive recognition in the development of historical research. It assumes, like the doctrine of uniformism in geology, that the causes, forces, and processes with which the historian has to do in the past are identical with the causes, forces, and processes which are in operation at the present time. Human history, it is assumed, has always been the same as it is today. The apparent differences between events in the past and present are due not to real differences in what took place, but to a difference of interpretation. The tendency in many past periods, as in many present stages of culture, has been to interpret events supernaturally. The same events are interpreted at present and in advanced stages of culture on a basis of natural occurrence. It is the recognition of the reign of natural law in history as in nature. Hence, the modern historian attempts to explain past events in the light of present events, governed always, however, by the particular evidences in the case. This principle has received a special application in the case of myths, legends, and miracles in history, and also in the case of the study of comparative religion. Joined with the developmental principle, it has formed the basis for a unification of the religious phenomena of all periods and peoples. The principle is really grounded in the conceptions of the continuity of history and the unity of the race. The historical study of the Bible. The employment of the historical method in either secular or sacred history was impossible so long as historical learning was exclusively in the hands of the Church, as it was during the medieval period, or even so long as it was under the influence of theological motives, as it was until the close of the 18th century. But the employment of the historical method in the study of biblical or sacred literature and history was delayed through the dogmatic belief in the inspired and providential nature of that literature and history long after other fields of history had admitted it. And even then, the earliest application of the method to biblical literature was undertaken by scholars outside the orthodox religious circles at great risk to reputation and well-being, and only in the last decade or two has it been possible to take this step with entire immunity from persecution. The method has, however, steadily won its way to favor, even in religious circles which repudiated it as infidel a generation ago, through sheer force of discovered facts, of the confirmations of archaeology and the comparative sciences, and of the general spread of the rational spirit of veracity. The struggle for the right of free historical investigation in every realm of Christian literature and history has cost more than 100 years of effort in the face of the bitterest opposition and not a few martyrs to the cause. History of biblical criticism. Turning now to the rise and progress of the historical movement in religious literature and history, the student should give special attention to the influence of humanism, the Reformation, rationalism, the idealistic philosophy, and evolutionary science. The movement began with Valla, 1405 to 57, Erasmus, 1466 to 1536, and other humanists in an application of the critical historical methods known to them to classical literature, then to ecclesiastical documents, and finally to biblical literature. Their work was largely confined to textual criticism. The Reformation quickly checked this movement in the direction of biblical criticism, but promoted it in application to the history and documents of medieval Catholicism. The rise of rationalism prepared the way for the application of historical methods to biblical literature. Benedict Spinoza, 1632 to 77, was one of the first in modern times to discover the intimate relation between biblical literature and its contemporaneous history. He anticipated in his Tractatus Theologico Politicus the most modern conception of the dependence of the interpreter upon a knowledge of the history of Scripture. On the basis of this principle, he denied the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch and thus inaugurated the modern historico-critical study of Scripture. The denial of the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch by Spinoza, Hobbes, Simon, and others led to the discovery of the documentary hypothesis by Jean Astruc, 1684 to 1749. Out of this discovery has grown, after many modifications, the modern analysis of the Old Testament. The most important contributions to this phase of Old Testament study were made by J. G. Acorn, 1752 to 1822, the first to give to the method the name higher criticism. J. A. Ernesti, 1707 to 81, who opposed the allegorical method of interpretation with the conception of one literal sense and declared the Bible should be interpreted as any other book. J. D. Michaelis, 1717 to 91, who was the first to attempt an interpretation of the laws and history of Israel as a natural political rather than providential religious phenomenon, and Alexander Geddes, 1737 to 1802, who modified the documentary theory by the so-called fragment theory and extended the analytical documentary method to the entire Pentateuch and to other books of the Bible. Historical criticism of the Old Testament. A new epoch in biblical study opened with the discovery of the principle of historical development. It arose outside the field of biblical study, but it was immediately applied to biblical literature and history. The idea of development in nature and in history had taken possession of the most diverse circles of thought during the 18th century. It was to be found among scientists, philosophers, poets, archaeologists, philologists, and historians. They were all working with it. The common illustration of it was the various stages of human life from infancy to old age. Such is the history of the race, they said. But it remained for Darwin and the evolutionary scientists to make the complete demonstration of it and to establish it as a fixed presupposition in every field of historical as well as scientific investigation. Gunkel remarks, "It was the great idealistic poets and thinkers of Germany who originated this conception of history, and great masters such as Vatke, Bauer, Wellhausen, and Harnack have transferred it to the sphere of religion." No conception of history has meant so much for modern Christian scholarship as this one, especially in the genetic form which it has assumed more recently through the influence of evolutionary science. Among the first to apply the idea of development as stages of growth to the history of Israel was Lessing, 1729 to 81. But the first to make this idea the basis of a critical investigation and reconstruction of the literature and history of Israel was Wilhelm Vatke, 1806 to 82. The course of Old Testament criticism since 1835, the date of the publication of Vatke's work, has followed the direction taken by him. Its task has been to determine the order of development in the religious life and institutions of Israel and, on the basis of this order, to reconstruct the facts of the date and authorship of the Old Testament books. The study of Old Testament literature has thus terminated in a study of the life, ideas, customs, and institutions embraced by it or contemporary with it as a condition of understanding the literature itself. The principle of development belongs first of all to history and then to the literature as a record, a reflection, and a product of the history. History is primary and original. Literature is secondary and derivative. Biblical interpretation limited to a study of the literature alone soon ran its course and discovered its dependence upon history. This is the principle of the historical method, and it was in this form that biblical study produced such startling results during the 19th century. Historical criticism of the New Testament. The historical method began to be applied to the New Testament by Semler, 1725-91, and he was followed by Acorn and De Wet in the employment of the same methods. Two events occurred in 1835, however, which make this an epoch-making date in the historical study of the New Testament: the publication of the Leben Jesu by Strauss and of the work of the Pastoral Epistles by F.C. Bauer. As in the field of Old Testament study, so in the New, the attention of scholars was steadily forced to focus upon the persons, ideas, and institutions involved in the literature or contemporary with it as a condition of understanding the literature itself. It was this which led to that most characteristic phase of the historical movement during the 19th century, the study of the life of Jesus. Just what its course of development was and what it achieved for the modern understanding of Jesus has been carefully traced and explained by Weinel and Schweitzer. The critical study of church history. Coincident with its rise in the study of Old and New Testament history and literature, the historical method began to be applied with epoch-making results, first to early church history by Bauer and Hatch, and then to the entire field of church history, including both doctrine and institution, by such leaders as Ranke, Ritschl, Harnack, and Sohm. Toward the close of the 19th century, the influence of historical investigation in the field of comparative religion began to dominate the study of Hebrew and Christian origins and gave rise to the so-called Religionsgeschichte-Schule, which places the emphasis upon the comparative method and upon the genetic aspects of development. Historical events have a genealogy. They are not only modified by contemporary conditions, but grow out of antecedent forms. Hermann Gunkel, in his paper before the Berlin Congress of Liberal Christianity in 1910, to which the student is especially referred, declared that this new tendency in historical investigation was not entirely new, but a new wave upon the surface of the historical stream. The ground thought, he said, which at the present day rules all true historical investigation, is that the spiritual life of mankind is a unity, and that it is, by a certain orderly arrangement, bound together as a whole. Everything has come into being by a continuing process, each with its own special character, and yet in some measure to be brought into comparison with the rest. End of Chapter 8, Part 5. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 5. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 6. 5. The Social Movement. The phrase "a social movement" has come into general use to designate the modern movement toward the political enfranchisement and the social betterment of the masses of the people. The sense of social responsibility. Out of the movement has grown the sense of social responsibility, which is so dominant an element in modern Christianity. By social responsibility is meant the obligation not only to save the human soul in a future world, but to save the human being, body, mind, and soul, in the present world. In other words, modern Christianity has identified itself with the present cultural task of civilization, believing that this belongs to the purpose of Christ and to the scope of the kingdom of heaven. In this study, the student has to do with tracing the historic origin and development of this peculiar trend of modern civilization and of its coalescence with Christianity. Elements of the social consciousness. If one should take a cross-sectional view of the movement at the present time, with a view to distinguish the elements that enter into it, he would discover among the more conspicuous the following historical elements. A primitive Christian element, which contributes a new conception of the worth and dignity of man as related to God and to his fellow men. A humanistic element, which emphasizes the worth of man as man and of the present order. A democratic element, which emphasizes the dignity and capacity of man as a self-governing political being. A rationalistic element, which emphasizes the sovereignty and trustworthiness of the mind of man, and a humanitarian element, which emphasizes the supreme sanctity of all human life. All of these elements are closely related in meaning and testify to the presence of a single growing conviction, which is the common root of all of them: the supreme worth of man as man in his present state of existence. This is, in effect, the controlling idea of the modern social movement and should be used by the student as its distinguishing mark. Wherever there has appeared in modern history a tendency to exalt the worth of the individual or to improve the lot of the masses, there should be recognized a contribution to the social movement. Sources of the social movement. It will be found that contributions to the social movement have come from very diverse sources, from politics, religion, and philosophy, from science and industry, and from literature and art. Every current of modern civilization has borne some contribution to the worth of man. If one were to make an exhaustive study of all the influences which have helped to create the social movement, it would involve a complete history of the modern world, a complete account of modern progress. It is preeminently the distinctive work and the product of modern civilization. The modern social movement has unfolded through the reciprocal influence of several parallel and yet fairly distinct phases of human activity, each of which has embodied some principle of social idealism and contributed some decisive influence in the total result. The student will be enabled to see more clearly the development in process if it is resolved into the following separate phases: the political phase, the philanthropic phase, the industrial phase, the socialistic phase, the literary phase, and the religious phase. But the student should be reminded again that these phases are interwoven in a common process, that they are but parts of a larger whole, like the separate strands in a single cable, and still further, that they did not take form apart from each other or in a vacuum, but in a common social medium which determined their likeness. They are children of one social parentage and were brought up together. While the student is chiefly concerned in this study with the religious phase, He must remember that it cannot be explained without a study of all the other phases with which it has been interwoven in its development. No adequate treatment of all these phases in their mutual relations and influences has appeared in print. The general surveys which have been made, such as those by Kidd and Nash, are more philosophical and apologetic than historical. The student is compelled to seek his information in treatises on the separate phases of the movement and to be constantly making his own correlations between them. In a study of the religious phase of the social movement, the student will observe that modern Christianity has completely identified itself, both in theory and in practice, with modern social ideals and aims. The gospel of Jesus has been completely transformed into a social gospel by many influential interpreters, and the foremost enterprises of the modern church are gradually taking on the form of social enterprises. The problem of the student is to ascertain how and when this humanitarian element, this ethico-social emphasis, found its way into modern Christianity. The socializing of modern Christianity. Stated briefly and generally, it may be said that in becoming ethico-social, modern Christianity has simply followed the course of modern ethical development. As modern ethics has passed from the authoritative to the experimental and from the individualistic to the social, so has modern Christianity. Dewey and Tufts have given in outline the nature and course of this development in their work entitled Ethics. This is merely to state again the guiding principle of this study, namely that modern Christianity has been an integral part of the modern social process, and as such has been both cause and effect, creator and creature of that process. Christianity has simply kept abreast of the highest ethical ideals of the highest modern civilization. It could do no less and survive. But since it has helped to create those ideals, it is not surprising that it has found them true to its own nature. Modern Christianity moved through two stages of development in becoming ethico-social. First of all, there was a development from the dogmatic to the ethical, and then from the ethical to the ethico-social. The development of Christianity from a dogmatic to an ethical interest. The first stage of development was begun in the 15th and 16th centuries through the rise of humanism and the Protestant Reformation. Both movements exalted the worth of the individual, the one through its appreciation of the natural and the human in all of its forms, in art and literature and thought, the other through its individualistic and psychical conception of salvation, its doctrine of the equality of believers, and its resort to the scriptures. Kautsky and Bax have shown that even before the Reformation, there was a widespread propagation of ethico-social ideas among the peasantry of the continent and of England, on the basis of an appeal to natural human rights and to the teaching of Scripture. This is clearly shown in the socialistic tendencies of the Anabaptists and of the Lollards. But the Reformation did not achieve at once all that its principles involved. Its ethico-social tendencies were counteracted by other aristocratic tendencies, such as the doctrine of divine sovereignty and election and the acquiescence of the older types of Protestantism, especially Lutheranism and Anglicanism, in the absolutism of the civil ruler. Calvinism was free from this latter tendency and was more democratic, but it remained for latter free church movements to make the greatest advances toward ethical Christianity. The earliest decisive contributions were made by the Socinians, the Arminians, and the Latitudinarians in their emphasis upon the authority of the human reason and the conditional nature of salvation. The Arminians thought that the divine sovereignty was conditioned by ethical principles and limited by an element of human freedom. Man took on a new importance in relation to God. The Arminians went even farther and declared that Christianity did not consist in the acceptance of revealed doctrine, but in living a right life. The human element thus became decisive. Another movement in the direction of ethical religion was inaugurated by Pietists and was carried out by the Moravians and the Methodists, who united an inward, mystical piety with a practical devotion to the well-being of men, both in this world and in the world to come. The natural tendency of the pietistic and Methodistic type of religion toward brotherly love and charity is abundantly illustrated in the philanthropies of Frankie at Halle, the missionary work of the Moravians, and the outbreak of humanitarianism in England on the heels of the Methodist revival and the evangelical awakening. Hall has made a special study of the ethico-social influences of Methodism in his work on the social meaning of modern religious movements in England, while North has more recently described early Methodist philanthropy in the book bearing that title. The Practical Testing of Christianity. But it was through the same religious movements that the way was being prepared for the experimental treatment of Christianity. The fundamental religious test of Pietism and Methodism was experimental. By their feelings, first of all, and then by their fruits ye shall know them. As religion became dominantly personal and ethical, it became experimental and practical. It was Schleiermacher who supplied the theoretical basis of the experimental treatment of religion in his conception of religion as a native property of the human soul. Religion began to be something that could be presently and inwardly studied and determined. God bore witness to his presence immediately in the soul, and the life of God in man was capable of demonstration. The incongruity between the authoritative origin and legal nature of religion and its experimental nature was not at first discerned. At the same time that the new religious movements of the 17th and 18th centuries, Arminianism, Pietism, Quakerism, and Methodism, were moving in the direction of an ethical religion, philosophical reflection was creating an impulse in the same direction. This was the trend of rationalism in its conception of a natural, innate morality. It tended steadily in the direction of an exaltation of the moral capacity and worth of the individual, thus aiding and abetting the ethical trend in religion at every step. The transition from an ethical to a social interest. In studying the transition from the ethical to the ethico-social conception of Christianity, the student must go outside of the religious movement for decisive influences. Religious thought moved strictly within philosophical and theological lines during the entire 18th and the first half of the 19th century. But in the meantime, the social impulse which was destined to create a new epoch in religious thought and activity was gathering force in the sphere of industry. It appeared earliest in England, and what took place in England finally took place throughout Europe and America before the middle of the 19th century. It was the so-called Industrial Revolution. Out of the Industrial Revolution came the prophets of a new social order in which all human miseries should be done away with, Owen in England and Saint Simon and Fourier in France. While Saint Simon and others saw in a pure, primitive Christianity a solvent for social ills, religion had not yet been generally invoked on behalf of social welfare. The Church stood with the rulers and on the side of the established order of things. The literary prophets of the social ideal. The literary prophets were the connecting link between the new social impulses and religious thought. Vida M. Scudder has made a special study of the social influence of the great English prose writers between 1830 and 1880, to which the student is referred. Carlyle and Ruskin in England, Turgenev and Tolstoy in Russia, and Sand and Hugo in France introduced the ethico-social ideal to the popular mind in the 19th century, and by making it respectable, not to say fashionable, forced it upon the attention of the leaders of organized Christianity. Out of this atmosphere there sprung up a Christian Socialist party in England, among the Protestants under the leadership of Maurice and Kingsley, and among the Catholics of Germany under the leadership of Bishop von Ketteler. It began to be said openly in all religious circles after the middle of the 19th century, first by Seeley and Fremantle, and then by a host of others in the church in England and America, that Jesus came to save the whole man, body, mind, and spirit, in the present world, and not merely his spirit in the world to come. Thus the ethical social emphasis found its way into modern Christianity. End of Chapter 8, Part 6. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 6. The Development of Modern Christianity. Chapter 8, Part 7 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsa Gallo. Guide to the Study of Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 8, Part 7. The Development of Modern Christianity. 6. The Missionary Movement. The influence of missionary ideals on modern Christianity. Any historical account of the origin and development of modern Christianity cannot overlook the influence of modern missions. The contact of Western Christianity with the non-Christian religions and peoples of the East has resulted in decisive modifications of modern religious thought. Modern Christianity would not be what it is without modern missions. The modification of missionary activities due to modern thought. But on the other hand, modern religious thought has been profoundly reacting upon modern missions. Missionary motives and methods, the entire attitude of the missionary toward non-Christian religions, have been undergoing a rapid transformation during the last 10 or 20 years. It has gradually dawned upon the entire missionary management, at home and abroad, that the old approach to non-Christian peoples, on the basis of the old religious ideas and methods, and in the old spirit, was one of the principal causes of the failure of modern missions. And there has recently appeared among missionary leaders an outspoken approval of, and an eager resort to, modern religious ideas for the solution of the most accurate problems in the mission field. In their opinion, there seems to have been a most providential timing in the appearance of these problems with the rise of modern religious thought. The development of a cordial attitude toward modern ideas. This change has been going on quietly among a few missionaries for many years, but it has found no open expression until within the last 10 years. Modern religious thought was completely banned from missionary conferences and literature previous to 1888. Small consideration and scant courtesy were shown it in the London Conference of 1888. Slightly more consideration was shown it in the New York Conference in 1900. But in the meantime, courage had entered into a few of the great leaders, and by the time of the Edinburgh Conference in 1910, they were ready to face the modern situation frankly and to discuss it freely. Volume 4 of the Report of the Edinburgh Conference is a marvelous disclosure of the coalescence of statesman-like missionary conviction with modern religious thought. Factors in the broader view of missions. The decade from 1900 to 1910 marks an epoch in the advancement of the Catholic attitude toward non-Christian religions. Several conditions brought this about, or helped to make it possible: the progress of the science of comparative religion, the gradual triumph of modern religious ideas, and the spirit of Catholicity in the West, the sending out of a new generation of missionaries more or less acquainted with, if not trained in, the new ideas, and the discovery through actual missionary experience that a sympathetic, appreciative attitude towards the non-Christian religions was absolutely essential to missionary success. This was the almost unanimous testimony of the missionaries who contributed to the Edinburgh Report. The tenor of all was, in substance, expressed by one who said, The missionary should rejoice in every element of truth and goodness that he finds in the religion and in the practice of the people with whom he has to deal, seeing that all truth and all goodness, wheresoever found, come through the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, however ignorant a person may be of the source. Every religion exists by reason of the truth which is in it, not by the virtue of its falsehood. Some problems which missionaries must face. It is perfectly apparent that this new attitude toward the non-Christian religions raises at once every problem of modern religious thought. The problems of the conception of revelation and of inspiration and of the authority of Scripture, of the conception of God and of his relation to the race, of the conception of Christ and of his redemptive and prophetic supremacy, of the conception of salvation and its conditions and of retribution and its nature. The epoch-making significance of the Edinburgh Conference was the recognition by its leaders and members that theological questions were for the missionary crucial problems, and that the only way out for the missionary was to think every problem through courageously in the light of all modern knowledge and conviction. And the various commissions attempted to help the missionary to do this as far as it was possible within the time at their disposal. All this mighty ferment of problems in the mission field has reacted upon thought and action at home. The student should look for the missionary influence upon modern Christianity chiefly in the following spheres of distinctly modern thought and activity: comparative religion, Christian apologetics, the ethico-social movement, the Christian Union movement. It is not possible to refer the student to any book which deals expressly with this question. The study of comparative religion and missionary ideals. The science of comparative religion, one of the most typical expressions of the historical movement, owes much to foreign missions. Just how much, it is not easy to determine. Various opinions are held regarding the indebtedness. Missionary leaders and workers are inclined to overestimate it, while the scientists are inclined to ignore it or to underestimate it. Robert E. Speer says that for most of its knowledge of the non-Christian religions and peoples, the West is indebted to missionaries. G. T. Purvis said in the New York Conference in 1900 that Christian missions have made possible the science of comparative religion. While the comparison of religions is one of the first and most important tasks of the missionary, and a few missionaries have done credible scientific work in this field, yet the range and purpose of that comparison are quite different from those of the pure scientists. A distinction is to be made between the materials of the science and the treatment of those materials. While the missionaries have added greatly to the knowledge of Oriental religions, their method of treatment has been apologetic rather than scientific. On the other hand, there is no uncertainty as to the indebtedness of missionaries to the science of comparative religion, but it has not been possible frankly to acknowledge it and take advantage of it until very recently. Commission 4 of the Edinburgh Conference said, "The conclusion is surely inevitable that provision should be made for thorough teaching in comparative religion in all our colleges and training institutes. A new instrument of spiritual culture and propaganda has been put into the hands of the Church by the progress of this science, and it is surely a plain duty to use it." A new apologetic for Christianity. The 20th century is face to face with the need of a new Christian apologetic. This new need has been precipitated partly by the development of modern science, modern philosophy, and modern society, but also partly by modern missions. Just as the new discoveries in modern science compel the reconstruction of Christian apologetics in the light of the new scientific facts, so the discoveries of missionaries in contact with the non-Christian religions has compelled a reconstruction of Christian apologetics in the light of the new religious facts. It is a new religious world into which the missionary and the comparative religionist have introduced modern Christianity, and it has had to be reckoned with. In contact with new races, new societies, new religions, beliefs, and new civilizations, Christianity is undergoing new tests, and it is being compelled to reshape its message and redefine its essence. There has gradually arisen the outline of a new apologetic whose fundamental postulates are a universally immanent ethical God and an organically related and growing world. The need of social salvation. Modern missions have greatly reinforced the ethico-social movement in the West. It may be said that the foreign missionary was really the first to go into ethico-social work with the gospel and the first to discover the social nature of Christianity. From the moment that he has set foot upon heathen soil, he has been confronted with a social barrier to the acceptance of the gospel. The most painful problems of the foreign missionary have been growing out of the differences between the social ideas of Jesus and the social custom of heathenism. This fact has raised one of the most keenly debated questions in modern missionary policy: whether it is the business of the missionary to evangelize the heathen or to Christianize heathendom. Missionaries have always realized the need of transforming the society as a means of saving the souls of the heathen. Thus, foreign missions have constituted by necessity a vast social philanthropy. The ethical social results of foreign missions have been from the beginning the most convincing argument in the missionary apologetic. Unconscious of the support which the propaganda of missions at the home base was giving to the social movement, every missionary sermon or appeal has steadily added to the ethical social emphasis of modern Christianity. Since the unsurpassed work of Dennis in collecting and arraying the social results of missionary work, no one has doubted the social nature and the social value of Christianity. In the foreign field, missionary work has assumed every form of social and personal philanthropy: medical, educational, charitable, and industrial. The movement toward Christian union. The spirit of Catholicity is a characteristic product of the modern missionary movement. It appears not only in the modern missionaries' attitude toward non-Christian religions, but in their attitude toward each other's denominational beliefs and practices. In the presence of a vast heathenism, the missionaries of all denominations are compelled to draw together. The most urgent appeal for Christian union during the past generation has come from the mission field. The movement began with a feeling of the need of Christian comity and rose to a desire for federation, and in many places it has developed into a demand for organic union. Various forms of cooperation have been entered into, usually between churches of the same denominational type. Some of the constitutions of these unions may be found in the appendixes of Volume 8 of the Edinburgh Report. The entire volume is given up to the report of the Commission on Cooperation and the Promotion of Unity, and it's the most important appeal for Christian union ever sent out to a divided Christendom. All the great missionary conferences during the last 50 years have laid emphasis upon the need of union, and the amount of time devoted to the question has steadily increased with each succeeding conference. It is conceded that the greatest obstacle to the union of the churches in the foreign field is the opposition of the churches at home. In the face of this insistent demand of missionaries for freedom to unite their forces, the churches at home have been compelled to take up the problem of Christian union and to moderate their sectarian attitude toward their sister denominations. The first significant response to this demand has been the organization of the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in America. The student will find the best discussions of the relation of foreign missions to the Christian Union movement in the reports of the various missionary conferences and in the reports of the meetings of the Federal Council. End of Chapter 8, Part 7. Recording by Elsa Gallo for Battalion, Tampa, Florida. Part 7. The Development of Modern Christianity.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 1, Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. Introduction. What is the task of systematic theology? Interesting as is the history of Christianity, the primary concern of most men is with their own religious problems and beliefs. Insofar as a study of history can aid in answering questions of present-day life, it is eagerly used. But every age, indeed every individual, has peculiar circumstances to face, and because of these has peculiar questionings. It is the task of the Department of Systematic Theology to deal with the vital religious beliefs of living men, to appreciate and to interpret the questionings of contemporaneous thinking, and to formulate the convictions which a Christian has a right to hold in the light of the actual conditions of religious thinking and living. The peculiar importance of a study of theology today. The present generation is passing through one of the most remarkable developments of religious thinking ever known in human history. There is very general perplexity and uncertainty concerning many phases of Christian doctrine. Every pastor will have in his congregation, and more especially in his community, persons who are high-minded and loyal to good ideals, but who find little meaning or inspiration in the inherited formulations of doctrine. In order to influence such men, as well as to inspire those who still love the familiar terms and phrases, one ought to know just what doctrines have meant in human history, and just how the typical experiences of Christian men today may find adequate intellectual formulation. It is precisely here that the teaching of theology in a modern divinity school differs most markedly from that of a generation ago. Then it was taken for granted that the inherited system of doctrine was entirely adequate to express the real convictions of Christian men. Today the theologian is facing a world of ideas and aspirations which owe their origin to scientific, social, and industrial activities which have altered the conditions of human living. He must therefore consider the problems of religious belief in relation to all these comparatively new but intensely real factors of modern life, and so formulate Christian convictions that they may enable men to carry their religion into all realms of life. Theology may be defined as the attempt to think over our religious inheritance in the light of present problems, so as to formulate for today and to transmit to the coming generation an expression of faith vitally related to our actual life. There is no short and easy way of gaining a theology today. We must creatively think through a host of problems which found no place in the theological treatises of former days, just because the conditions of life formerly were different from the exigencies of thought and of action which we must daily confront. It is the purpose of the following discussion to call attention to the principal problems which a theological student today must face, and to indicate the way in which beliefs are to be worked out. 1. The method of theological inquiry. The fundamental issue in modern theology. We have inherited the conception of Christianity as a perfect revelation of truth which abides substantially unchanged from age to age. The theologian, from this point of view, is not searching for truth, as are men who deal with mere human science. His truth is given to him by revelation, and has only to be effectively expounded and interpreted. According to this conception, the most that a modern theologian might expect to accomplish in the way of advance would be to point out the inadequacy of former interpretations. But he, like all his predecessors, would be expected to find the content of Christian truth already given in the Bible. But what does the history of religious thinking reveal? Has the content of Christianity actually remained constant? Have not the exigencies of changing human experience compelled a changing theology? For example, do we take seriously today the biblical doctrine of demons? On the other hand, are we not vitally interested in some doctrines about which biblical writers knew nothing, as, for example, the conception of evolution? The fact that Christian theology has actually been developing and changing throughout its history comes into conflict with the theory of a divinely authorized, unchangeable content of doctrine. Orthodoxy and modernism. The above-mentioned question is crucial in all divisions of Christianity. In Roman Catholicism, the advocates of unyielding authority are in serious controversy with the modernists, who recognize the fact and the significance of historical evolution. Nowhere is this issue more clearly stated than in the encyclical letter of Pope Pius X against modernism, and in the Program of Modernism put forth in reply. The papal letter judges everything on the basis of conformity to the authoritatively prescribed system. The modernists declare that historical facts must be frankly recognized, even if it be necessary to modify the system. Precisely the same division of opinion runs through Protestantism. Orthodoxy and liberalism can scarcely understand each other, for each starts from premises which the other would deny. Our traditional denominational divisions prevent Protestants from realizing the importance of this issue as it is realized in Catholicism, but it is more or less keenly felt by every thoughtful man. To study the task of theology in the light of this fundamental cleavage is imperative if the student is to understand the problems of theological thinking today. The change from the method of appeal to authority to the method of free inquiry. In attempting to formulate our beliefs today, we are subject to pressure from the two ideals described above. On the one hand is the inherited demand that the system of doctrine which has been authoritatively promulgated shall be transmitted unimpaired. Every Christian is familiar with the injunction to hold fast the faith once delivered. On the other hand, many thinkers of our time feel that this inherited system does not do justice to the demands of living faith. There is a rapidly increasing number of loyal Christians who insist that religious beliefs must be large enough to include the truth of modern discovery as well as the truth of ancient Scripture. What now is the task of the theologian? Is he primarily the custodian of an authorized system? If so, his sole task will be to expound the content of the revelation which has been committed to him. Or is the modern theologian, like the modern physician or the modern educator, to ask how the interests of living men may best be cared for? If so, he must be ready to modify or to discard traditional doctrines whenever investigation sheds new light on religious problems. Theology in such a case would alter the content of religious hypotheses as readily as any science alters the content of its hypotheses in response to more exact knowledge. Protestant theology is beginning to abandon the method of appeal to authority, but it has not yet, as a rule, come to face squarely the tests of free investigation, as have other branches of human knowledge. The student will find that most theological writings today are characterized by considerable vagueness and by many inconsistencies. While the inadequacy of the mere appeal to authority is generally recognized by modern theologians, nevertheless their habits of thinking have generally been formed under the sway of the authority ideal, and they are constantly seeking to find some acceptable way of continuing to employ the familiar method. Thus, while the older supports are admittedly weakening, men have not yet learned to rely confidently on the somewhat unfamiliar supports of critical examination. There is a general desire to find some basis which criticism cannot touch. The student should realize that we are living through a transition period in which theologians are not very sure of themselves. A primary question of moral loyalty. The method of appeal to authority involves the enlistment of a high moral loyalty. If the theologian has been entrusted with a divinely authorized message, loyalty bids him deliver it in its integrity. Any departure from the authorized truth would be dishonorable. It would be like treachery to the government which one has sworn to uphold. Heresy, from this point of view, is willful sin. If, now, a theologian does actually depart from the authorized content of doctrine, he has to meet the traditional feeling that he is a traitor to the cause. So strong is this feeling that a religious man today is almost inevitably compelled to adopt an apologetic method of setting forth new doctrines. He is led to use the familiar terms and phrases so far as possible, and to make what he holds to be true seem as much like orthodox doctrine as possible. The traditional conception of moral loyalty brings the strong temptation to make the duty of conformity more important than the duty of exact truth-telling. New meanings are thus smuggled in under familiar labels, with a resulting lack of clearness in thinking. The student should recognize the dangers involved in serving two masters in his attempts at theologizing. He should see that there are really two very different questions which may be asked when one confronts the task of constructing a doctrinal statement. One question is, what is the content of authorized belief? The other is, what, in the light of careful critical study, is the truth? The student should make clear to himself which question is guiding him. Much confusion arises in modern theology from the fact that these questions are not clearly distinguished. Fidelity to the implications of the first question would mean that the student must eliminate all personal preferences and seek to make his thinking conform to that of Scripture. Fidelity to the viewpoint of the second question would mean that critical inquiry must determine what one shall say. Now, critical methods do enter fundamentally into any theology, but the conclusions dictated by criticism are frequently so shaped and modified as to appear to be results of mere interpretation of Scripture. The danger in such attempts is that one may eventually have neither good exegesis nor good criticism. Modern books on theology frequently indulge in clever rhetorical statements which serve, indeed, to allay the fears of conservative Christians, but which also fail to meet the demands of earnest and exact thinking. Such adjustments of statement are likely to involve a failure to be thoroughly loyal either to Scripture or to the demands of criticism. And when stern loyalty is relaxed, the door to clever time-serving is wide open. The religious value of critical honesty. Probably there is no greater need today than the acquirement of an attitude which does not involve distrust of the processes of critical examination. Every intelligent man knows that critical scholarship prevails in all important modern theological schools. Moreover, while occasionally an individual is unable to unite positive religious conviction with critical methods, there is no evidence that those who employ critical scholarship are, as a rule, any more lacking in religious devotion and power than are those who fear critical methods. The attempt to retain the appeal to authority and at the same time to cultivate an acquaintance with critical methods leads to a habit of harmonization, which withholds one from the kind of accuracy essential to self-respect and to real influence with men. It is of fundamental importance that the student of theology should learn to feel the religious value of honestly facing the facts. The man who has taken this attitude of absolute loyalty to whatever proves itself to be true possesses a spiritual strength which can never be attained by one who is in constant dread lest criticism make inroads into his faith. It is only as one comes to feel that loyalty to the truth is more religious than mere conformity to a prescribed statement that the full value of critical methods will appear. Because of timidity and attempts at compromise, the new theology has not yet had an opportunity to disclose its entire power. So long as departures from traditional positions must be made apologetically, there is the tacit admission that strict conformity is morally better. If this be admitted, any departure from the authorized doctrine exists on sufferance. The theologian willing to make concessions to modern ideas seems made of less heroic stuff than one who defies innovations. Only a devotion to the interests of modern life which shall express something of the religious passion which animated Jesus in his rebuke to Pharisaic conformity can adequately strengthen one who faces the future rather than the past. Without this conviction of moral compulsion, a new theology will be nothing more than a pleasing essay. The value of historical study for the student of theology. One whose task it is to uphold a prescribed doctrine will inevitably employ the method of debate. One's own position is put in the most favorable light possible, while opposing views are discredited by all possible means. The systematic theologies which employ the method of appeal to authority make large use of debate. The controversial spirit prevails. Denominational distinctions are emphasized. The historical method of studying theology means the abandonment of the debater's attitude. For example, while the debater will seek out all possible considerations which enable him to affirm or deny the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch, the historical student must refuse to allow his study to be determined by a preconceived theory. He must attempt to take account of all the facts, and must let his conclusions be dictated by these facts. Modern historical study presupposes the painstaking examination of all the evidence, rather than the determined defense of a theory declared authoritatively to be the truth. While the adherent of the method of appeal to authority is primarily concerned with content of doctrine, the historical scholar is primarily concerned with accuracy of investigation. Thus, while abandonment of a doctrine seems to the believer in authority like radical disloyalty, it is an incidental matter to the historical scholar. The latter is concerned that the investigation shall be accurate, whatever may be the result and content of doctrine. He inevitably feels a confidence in a critically established doctrine which he could not feel in any theory which has not been subjected to criticism. Conclusions reached by historical inquiry may be revised or even abandoned without involving distress of spirit, or without involving any sense of moral disloyalty to the old. One thus obtains a spiritual anchorage. Changes in religious convictions become possible without the period of moral disintegration engendered by the attempt to compromise with the dogmatic attitude. As a steadying power for students of theology in this transitional age, the value of training in the methods of historical interpretation can scarcely be overestimated. Certainly no student ought to attempt to deal with the problems of systematic theology today without first having learned the full significance of the historical study of the Bible and of Christian history. The outcome of the historical study of Christianity. The historical study of Christianity makes it clear that religion is always in the making. Every generation inherits from the preceding age certain doctrines and ideals which were wrought out in the struggles and the triumphs of faith in the past. But each new generation has to ask its own questions. New conditions arise, making necessary adjustments of faith. Out of efforts at adjustment, changes in doctrine come about. Historical study attempts to explain the significance of doctrine-making in terms of the actual questions which were being asked and for which satisfactory answers were being sought. The historical student is never satisfied with mere statistics. He wants to know not simply what Isaiah or Jeremiah said, he wants also to know why they said what they said. If this latter question can be answered, it serves to relate the utterances of a man vitally to the religious problems which he must face. It reveals the fact that theology arises just because men ask searching questions and demand profound answers to those questions. The nature of a vital theology today. This view of doctrine, resulting from historical appreciation, should be consistently carried into the realm of doctrinal formulation today. If the analysis of the experience of men in biblical times is the key to the understanding of the making of biblical doctrine, then the way to formulate doctrine for our own day is to analyze the religious longings and experiences of the present. We, like every generation, have inherited doctrines and ideals. But we have our own peculiar problems to face, and we must use our inheritance, and, where necessary, modify it, so as to meet these problems. Insofar as the circumstances of our life differ from those of former generations, our beliefs must differ. Sometimes a theologian faces conditions essentially identical with those which prevailed when the inherited doctrine was formulated. In such a case, no striking changes take place. Sometimes, as occurred when Israel had to meet the fact of national dissolution, or as is the case when we today have to learn to preserve our ideals in the midst of the bewildering novelties introduced by modern learning and invention, the changes in doctrine will be very great. If the student can come to measure the validity of his theologizing, not by its conformity to standards of the past, but by its capacity to meet the questions of the present, he will be in a position to do fruitful work. The ability to see that this prophetic spirit, which makes the needs of the present and of the future supreme, is the impelling force leading to the construction of strong religious beliefs, is one of the chief gains from the historical study of the Bible. To incorporate this spirit into theological method today is far more important, and more true to the deepest spiritual meaning of the Bible itself, than authoritatively to reproduce biblical doctrines for our acceptance. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 2, Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. How shall the content of Christianity be determined? The definition of Christianity given by the authority type of theology. It is only in modern times that the problem of defining Christianity has become a really scientific problem. It has been very generally assumed by theologians that Jesus definitely conceived and committed to the apostles an authorized system of doctrine and an authoritative church with exactly prescribed officials and practices. By ascertaining this original thought of Jesus as expounded by him and by the apostles, one would know precisely the content of true Christianity. Any types of Christian thinking which diverged from the alleged authoritative type could be disposed of as heresies. Unfortunately for the decisiveness of this method, heretics appealed in support of their claims to the same scriptures, using the same methods of interpretation. The true doctrine had, in the last analysis, to be upheld by ecclesiastical coercion. However, the inexact methods of exegesis in vogue for centuries permitted men to feel that the content of the Christianity which they knew and loved had been ascertained by an appeal to the original revelation in Scripture, culminating in Jesus. The student should be familiar with this method of defining Christianity, for the vast majority of Christians today suppose that it is the only defensible way in which to find out what we are to believe. Moreover, if one adopts a different method of ascertaining the content of doctrine, one will still constantly be compelled to meet men who cling to this method of appeal to authority, and who will wish to debate on the basis of the method. It is of the utmost importance to see that while in theory an appeal to the teachings of Jesus or of Scripture ought to yield a single true system of doctrine, as a matter of fact, such an appeal has not prevented variety and change in beliefs. Far from bringing unity of conviction, it has only served to divide Christendom into mutually suspicious and hostile groups, each claiming exclusive validity for its system of doctrine. If one allows himself to be drawn into debate on the basis of the mere appeal to authority, one will be fatally blinded to the actual history of Christianity, and will consequently be incompetent to pass accurate judgment on its real nature. The Catholic method of determining the content of Christianity. The aim of Catholicism is so completely to establish authoritative control as to prevent that uncertainty and division of opinion which actually exist in Christendom. According to Catholic theory, Christ committed to the Church the power to interpret correctly the content of Christianity. Statements of Scripture must mean what the Church says they mean. Private judgment must bow before the mandates of the Church. In this way, all differences of opinion may be authoritatively decided. The student should familiarize himself with the magnificent completeness of this control of theological thinking, and should ask himself whether Protestantism, with its insistence on the private right of the individual to interpret Scripture, can hope to be a formidable rival so long as the appeal to authority is made supreme. Protestant orthodoxy. The student should realize that the essential features of Protestant orthodoxy are due to the inevitable apologetic debate with Catholicism during the early years of the growth of the new movement. Theologically, Protestantism shared the main presuppositions of the Catholicism which it opposed. It asserted that it was restoring in primitive purity the Christianity which Catholicism had corrupted. By making the Bible the sole authority, Protestant theologians felt that they could authoritatively correct the errors of the Roman Church. This appeal to the Bible is still supposed by most Protestant laymen to be the true way in which to discover the content of Christian belief. It is thus a source of serious perplexity to Christians generally if it is suggested that we cannot use the Bible in this formal way. The student who is familiar with biblical criticism and who has worked out a new method of determining the content of his belief is likely to forget the deep religious loyalty which clings to the traditional attitude toward the Bible. We must not make the mistake of depreciating the sincerity and the moral earnestness which mark the devotion of a deeply religious Orthodox soul. Such a person puts willingness to obey the truth higher than mere curiosity. He can make positive use of the accumulated momentum of centuries of consecrated Christian thinking. To understand and appreciate the inner spiritual power of orthodoxy is indispensable if one is to be able to stand in helpful relations to men during a transition stage of thinking. Nevertheless, the sudden disappearance of this type of theology from our foremost American divinity schools is a striking fact. Up to the last decade of the 19th century, it was almost universally prevalent. Today, the younger theologians nearly everywhere are adopting new conceptions of theology. When we recall how recently our divinity schools have made the change from the method of appeal to authority to the method of scientific investigation, it is not to be expected that laymen generally should be aware that there is any legitimate method of discovering Christian doctrines other than that which has prevailed in Protestant orthodoxy. It is especially important during the period of transition that ministers should be familiar with the older as well as with the newer theology, in order to interpret the meaning of religion to perplexed souls. Particularly should one be able to show that the change in method is not due to hostility to religion, but rather to the desire to do more efficiently and accurately that which orthodoxy can no longer do in the presence of modern conditions of thought and life. Liberal orthodoxy. If the method of appeal to authority is strictly carried out, the theologian is not at liberty to consult his own moral or spiritual inclinations. Doctrines are authoritatively prescribed. But in practice it has never been possible to ignore the human element. In one way or another, the ideals of a theologian always find a place in his theology. The method of authority, however, insists that the validity of a doctrine is to be found in its biblical character rather than in its human appeal. If a theologian consciously attempts to raise human needs and ideals to a normative place in the construction of doctrine, he becomes liberal. In proportion as he more definitely admits the claims of experience to a larger place, he becomes more liberal. Actually, the liberal theologian is attempting nothing new. Any vital theology must be convincing to men, and hence must meet the demands of experimental verification. But the liberal consciously recognizes that experience has a normative place in theologizing, whereas the more orthodox man attempts to subject experience to the authority of the Bible or of sacred tradition. Liberal orthodoxy attempts to preserve both authoritative sanction and experimental testing. This involves many difficulties and compromises. Sometimes the statements of Scripture are so modernized as to meet the demands of present-day thinking. Sometimes experience is subjected to an interpretation which gives it an essentially biblical aspect. The result is more or less vagueness and uncertainty in exposition. But such vagueness is inevitable in the stage of transition from one method to the other. If one remembers this fact, one will find in the mediating treatises of our day a gratifying amount of insight into the real religious problems of our life and many suggestive hints as to constructive doctrines. The appeal to Christian experience. The motive underlying modern attempts at theological reconstruction is the desire to allow the living experience of Christians today to find convincing expression. Over a century ago, Schleiermacher introduced a new epoch in the history of religious thinking by defining theology as the interpretation of the experience of Christian men. Since his day, this conception of the task has become increasingly dominant. But it is easier to formulate the general conception than to work it out in detail. Just what is a Christian experience? How is it derived? What are the philosophical factors which enter into it? In recent years, we have become aware of the social character of any experience. How much of the content of Christian doctrine is due to the social zeitgeist? Can we trust experience in and of itself to continue to be Christian? Such are some of the questions which arise as one comes to look more carefully at the implications of the appeal to experience. The theological expositions which are most in favor at present are concerned to smooth the way for a quiet modification of orthodox views rather than to engage in a thoroughgoing analysis of the problems involved. They are likely to preserve the form of an appeal to biblical authority, but the content of doctrine is found in those aspects of biblical ideals which are convincing to modern men. Thus, the Bible is used as a suggestive aid to the discussion of modern questions, rather than as an external authority. The way is thus being prepared for a theological method which shall start from an analysis of actual religious life, rather than from prescribed doctrines found in the Bible. But liberal orthodoxy does not as a rule see its way clear to adopt a consistently empirical method. The Ritschlian theology. The most important movement in Christian thought during the latter part of the 19th century was the development of the Ritschlian theology. It is impossible to read modern theological discussions intelligently without a knowledge of Ritschlianism. The essential characteristic of this type of theology is the appeal through experience to the spiritual authority of that which produces Christian experience. Just what is it that makes a man a Christian? Upon what does his experience depend for its existence? If we can answer this question correctly, we shall be able to relate our convictions not simply to the emotions and thoughts which dominate us, but to the objective source of these emotions and thoughts. It is here, rather than in mere subjective states of mind, that we are to find the ultimate basis for our theology. This conception of the task of theology has been of immense fruitfulness. It has compelled theologians to pass beyond the comparatively simple task of setting forth persuasively whatever convictions chance to characterize modern Christianity. It is necessary to inquire into the genesis of beliefs, and thus to establish them on a scientific basis. A Christian theology, according to the Ritschlians, should limit itself to those convictions which actually grow out of the vital relation of the believer to the historical Jesus. It is thus a description of actual experience, but at the same time it finds the norm for this experience in the revelation of God in Jesus. Every student should make a careful study of some Ritschlian treatise on theology, for he will here encounter an exactness of critical analysis and a clearness of aim which are largely lacking in the less critical popular expositions of current liberal theology. To read and digest such a book as Herman's The Christian's Communion with God will leave a lasting impression of the dignity and the religious possibilities of keenly critical theological discussion. The Ritschlian school has rendered great service in revealing so clearly the fact that scientific acuteness may go hand in hand with religious zeal. It is true that the particular theological solution furnished by this school is today being generally abandoned by the younger generation of theologians, but the method of a radically critical examination of the sources and the genesis of religious experience has gained widespread approval. The religious power of a critical theology has been demonstrated, and the way has been opened for a more confident use of strictly scientific method in dealing with problems of belief. The modern positive school of theology. The influence of the Ritschlian appeal to experience has been so widespread that conservative theologians are generally coming to make more confident use of this appeal. The so-called modern positive school in Germany frankly abandons the older conception of deducing the content of Christianity from an objective source as such. It proposes to allow religious experience freely to test and interpret the content of revelation. But the representatives of the school believe that experience justifies us in retaining much more of the scriptural content of doctrine than is permitted by the Ritschlian theology. It is not the inner life of Jesus alone, but the total redemptive history recorded in the Bible and culminating in Christ, which constitutes the basis of faith. This school thus approximates more closely to orthodoxy in the content of theology, but in its method of testing doctrine frankly adopts the empirical ideal. It is thus primarily interested in the Christianity of living experience, rather than in the Christianity of a formally prescribed system. The student should note carefully the fact that here is an essentially conservative type of religious thinking which uses modern methods of inquiry. While the theologians of this school attempt to establish the finality of the essentials of the biblical doctrines, there is nothing in the method employed to prevent the modification of any religious idea in response to the demands of living faith. The influence of this type of theology is sure to be very great in popular thinking during the next few years. It commends itself to conservative minds just because it retains more of the content of orthodoxy than does Ritschlianism. At the same time, it makes men familiar with the open-minded processes of free inquiry, and thus leads to the adoption of an undogmatic attitude in theology. When one's confidence in the newer method is established, the unfruitful polemic debates which are engendered by the mere appeal to authority will become a thing of the past. Conservative and liberal can then work together in friendly criticism for the better understanding of our real theological problems. Theology and idealistic philosophy. Another way of attempting to modernize theology is to transform the inherited doctrines into statements which gain their meaning from modern philosophy. It is well known that Greek philosophy supplied the basis for the doctrines of the ancient Church. Should we not render to modern religion a similar service by employing modern philosophy? During the early part of the 19th century, this was a favorite undertaking, and some of the most impressive systems of theology were wrought out by this method. This mediating theology translated inherited doctrines into modern philosophical form with as little disturbance to faith as possible. Old terms were used, thus retaining the religious emotions associated with orthodoxy, while modern meanings were given to these terms, thus enlisting the intellectual interest of modern thinkers. Great as are the merits of this attempt, it is exposed to two serious objections. In the first place, it operates with philosophical concepts which are out of the reach of ordinary men. It is thus in danger of being too abstruse to have convincing power among those who are not philosophically inclined. In the second place, those who are critically able to appreciate the use of philosophy are likely to discern striking differences between the content of doctrine set forth in the traditional dogmas and that advocated by the newer philosophy. The older theology depicted God as the transcendent being who governs the world by decrees, and who acts through miracles for the important achievements of history. The newer philosophy conceives God as the immanent source of cosmic evolution, dynamically present in all reality. To attempt to intermingle these two points of view inevitably leads to confusion. The older religious attitude finds more direct and satisfying expression in a frankly orthodox system, while the newer attitude soon becomes impatient of the attempt to accommodate its meanings to a vocabulary which comes from an alien source. Thus, during the latter part of the 19th century, this type of theology steadily waned in importance. It is still a vigorous and optimistic movement, however. The definition of Christianity from the historical point of view. The historical study of religion makes it clear that the beliefs of any generation are determined partly by the ideals and maxims inherited from the preceding generation, and partly by the necessity for thinking through the specific problems which are occasioned by the actual exigencies of life. For example, we recognize that the beliefs of any given period in the history of Israel were due partly to the social inheritance furnished by tradition, and partly to the original thinking of the living generation. In relating the theology of the Old Testament to the experience of the Israelites, we also recognize that experience was no vaguely subjective thing. It was definitely determined by historical circumstances. So, too, New Testament scholarship is seeking to show how the content of the Christianity of the first century was due to the specific historical conditions of religious thinking and experience in that age. Now, what is true of the beliefs of the Israelites and of the early Christians is equally true of those of all generations. Every age has its own Christianity, the specific traits of which are due to the working over of inherited beliefs under the pressure of new problems. Just as we recognize Jewish Christianity and Gentile Christianity in the New Testament, so we recognize Nicene Christianity, Augustinian Christianity, Lutheran Christianity, Pietistic Christianity, Modernist Christianity, and many other typical forms. There is no one fixed authoritative type. Christianity is always in the making. Each generation inherits certain beliefs, but these beliefs are brought into relation with new conditions, and are subjected to criticism and reconstruction. If the historical conditions of life are not essentially different from those which prevailed when the inherited doctrines were formulated, little or no modification is needed. If, as is the case with us today, the living generation is facing a host of new problems, the changes in theology will be much more radical. Experience is indeed the source of doctrines, but experience changes with the changing conditions of life. The value of this historical understanding of the nature of Christianity is very great. It at once relieves the student of the formality of trying to express his convictions in any stereotyped way. Moreover, it provides a definite objective basis for theologizing. The great defect of many liberal theologies is their failure to give an objective basis for the experience to which they appeal. The historical point of view corrects this defect, and thus takes away the main adverse criticism of liberalism. Orthodoxy is strong because of its appreciation of the necessity for an objective control of experience, but it is weak because of its inability to appreciate the positive significance of modern life. Liberalism is strong by virtue of its emphasis on the right of living faith to determine its own content, but it is often weak in failing to show the value of objective control. The historical method of interpreting Christianity has the strength of both these positions without their weaknesses. If we conceive Christianity to be the living movement in which every generation is reworking its inherited beliefs into forms more potent to inspire and direct living men, the task of the theologian becomes clear. He is to appreciate the inherited beliefs in relation to the conditions which produce them, and thus to feel the spiritual power of the Christianity which found expression in these beliefs. He is then to analyze the problems which confront Christians today, and is to derive from this analysis an understanding of the best way in which the inheritance from the past may be transformed into a theology which shall enable men to live positively, and to transmit to the next generation the inspiration of a dynamic faith. Our beliefs are thus rooted in a vital relation to the past, but they receive adequate interpretation only as they are related to the needs of the present. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 3. Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. The main doctrinal problems. What is the meaning of religion? For the type of theology which finds the content of doctrine in an authorized system, the primary question must be as to the validity of this authority. Thus, the authenticity of Scripture must be established by orthodox theology before one is scientifically justified in deriving doctrines from Scripture. If, however, we regard doctrines as the creations of religious thinking for the purpose of interpreting religious experience, the first task of the theologian must be to inquire concerning the nature of religious experience. This approach to the study of theology was initiated over a century ago by Schleiermacher, whose famous Discourses on Religion are today as stimulating and suggestive as anything which one may read on the subject of religion. The student of modern theology should realize that his primary task is to understand the vital nature and function of religion. If interest is once aroused in this direct subject matter, many of the formal topics of theological controversy, such as discussions concerning the exact location of authority, cease to be of importance. One is thus free to address himself to the immediate problems of our real religious life. Fortunately, the student of theology today may avail himself of numerous admirable studies of the nature and function of religion. It is true that these investigations are usually made in the realm of non-Christian religions, for it has been possible to employ the methods of scientific inquiry here without encountering theological prejudice. There is, at all events, a certain advantage in looking at the field of religion objectively in realms where personal emotion does not play so large a part. When one has learned to appreciate the significance of historical evolution in the case of other religions, one will have received a training which is invaluable in overcoming the dogmatic attitude in the case of Christianity. The study of the nature of religion should by all means include the reading of the utterances of religious souls in the form of prayers, meditations, appeals to God, exhortations to men, and the like. No reading of a second-hand account of a religion can furnish the direct impression of its power which comes from the original utterances of a devout soul. Such a book as James' Varieties of Religious Experience shows a method by which one may recover the inner meaning of religion. If one comes to appreciate the intense reality of such aspirations and struggles as find expression in utterances of personal religious conviction, one will be preserved from the mistake of attempting to deal with doctrines in an external, formal fashion. Religion as a problem of cosmic adjustment. Religion is an experience of vital unity with the great forces in environment upon which life is ultimately dependent. It brings the most significant enlargement of experience. It is this enrichment of life which is important. Doctrines and rituals are means to this end. The doctrines of religion vary with varying conceptions of the nature of our environment. Where animism prevails, religion will take the form of propitiating a host of spirits. Where environment is philosophically conceived, religion takes the form of a mystic understanding of the significance of one's unity with the ultimate reality. To feel the wonder and the mystery of this experience of cosmic adjustment is essential if one is to interpret religion aright. When theology becomes exclusively devoted to doctrines as such, it becomes dry and formal. Doctrines must always be viewed as means of interpreting the attempt of man to find a sense of vital unity between his life and the power which works unseen in the world upon which man is dependent. Let the student always remember that the real test of value in a theology is not so much its logical completeness, or its philosophical consistency, as its ability to furnish ideas and interpretations which enable men to realize the experience of satisfactory adjustment to the cosmic reality on which they are dependent. Now, men cannot employ in their religious quest cosmic ideas which are scientifically absurd. When one has come to abandon animism, a theology which proclaims the necessity of dealing with spirits and devils is impossible. The theology of the Bible employs some cosmic ideas which we today have outgrown. To continue to embody these ideas in a modern theology means to make such a theology useless for the religious life of all who do not hold a pre-scientific conception of the world. The student must seek to express the vital relations of religious experience in such a way as to enable men to pursue the religious quest in the environment which is real to them. For example, before entering upon a discussion of the problem of miracles, one should ask whether the idea of miracle is one which we actually employ in our thought of the activities of the universe. If we cannot invoke the aid of miracles today, modern religion will ignore miracles, and will lay primary stress on those aspects of cosmic reality which are active factors in our life. The student should constantly remember that the purpose of theology is not to discuss scholastic questions, and any question which has no immediate relation to our life problems is scholastic, but rather to furnish conceptions which are helpful in establishing vital relations with the unseen forces of the universe. Doctrines which do not furnish this help are worse than useless. They are burdens which hamper and discourage men. A modern theology must face the problem of finding a rightful home for the spiritual aspirations of the soul in the universe which we moderns know. The social and ethical significance of religion. If cosmic forces are believed to be capricious, religion will be full of fear and superstition. If these cosmic forces can be believed to be subject to an ethical purpose, religion itself becomes ethical in content. This ethical emphasis is one of the striking characteristics of Christianity. If we can feel assured that the social and ethical values which we most prize in our earthly life are sustained by the cosmic order, we have a religion which is ethically satisfactory. Christian theology has been conspicuously successful in harmonizing the ethical and the cosmic aspects of spiritual life. Indeed, so completely has it laid emphasis on moral conceptions that it is constantly in danger of being conceived solely in terms of ethics. Important as is this moral emphasis, the student should not forget the fundamental problem of our cosmic welfare. Religion brings to the moral endeavors of man the reinforcement of a cosmic faith. Christianity insists on both the cosmic and the ethical aspects of religious experience. The unfortunate consequence of allowing either of these elements to be sacrificed may be observed in Hinduism, where social aspirations have been eliminated by a highly mystical type of religious speculation, and in Confucianism, where ethics has found no adequate cosmic support, and hence has been supplanted by superstitions with a cosmic appeal. The task of Christian theology is to bring out the implications of its unified cosmic ethical ideals. The Christian doctrine of God. Christian theology has summed up the content of religious faith in its doctrine that man's fate in the universe is in the control of a morally perfect God, who shapes events according to the demands of absolute righteousness. Thus, one's happy adjustment to the forces of the universe involves moral fidelity, and, on the other hand, one's moral efforts have cosmic significance. The new cosmic consciousness. The doctrine of God has been traditionally expressed in terms derived from a conception of the universe which modern science has modified. God was thought of as a transcendent sovereign, whose decrees must be obeyed by all nature. These decrees took the form of laws of nature, which might at any time be suspended if the purposes of the sovereign demanded a miracle. Man's religious history depended upon a series of dispensations, the last and highest of which was introduced by Christ. Special providences might be expected in human experience. It was believed that this world is eventually to be brought to a sudden end by a cosmic catastrophe deliberately brought about by the divine will. God was thus pictured in anthropomorphic terms, and his relation to the world and to man was represented as a matter determined only by his sovereign will. Today we face a universe of unimaginable extent in space and in time. We explain its structure and its behavior in terms of immanent forces rather than by reference to an anthropomorphic will. No longer do we seek the aid of personal cosmic spirits in practical life. Exorcism, which was so prominent a function of early Christian activity, no longer exists among us. Science is everywhere using impersonal ideas in explaining the universe. The anthropomorphism of former days is inapplicable to our present situation. In response to this new cosmic consciousness, many of the former characteristics of the doctrine of God have vanished or have been radically modified. The Calvinistic doctrine of decrees is becoming a theological curiosity. The idea of creation has been merged into the vaguer conception of evolution, where the exact extent of the divine activity is uncertain. Miracles are now problems rather than undoubted realities. The conception of God is thus undergoing a reconstruction in response to the pressure of the new cosmic ideas. In this reconstruction, men are likely to become bewildered. It will be helpful if the student can keep in mind one or two significant aspects of the theological problem which deserve a special mention. The religious problem distinguished from the metaphysical problem. It is confusing to find the word God employed in two very different senses. It is used by philosophers to indicate the metaphysical ultimate, and it is used by religious men to signify the spiritual life with which man may have personal communion. The history of religion shows that the gods of religious faith are not necessarily identical with the cosmic ultimate. Indeed, it is quite possible to have a religion in which the object of worship is a spirit working within the cosmos somewhat as man works within it. Practical religion demands a God who will actually help man in his life. God must be good in the sense that he takes sides against the evil in the world. Now, philosophy is concerned to discover a metaphysical ultimate which will include in its higher unity all the disparate aspects of the world. The God of the philosopher must include all aspects of reality, both what we call good and what we call bad. This metaphysical ultimate thus becomes too remote to be touched with the feeling of our infirmities. The problem of evil is solved by showing a metaphysical way of transmuting supposed evil into actual good. But practical religion longs for a God who will take sides against evil and ensure the victory of the good. In the interests of practical religion, much recent theology has attempted to push the metaphysical problem into the background. The Ritschlian theology insisted on banishing all metaphysics from religious doctrine, just because of the colorless character of the God of philosophical speculation. Professor James, with his keen sensitiveness to the practical exigencies of life, suggested a pluralistic universe in which God should be conceived as a particular being alongside of other beings. On the other hand, men like Professor Royce attempt to introduce into the conception of the philosophical absolute a real sympathy with finite occurrences. These movements are indications of the practical emphasis of religion, and their significance should be appreciated by the Christian theologian. Some questions concerning the nature of God. The construction of a doctrine of God should always be guided by the religious interest. Religion is concerned to affirm the possibility of a vital spiritual relationship in which the soul of man feels that it has a rightful home in the universe. The traditional doctrines concerning God should be critically examined, first in order to see how they grew up in response to the demand for a vehicle of thought adequate to interpret the full significance of religious experience, and secondly in order to ask whether these doctrines are still capable of promoting our worship. These practical inquiries will prevent one from going astray into fields of metaphysical speculation which are religiously barren. For example, instead of regarding the doctrine of the Trinity as a theological metaphysical puzzle to be solved by some sort of acute logic, the student should ask what function the doctrine served in the religious faith of the age in which it was wrought out. What were the problems of that time which led men to feel such concern over the matter? A study of the doctrine in this historical fashion will disclose certain presuppositions and certain religious ideas of the 3rd century which demanded the discussion of the nature of God in terms of essence. But do our presuppositions today, and our religious problems, lead us to be interested in the definition of the divine essence? Only after this has been determined can we know the significance of the doctrine of the Trinity for modern faith. Most polemic discussions of today are theologically useless, just because they do not raise this fundamental question. In particular, the student should remember that our inherited doctrine of God was formulated under the influence of political ideas which have been modified in important ways in modern times. The phrase, "the sovereignty of God," harks back to the days of belief in the divine right of kings. But today we believe in a democratic form of government which allows citizens to call rulers to account. If criticism is a valuable moral asset in our political life, can we exclude it from religious thinking? May we not demand that God shall be required to receive the moral approval of men? This spirit of democracy, with its insistence on the rights of men, is responsible for the current protests against such ideas as that God has a right to elect some to salvation and to pass others by, or that he has a right to insist on some rigid plan of salvation purely because he has chosen this rather than any other plan, or that he forbids men to apply critical tests to the Bible. Men who believe in democracy insist on worshipping a God whose excellence is to be found not in an aristocratic sovereignty, but rather in a self-sacrificing identification of himself with his children in their endeavors after righteousness. The immanence of God is thus a leading conception of modern theology. But religiously this immanence does not mean mere essential pantheism. This would be a metaphysical rather than a religious conception. It means rather the thought of God as the untiring co-worker with men, always dynamically present in their spiritual endeavors. It is evident that the language of traditional theology, taken, as it is, largely from a political philosophy which we have outgrown, is not suitable to bring out the full meaning of modern religious faith. The constructive work of theology must be in the direction of discovering ideas which will reinforce our actual religious experience in a democratic world. This problem, unfortunately, has not yet been generally grasped by the theologians. Most current discussions, recognizing that there are difficulties in the way of holding the older conception of God, seek to meet these difficulties by resorting to modern philosophy as an aid to reconstruction. Theology thus is diverted into a consideration of the metaphysical rather than the religious problem. Only a persistent determination to base critical reconstruction on the actual demands of religious faith can give the insight which is needed for the construction of a theology, as contrasted with the philosophy of religion. The latter is essential, but it cannot serve as the working faith of a worshipping community. Moreover, insofar as the doctrine of God has been philosophically interpreted, it has embodied the metaphysics of the ancient Greek world. But modern philosophy has engaged in radical criticism of this metaphysics. Whereas Platonism sought to define God so as to remove him completely from the changes and accidents of our finite world, thus making transcendence of primary importance, modern philosophy is employing dynamic and evolutionary conceptions, thus involving God in the movement of the universe. Thus, the influence of philosophy as well as that of political thinking leads away from the fundamental categories of the older conception of God. A vital faith during theological reconstruction. If the criticism of traditional theology is inspired by the desire to make doctrine more directly and efficiently serviceable in the promotion of the religious life, the process of criticism itself comes to have a religious meaning. Even if one has not yet found an adequate conception of God, one can feel the enrichment of life which comes from living and thinking and aspiring in relation to the worshipful aspects of environment. Faith may thus actually flourish during a period of intellectual doubt and questioning. By relating doctrines to the religious needs of men, one centers attention on the primary reality of the quest of men after God. So long as this quest is real and earnest, one's discussion of theology will always be vital and will always serve as a practical basis for prayer and for faith, whether one has reached satisfactory doctrinal statements or not. Perhaps no greater service could be rendered today than to persuade men of the positive significance of a questioning faith. It may be religiously more fruitful than the kind of faith which believes itself to be in possession of final doctrines. Such a faith is contributing to the better doctrines of the future. What do we mean by salvation? The need of keeping actual religious experience and its demands constantly in mind becomes especially evident in treating the doctrine of salvation. If one begins with an a priori conception of the plan of salvation, one is certain to find oneself dealing with abstractions. The traditional soteriology presupposed the historicity of Adam's fall, and started from the assumption that mankind needs to be saved primarily from the taint inherited from Adam. But modern anthropology has discredited this way of determining the nature of man and of sin. Moreover, the traditional doctrine of atonement embodied conceptions of penalty and of satisfaction which are being abandoned in modern criminology and penology. We cannot attribute to God a method of dealing with delinquency which would be condemned if practiced in our courts of justice. For example, to insist dogmatically, as an a priori principle, that without the shedding of blood there is no remission of sin, is both foolish and futile in an age which has abandoned the conception of bloody sacrifice, and which is loudly demanding the abolition of capital punishment. To talk emotionally about sin in the abstract without any adequate psychological analysis of moral consciousness means to encourage artificiality in religion. The student must, if he is to work out in this realm convictions with moral power, rigidly compel himself to abandon the method of mere rhetorical exposition of traditional ideas, adopting instead the method of honestly asking what the evils of our life are, and how we may hope for deliverance from their bondage. The need of a broader conception of salvation. Men need to be saved from mental perplexity and despair as truly as they need to be saved from sin. Many pastors and teachers deal with doubt as if it necessarily involved moral delinquency. Fortunately, we are coming to see that much of the doubt of our day is due to a fine sense of personal honor in dealing with religious beliefs, involving the willingness to endure suffering if need be, rather than be guilty of the slightest falsehood in reference to religious truths. There are hosts of well-intentioned persons today whose religious life has been made uncertain because of honest doubt induced by modern education. Such persons can no longer think in terms of the traditional creeds. They live consciously in relation to the complex world of modern scientific thought, rather than in relation to the cosmos depicted in the Bible. With the discrediting of the older doctrines, they often suffer spiritual agonies. To call this typical religious need of our day sin is hopelessly to misunderstand the problem of salvation in such instances. To be saved here means to find new ideas which may both express the honest convictions of one who lives in the modern world and lift one into the consciousness of communion with God. Only an inductive study of this characteristic experience of religious doubt can furnish one with data upon which to construct a theory of salvation. The problem of sin. In dealing with the conception of sin, it is imperative likewise to use the inductive method. Too often it has been taken for granted that the experience of Paul, or Augustine, or Luther is typical. Can this experience be universalized? Is it to be expected that every soul will pass through so dramatic a crisis? Theologically, sin has been measured not so much with reference to the experience of the individual as against the infinity of God. If this interpretation be too logically carried out, there is danger that God will seem to be less charitable than good men, and the moral value of the interpretation is thus lost. Let the student ask empirically the question why sin actually exists in human life. Psychology and social science furnish valuable insight here. What are the actual facts concerning heredity? Is moral delinquency due primarily to what we inherit? or is it due largely to the social environment and to the education which the individual receives? In view of the facts established by sociology, can we treat sin entirely in terms of individual conduct and responsibility? How much does an enfeebled body have to do with moral delinquency? How far are overcrowding and undernourishment responsible for low moral standards? If such facts as are suggested by the foregoing questions are considered, how ought a doctrine of sin to be formulated? No theological student has any right to ignore the imperative necessity for a radical reconstruction of the doctrine of sin in the light of modern knowledge. When once the facts are clearly seen, the student will discover that, instead of minimizing the emphasis of Christianity on sin, he must face a terribly complex and powerful realm of evil which holds men in wrongdoing. Every individual is bound by physical and by social conditions to realities which thwart his moral purposes. Poor eyesight or adenoids may so exclude a child from normal conditions of activity as to induce hopelessness and passionate attempts to find relief through lawlessness or trickery. Employees may be compelled by industrial conditions to do dishonest work, knowing that it is dishonest. Even the church member may be deriving his income from the proceeds of iniquity, if he is ignorant as to the exact nature of his investments. A man who honestly desires to be a disciple of Jesus finds the hindrances to discipleship to be so many and so serious that the need for salvation is keenly felt. The frank recognition of these real foes of the good life brings a much more convincing knowledge of the sinful life than is the attempt to trace our ills to an inheritance from Adam. The realization of the facts which everyone ought to know is sufficient to produce an earnest longing for deliverance. The interpretation of salvation in terms of supernaturalism. The spiritual deliverance which a man finds through religious experience is so wonderful when contrasted with the evils which weigh us down, that it has very generally been interpreted in terms of a supernatural change. The Catholic regards the sacraments as the miraculous means of saving man. Protestantism has emphasized trust in a supernaturally revealed Word of God, and in evangelistic circles has insisted upon a crisis in experience so unusual as to demand a supernatural explanation. The student should be on his guard lest a discussion of supernaturalism be thrust into the foreground and distract attention from the facts of the religious life. It often happens that men who have come to question the adequacy of supernaturalistic interpretations have been led to doubt the possibility of a vital religious experience of salvation. It is important to recognize that supernaturalism is only one way of explaining the facts. The conception of religious experience as a natural development. Today we are coming more and more to think of religion as a normal and natural experience. Those who confuse experience with this doctrinal interpretation are greatly perplexed by this tendency, for it seems like abandoning fundamental realities of Christianity. But the history of religion has made us aware that, so far as the supernaturalistic details of a doctrine of salvation are concerned, these appear in various forms in pagan religions as well as in Christianity. Sacrifices to appease the deity, incarnations to bring the deity to help mankind, the suffering of a Savior God to bring redemption, sacraments with regenerating power, and mystical exaltation to a sense of oneness with God, these may all be found in non-Christian religions. The distinctive qualities of Christian salvation must be looked for in the kind of moral and religious character produced by Christian faith. Now, the kind of character which we call Christian may be developed in an entirely natural way. A child may grow up in a Christian family and never know a time when he was not trying to appreciate and appropriate the Christian life to the best of his ability. In such a case, one is more conscious of the spiritual influence of Christian people today than he is of supernatural interventions. Religious life more important than doctrine. It is to be feared that more attention is usually paid to the formal doctrines of salvation than to the realities of the religious life. For a vital understanding of the religious life, Augustine's Confessions are far more important than his anti-Pelagian theology. Luther's sermons and his table talk reveal evangelical religion better than the later Protestant formulations of the doctrine of justification. Anselm's doctrine of satisfaction is really an utterance of speculative apologetics inspired by current political ideas, rather than an interpretation of religious experience. Let the student learn to seek direct testimonies of the saving power of God. Let him remember that to begin with an elaboration of a doctrine of atonement or of regeneration before one has undertaken to appreciate the facts of our religious life means to spend time in barren scholastic discussions. The need of a revised theological vocabulary. It is characteristic of our day that men are seeking to get rid of the scholasticism which inevitably accompanies a mere deductive method in theology. We are attempting to define salvation in terms of inner spiritual attainments, rather than in relation to some external transaction. The life of Jesus becomes the standard by which we estimate both the need of salvation and the power of Jesus to save men. But the inertia of theological thinking tends to conserve terms which have had a vital significance in relation to realities of former days, but which are artificial in our own day. To insist upon a doctrine of bloody sacrifice in an age which has completely abandoned such sacrifices in actual life serves no purpose save to confuse men. To describe the work of Christ by the traditional titles of prophet, priest, and king involves the use of terms which have largely ceased to function in actual life today. The Ritschlian theology furnishes an especially good illustration of the laborious explanations and reinterpretations which are necessary if one employs terms belonging to an outgrown culture to interpret the meaning of Jesus in relation to a different culture. The student of theology should recognize the danger of artificiality which lurks in the use of outgrown terms. The most suggestive expositions of the doctrine of salvation today are adopting conceptions which are significant in our modern life. The so-called moral influence, or vital theories of the atonement, represent attempts to find analogies in our best spiritual life which may serve to interpret our relation to Jesus. We are coming more and more to adopt the empirical attitude which cares more for facts than for labels. The student should constantly ask himself such questions as the following. Just what are the evils from which we need to be saved? Is terror at the wrath of God the most real evil of which we are conscious? If not, are we interpreting religious experience adequately by a doctrine of salvation which presupposes that the work of Christ was primarily to satisfy God? Are not the transformation of human ideals and the stimulation of new spiritual power primary ends? What about the social and industrial circumstances which are responsible for so much sin and misery in our modern world? Are we setting forth a doctrine of salvation which includes the way of release from these evils? If one has felt the blighting consequences of modern materialistic philosophy, can his salvation be expressed in a doctrine formulated before men were aware of the immensity and the uniformity of our universe? Have we done justice to the inner life of Jesus, with its spiritual victory over the demoralizing forces which everywhere assail humanity? Ought not this, as well as his crucifixion, to receive adequate interpretation? The persistent endeavor to meet the facts of our actual experience and to judge the efficacy of any theory of salvation in the light of those facts will go far to save one from formalism and from the undesirable habit of mere rhetorical adaptation of familiar phrases to changed conditions. There is a great constructive task in this field of doctrine which has not yet been adequately undertaken. The relation between the conception of salvation and the doctrine of the person of Christ. The historical method of interpretation reveals to us the close relation between the religious ideals of an age and the significance which it assigns to Christ. Christian faith has always attempted to discover in the character of Jesus precisely those qualities which are necessary for the salvation of men. The early Christians, looking for salvation in terms of the advent of the Messianic kingdom, found the primary significance of Jesus in his messiahship. The Christians of the Nicene period, conceiving salvation to consist in the transformation of corruptible human nature by divine power, declared that the important thing about Christ was his divine nature. Medieval doctrine and early Protestant theology, dominated by forensic ideas, set forth the work of Christ in concepts taken from current penology. Our own age, interested as it is in the education and the inner maturity of the Spirit, is calling attention to the spiritual resources of the inner life of Jesus. In order to study intelligently the doctrine of the person and work of Jesus Christ, one must take into account the practical interests of religion which make men eager to discover in Jesus precisely the qualities which they are conscious of needing for deliverance from evil. The necessity for eliminating some a priori considerations. The problem of interpreting the significance of Jesus for Christian faith is complicated because of certain apologetic interests. Since the older appeal to the Bible as an absolute revelation has been modified, theologians have generally transferred to Christ the emphasis on absoluteness which formerly was put upon the Bible. Just as the a priori belief in the infallibility of Scripture leads to the strong desire to find in the Bible that which one believes to be absolutely true, regardless of historical considerations, so the apologetic purpose of declaring Christ to be the absolute and final revelation leads men to feel that they ought to find in his character precisely those traits which modern men believe to be essential in an ideal person. The student must take especial care to test and verify Christological statements just because of the strong apologetic interest in the formulation of the doctrine. It is not necessary to trace every valuable element of Christianity back to Jesus. What are the historical facts concerning Jesus? Manifestly, an accurate statement of the character of Jesus must rest on a knowledge of the historical facts concerning him. But at this point, students are just now compelled to face a serious difficulty. At present, historical criticism of the sources of our information is at a stage of investigation where the inadequacy of former interpretations is clearly seen, but great uncertainty exists as to many important historical details. We are compelled to acknowledge that in the existing state of historical criticism, we simply do not know many things which we should like to know. The Synoptic Gospels represent beliefs which had been shaped by the theological questionings of 30 or 40 years. The New Testament writers were primarily concerned to use the traditions regarding Jesus in such a way as to derive satisfactory answers to the religious problems which confronted them. Powerful selective theological influences thus determined the content of the Gospel narratives. Can we, with any degree of certainty, press back of the definitely conditioned beliefs of the early Christians so as to obtain satisfactory answers to the questions which we moderns want to ask? The distinction between the historical question and the theological question. The student is likely to approach the problem of formulating a Christology with the presupposition that if the exact teachings of the New Testament concerning Jesus can be ascertained, all that a modern theologian has to do is to expound these teachings in the form of a connected and logical doctrine. But historical criticism shows us that the New Testament writings are themselves the products of theological interests. They reflect the religious ideals of the first century. Later forms of Christology reflected later ideals, and our Christology will inevitably embody our own ideals. Now, since the task of modern theology is admittedly to interpret the realities of our experience in the light of all that history and criticism can furnish, the student of theology need not feel completely discouraged because he must leave many historical questions so largely unsolved. The task for theology is simply to use all means at our disposal to appreciate the significance of Jesus for men of today. Our peculiar religious interests will lead us to discern elements in the reported deeds and words of Jesus which were largely overlooked by men of former days. For example, the early Christians were not at all interested in the private life of Jesus. They selected and treasured in their doctrine those traits which enabled them to believe him to be the Messiah who would soon come on the clouds in glory. But time has proved that eschatological expectation to have been mistaken. We are no longer looking for the cure of our social evils by miraculous catastrophe. Our theology will therefore properly disregard the millenarian elements of the early Christian faith. On the other hand, we are eager to find a religious dynamic which shall enable men confidently and steadily to work together with God for the gradual reconstruction of our social order. Hence we properly ask whether the life of Jesus may not yield inspiration here. It is the task of a modern Christology to relate Jesus to this modern religious interest, as former Christologies have related their statements concerning Jesus to the exigencies of the religious life of their own times. The changed interpretation of Jesus. Since the millenarian solution of social ills involved the belief that miraculous intervention is God's way of saving the world, it was natural that the character and the work of Jesus should be interpreted in terms of miracle. But if we have come to think of God's purpose as something which is slowly wrought out with the cooperation of men, we cannot do justice to our belief in Jesus by interpreting his character in terms of a supernaturalism which separates him from humanity. If God is to be found in the age-long purpose of righteousness, steadily working through the processes of cosmic and human evolution, our doctrine of Christ will lay stress on the same activities and attributes which we affirm of God. This means that to withdraw Jesus from the natural order would be to leave him unrelated to the realm in which we find God working. If our faith affirms God in the world, faith will also discover the divinity of Jesus in the world rather than in some otherworldly origin. Consequently, we find today a growing appreciation of the life of Jesus in this world and a lessening emphasis on such matters as the virgin birth or the supernatural nature, which find their meaning only in a conception of religion which defines God primarily in terms of transcendence. The need of a positive understanding of the new interest. The student is likely to be distracted in his study of Christology by the polemic treatment of the subject which is still prevalent. Any departure from the Christology authorized in the creeds of the Church is felt to be a betrayal of the faith. The student should realize that we today are engaged in a creative epoch of religious thinking no less significant than the age which produced the Nicene Christology. Exactly as men then defined the significance of Jesus in terms which fitted the religious ideals and aspirations of the time, so we today are attempting to relate Jesus positively and vitally to the religious ideals in which our best aspirations find expression. If the Christians of the first century had the right to employ messianic ideas in their interpretation of the significance of Jesus, if the Nicene Fathers had the right to introduce into their Christology the mystic philosophical ideals of their time, if Luther had the right to relate Christ directly to his fundamental problem of religious assurance, surely modern Christians are justified in attempting to undertake a constructive task of similar import for our own day. The trend of theological thinking during the past century has been in the direction of a new appreciation of the life of Jesus in human history. Theology must do justice to this positive ideal. Any negative criticisms of former Christological statements are only incidental to the great positive motive which inspires modern thinking. Some important questions. Before undertaking to formulate a constructive doctrine of the character of Jesus, one should analyze the familiar terms, asking what significance they have for modern religious experience. What is meant by the deity of Christ? If it is taken in its Nicene sense, just what meaning for religious experience can a divine substance have? What was the relation between the substantial conception of the deity of Christ and the substantial conception of sacramental regeneration which prevailed at the same time? If a modern religious experience does not think of God in terms of substance, is justice done to the significance of Jesus by the use of the term? How are we actually saved by Jesus today? Is it because of his messianic exaltation? Or is it also because, through the power of his life over us, we are enabled to have a triumphant faith? If the latter is the case, do we do justice to the place of Jesus in our faith if we confine ourselves to a doctrinal statement, like the Apostles' Creed, which passes over the life of Jesus in silence, in order to exalt the messianic aspects of his career? Why are we so eager today to understand and appreciate the experience of Jesus? Why do we picture him as facing problems? Why are we beginning to talk about the religion of Jesus? Did the older Christological conceptions really leave room for a genuine religious experience of Jesus? Such are some of the questions which must be asked before fruitful constructive work is possible. The definition of Jesus in relation to religious experience. Theologically, the content of Christology is to be found by asking two questions. From what do men need to be saved? And how is Jesus related to man's salvation? If the source of our sin is located in a non-psychological nature which we inherit, we shall of course interpret the work of Christ in terms of his natures, divine and human. But if we think of sin concretely and refer it to its psychological causes, we shall interpret salvation in terms of conscious experience. We shall then not ask concerning the nature of Jesus, but rather concerning his religious consciousness and life. We shall emphasize his God consciousness and his ability to create in his disciples a trust in God which gives spiritual insight and moral power. As Schleiermacher declared, the important thing about Jesus is his God consciousness. A modern Christology will seek to make clear the religious significance of this God consciousness in relation to the specific needs of modern life. The terms employed by the Nicene and Chalcedonian creeds, admirably suited as they were to the religious thinking of their age, are not adequate to express this modern interest. Hence we are now in the process of working out a new vocabulary with which to express the significance of the character and the work of Jesus as enthusiastically and as vitally for our age as the ecumenical creeds expressed it for a different age. There is no more fruitful field for study than this realm of the creative construction of a new appreciation of Jesus. The Christian life. The deductive method followed by the older theology placed the doctrine of God and the plan of salvation first, and made the experience of the Christian a logical consequence of the dogmas of salvation. The inductive method requires one first to examine religious experience in order to discover the data for theological thinking. The significant aspects of Christian experience will therefore already have been considered by the student in connection with other doctrines. However, it is necessary to give an interpretation which shall gather up the implications of one's theological thinking and set the activities of life in relation to a vital faith. It is here that the fundamental difference is to be found between a purely scientific study of experience and its religious interpretation by the preacher. The scientist is not concerned to discuss the reality of the existence of God. He is concerned only with the idea of God and its psychological significance. The preacher, on the contrary, must make men feel the reality of the communion of the soul with God. He must therefore set forth religious experience not as mere psychology, but as theology. Religion must be seen to be not only a human experiment, but also a real communion of man with God. The religion of the Spirit. The theological vocabulary which we have inherited suggests a somewhat formal aspect of Christian living. Such terms as regeneration, conversion, sanctification, and the like have been the watchwords of so many theological controversies that they have come to be associated with narrowly dogmatic conceptions of the Christian life. Moreover, so eager have the disputants been to establish the correctness of certain views that arbitrary lines of chronological succession, of stages of salvation, or of relationship to certain beliefs or ordinances have been laid down. In recent times, preachers and theologians have been learning to observe the actual facts of religious experience. Thus we now have many expositions of the Christian life which ignore the technical theological disputes of former days, and which seek to give vital interpretation to life itself. In order to give full religious significance to the Christian life, it should be theologically viewed as the work of the divine Spirit in the heart of man. In the place of the older Ordo Salutis, with its formal discussions of the mechanics of salvation, we should do well to put a vital discussion of the work of the Holy Spirit. It is interesting to see how this doctrine has been neglected by both Catholic and Protestant theologians. Catholics find in the Church the needed religious guidance. Protestants have been inclined to place primary stress on the work of Christ and the plan of salvation. Modern religious sentiment is coming to demand an interpretation which shall do justice to the immanent divine factors of our experience of God and salvation. The doctrine of the Holy Spirit is coming into greater prominence because of this demand. The student should realize that here is a possible doctrinal development which will do much to offset the sense of loss occasioned by the disappearance of the method of appeal to authority. If men can be assured of the vital presence of God in modern life, if the religion of the Spirit can be confidently proclaimed, the disappearance of book religion will not cause serious concern. Every preacher should study some of the religious movements of our day which exalt this conception of a present power of God. The thousands who are reading such books as Trine's In Tune with the Infinite, or who are uplifted by the somewhat pantheistic conceptions of Christian Science, witness to the power of a religious interpretation which makes life seem constantly interrelated with God. Popular evangelistic religion owes its success to precisely this vivid portrayal of divine power near at hand and easily available. Liberal religion is sure to be a failure if it does not emphasize the conception of God as immediately accessible. Nowhere is there greater need of careful study and reflection than at this point. Here, as always, the student should let his theological thinking rest on a first-hand acquaintance with real religious experience. The testimonies and biographies of great religious spirits should be read. One should know what regeneration is, not merely in terms of formal doctrine, but as it finds expression in the lives of those who have been transformed by the grace of God. Such experiences as those narrated in Harold Begbie's Twice Born Men should be carefully examined, for here we see the dramatic possibilities of Christian faith. But one should also become familiar with the deep experiences of those who have had no dramatic crises. The utterances of Phillips Brooks are surely as important and as significant as those of a converted drunkard. The modern minister should be able to show the work of the Divine Spirit in the influences of Christian parents as truly as in the appeals of a professional evangelist. Indeed, in view of the fact that striking conversions are dramatically impressive, and hence are likely to be viewed as the most important evidences of the work of the Spirit, we ought to take especial pains to show the religious significance of the more normal processes of growth into a confident and strong sense of the presence of God. Some important questions. It is essential to realize that modern conditions of thinking have altered certain aspects of Christian experience. Some of these changes are of considerable significance and ought to find expression in theology. For example, early Protestantism made much of the doctrine of assurance. To Luther, any sort of uncertainty was spiritual torture. Salvation meant that one could, without shadow of doubt, declare and know himself to be justified and approved by God. The influence of this early Protestant conception frequently leads to deep perplexity today. One who is acquainted with critical scholarship cannot assure himself by the considerations which satisfied Luther. What then? To reproduce the more naive type of certainty is impossible. Is one therefore less of a Christian? We need here to consider that we do not demand absolute, unchangeable affirmations in other realms. We find abundant room for positive living on the basis of a tentative and growing knowledge. In religion, we need to incorporate this attitude into the Christian life. To be growing toward a better acquaintance with God, rather than to be dogmatically certain of complete salvation, is an attitude increasingly common today. The religious value of this attitude should be positively appreciated. Faith that one will find in the future ever richer and more satisfying practical experience of God's presence may take the place of the older certainty which affirmed an absolute assurance from the first. If one takes this more experimental attitude, many of the older questions disappear. The doctrine of instantaneous sanctification and the questions concerning perseverance or falling from grace cease to have meaning. When the Christian life is thought of in terms of a development, rather than in terms of an abrupt structural change, the older absolutes cease to be matters of practical concern. The modern form of the doctrine will be expressed in the conception of a growing experience of God. With the changed conception of the Christian life comes a new conception of prayer. Christianity means the growing experience of a social relationship with God. But the very means by which this social relationship is established is prayer. The answers to prayer are not to be looked for in detached incidents, but rather in the total outcome in one's religious social experience. There is much need of readjustment of popular thinking on this point. When religion is conceived as a never-ceasing quest for the largest possible communion of the human spirit with the spiritual forces of the world in which we live, prayer will be seen to be the primary and indispensable activity which establishes spiritual relationships. When considered in the light of this function in the total religious life, it assumes larger significance than men have been wont to recognize. It is evident to every careful observer that there is being developed in our day a new type of Christian experience. There is danger lest we fail to realize the full power of this type if we seek to force it to utter itself in the vocabulary of a former age. To appreciate and to give positive interpretation to our religious experience, which is essentially a quest for God, yielding a growing experience of communion rather than a dogmatic assertion of a finished redemption, is a task worthy of the best efforts of theological students and preachers. The Christian hope. In no realm are the changes of thinking more marked than in the portion of theology which deals with the future life. Where theologians used to speak to us in detail concerning last things, they now set forth in somewhat general terms the reasonable basis for optimistic confidence in the continuance of life beyond physical death. Reasons for a changed interpretation. The reasons for this change of emphasis are obvious. Modern biology and psychology have compelled the recognition of the close interrelation between our spiritual and our physical life. When the physical organism is in any way modified or ceases to function, the character of the spiritual life is affected. The belief in the resurrection of the body, which used to enable men to think of the life beyond in terms of the activities which we know here, has been very generally modified. Yet, when we attempt to think of a life without the bodily functions to which we are accustomed, it is difficult to form a definite picture. Moreover, the modern impossibility of reproducing all details of the hope of early Christianity leads to caution in the formulation of Christian belief. The early Christians looked for a speedy end of this worldly regime and the miraculous establishment of a kingdom of God from which all evildoers should be excluded. But nearly 2,000 years have passed, and this hope is still unfulfilled. Shall we cling to it in spite of all the evidence? Or shall we recognize that this particular form of hope is not in accord with what we know of God's dealings with men? The New Testament eschatology, however, is so closely bound up with the New Testament belief in resurrection that we cannot discredit the one without its affecting the other. The real meaning of the primitive Christian eschatology. Modern preaching often fails to do justice to the early belief in the kingdom of God. We need to recall that for the primitive church it meant the establishment of a righteous social order on this earth. Originally it was expected that all followers of Jesus would live until he returned. It was only when death overtook some that the question of the resurrection was discussed. To the query as to whether those who had died were to lose their rights in the kingdom, the answer was given that the dead should have their bodies restored to them at the time of the great consummation, so that they might participate in the joys of the kingdom. As time went on, and the expected catastrophe did not take place, Christianity gradually developed the idea of heaven, with which we are familiar, and abandoned the social hope of the early Christians. Modern developments. Today we are ceasing to place so much emphasis on the medieval conception of heaven, but we are beginning to emphasize the social hope, which was so important in the thinking of early Christians. In the social gospel of today, we are recovering an aspect of the primitive gospel which has been largely forgotten. Thus, the lessened emphasis on details of the heavenly life is accompanied by a great revival of the social hope. This positive aspect of the modern situation should be appreciated. The religion of the Spirit will lay much stress on the possible elimination of evil from our earthly life through the strength of Christian faith and activity. When we remember that the religion of the prophets of Israel was developed in relation to a social and political hope, rather than in relation to the problem of personal immortality, we may see that there are as yet unrealized possibilities in this aspect of Christian thinking. The larger hope. But death is so universal a fact that no one can escape the necessity of thinking concerning it. It is important here to recognize that negative dogmatism is scientifically as unjustified as is positive dogmatism. If it be true that the exigencies of modern scientific thinking make it difficult to affirm the concrete details of the older resurrection faith, we are not therefore compelled to draw the worst possible conclusions from our inability to prove anything tangible. It is quite as reasonable to believe that death may lead to something better than we hope for, as it is to fear that it may lead to something worse. Christian faith has here to draw the legitimate inferences from its doctrine of divine providence. We may trust God for the sequel to death as we trust Him for the present life. From this point of view, the various theories of men concerning the future are symbolic of the trustworthy instincts of the soul. We have a right to construct the best possible picture of the future, recognizing that in doing so we are simply continuing the spiritual interpretations which find expression in other aspects of Christian faith. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. Edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 4. Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. The Truth of Christian Beliefs. Because of his education and his personal experience, the individual Christian is usually content to let the vindication of his beliefs be found in the practical satisfaction which these bring in his life. But whenever critical thinking is encountered either in the course of one's own wider study or in the utterances of men who doubt the adequacy of Christian beliefs, it becomes necessary to examine more closely the grounds of our convictions. This critical justification of faith is the task of apologetics. The defense brought by the authority type of theology. Where the task of theology is conceived to be that of reproducing the authorized doctrines, the primary apologetic task is to vindicate the authoritative character of the source from which the doctrines are derived. The revelation to which appeal is made must be shown to be authentic, and this authenticity is, in the last analysis, to be established by an undoubted sign of its divine origin. Miracles, fulfillment of prophecy, and the supernatural inspiration of the biblical writers were the main attestations according to ancient and medieval writers. Protestant orthodoxy laid a special stress on the doctrine of inspiration. The survival of older apologetic interests. If, however, the task of theology be defined as we have urged in the preceding pages, the task of apologetics is changed. But the age-long emphasis on the fundamentals of the older apologetics leads one naturally to fix upon these older interests as if they were primary. It is taken for granted that we must continue to defend as fundamentals the historicity of miracles, the fulfillment of prophecy, and the idea of supernatural inspiration. But what is the relation of modern religious experience to these matters? Does our faith actually rest on miracles today? Or are we attempting to defend miracles by appeal to something more primary? It is interesting to see how former arguments on this question are now completely reversed. Whereas men used to be told that the miracles of Jesus proved his divinity, we are now informed that we may believe the miracles because of our prior belief in the extraordinary nature of Jesus. Whereas men used to feel that the mere presence of a statement in the Bible guaranteed its truth, today we hear such statements as, "A thing is not true because it is in the Bible. It is in the Bible because it is true." If miracles have to be proved to a modern mind, the argument from miracles has lost its primary value. Instead, then, of taking the apologetic items of former theological treatises ready at hand, the student should learn to ask the previous question: what are the real foundations of modern faith? Having discovered these, we may then ask why we may continue to regard them as reliable. The modern conception of apologetics. Wider historical knowledge has shown that those supernatural aspects of religion which Christianity has emphasized in the past are not peculiar to Christianity. Other religions also have their miracles, their inspired literature, their men with occult powers of knowledge. It is not very difficult to show the critical difficulties in the way of accepting these things at face value in the case of other religions. But the very knowledge that this is so makes one more exacting in regard to the evidence for similar elements in Christian tradition. The fact that comparisons can be made leads one to feel that the real significance of Christianity is to be found not in these vulnerable matters, but rather in the spiritual content which men recognize to be of value for its own sake. But the moment one ceases to attempt to vindicate the authority of an entire system of theology, the method of apologetics changes. One comes to see that the inductive method requires us first to ask, what are the real difficulties which people feel today? We can then deal with these difficulties on their own merits. It is evident that from this point of view the task of apologetics cannot be distinguished sharply from that of constructive theology. We have defined the task of theology as the attempt to think over our religious inheritance in the light of present problems, so as to formulate for today and to transmit to the coming generation an expression of faith vitally related to our actual life. Into this constructive task, apologetic questions inevitably enter. Still, there are some aspects of modern religious thinking which deserve special treatment. We may briefly call attention to some of the most urgent of these. 1. The so-called conflict between science and religion. We are today passing out of the period in which science and religion were felt to be hostile to each other. Still, there is much popular uneasiness on this point. It is well known, and usually frankly admitted by theologians, that modern astronomy, geology, biology, and critical history set forth conclusions which conflict with biblical statements. When one recalls the important place in the traditional theological system occupied by Adam, it can readily be seen that the modern doctrine of evolution causes consternation to one who thinks consistently in terms of orthodox doctrine. Again, science sets miracle aside, for the reason that miracle explains nothing so far as scientific control of events is concerned. In short, the tendency of science is to eliminate from our thinking the idea of supernatural interventions. Insofar as one's religion is conceived in terms of supernaturalism, science is continually invading the religious realm. The danger of an apologetic which seeks to refute science. The first tendency when one's faith is attacked is to repudiate the arguments of the opponent. Apologetic writers often try to disprove the contentions of science so as to retain the belief which was threatened. But nothing is so fatal to one's prestige as to engage ignorantly in debate with an expert. The student should recognize that in his own field a scientist's statements are based on careful critical investigation. The only man who can successfully debate with a scientist is one who knows with equal accuracy the field in question. Many of the well-meant defenses of traditional belief against new scientific ideas have recoiled on theology with fatal consequences. Take, for example, the many attempts to harmonize Genesis and geology. It does not take much acumen to discover that often a harmonizer is willing to distort both the plain meaning of Genesis and the theories of geology in order to save the face of theology. Such distortion is odious to every lover of truth, and those who have been guilty of it have created a deep prejudice in the minds of scientific men against theology. While many Christians may have been emotionally soothed by superficial rhetoric on these themes, yet the damage done has been great. It is scarcely too much to say that scientific men today frequently believe that a theologian cares more for superficial conformity and rhetorical adjustment than for the truth. Every theological student ought to know at first hand some branch of science. Fortunately, our colleges are more and more insisting on an adequate acquaintance with the achievements of science. Theologians in the past have done cruel wrong to these seekers after truth. Attempting to maintain the medieval superiority of theology over all branches of learning, in an age which no longer looks to theology for final information on scientific subjects, Christianity has put itself in a false light. Nothing is more needed today than a frank admission of our faults in the past, and a determined purpose to be fair and truthful in spirit. In an age which owes so much to science, a theology which depreciates science is playing a losing game. The need of cultivating the scientific spirit. There is no better defense of any theory than to show that it rests on a full and accurate examination of the facts. It ought to be evident to everyone that knowledge of facts is constantly improving as humanity advances. We today know many things concerning which men were ignorant 2,000 years ago. Instead of assuming at the start that a doctrine which was formulated in the past is absolutely true and has only to be defended against attacks, we ought first to make sure of our facts. If this investigation results in the modification of the doctrine in question, it is far better to make the modification than to conjure up clever arguments which conceal the truth. If once we shall have come to the point of being willing to go wherever the facts lead, no matter what becomes of our doctrines, we shall occupy a position far stronger than that of the current popular defense. Theology has so long been accustomed to rely on external authority that it is necessary to exercise particular care in order to meet modern questions in a way which will convince men accustomed to scientific exactness. The rights of religious faith. When scientific research has done all within its power, there remains the realm in which exact knowledge is impossible. Here conjecture and hypothesis supplement the verified conclusions of science. Not only does intellectual curiosity impel one to imagine possible conditions in this larger world, practical considerations also demand some hypothesis as a basis of action. Thus, all sciences have their philosophical theories on the basis of which practical attitudes are possible. The assumptions of the indestructibility of matter and of the uniformity of nature are hypotheses which serve to guide practical experiments and to establish confidence in the reliability of such experiments. The scientist trusts nature to behave in certain ways. In similar fashion, the practical spiritual interests of men demand faith that the universe is of such a character as to justify those higher spiritual activities which find expression in religious and moral life. Strictly speaking, one cannot prove the existence of God, but neither can one disprove it. One may decline to pass beyond the limits of what science may say concerning the world, but if so, one should refrain from anti-theistic hypotheses as well as from theistic theories. As a matter of fact, the interests of life are too complex and too big to be satisfied without recourse to some kind of faith. The Christian has only to ask whether his particular extra-scientific philosophy is as respectable and as compatible with what we surely know as any other type of speculative thinking. Some necessary distinctions. Much confusion is often caused by failure to understand just what the limits of criticism are. To challenge a belief is easy in any realm. One may challenge the doctrine of the bacterial origin of certain diseases, or the doctrine that there is a real material world. But a challenge is of little significance unless it is followed by some explanation which is more adequate than the one which is questioned. The theologian is well aware of critical difficulties in the way of a complete demonstration of the truth of many of the doctrines of Christian faith. He should welcome any discussion which helps to an understanding of these difficulties. But he has also the right to demand that one who objects to his solution of the questions at issue shall have thought as carefully as he has himself, and be ready to propose an alternative to the theological doctrine which shall be as respectable intellectually from all points of view. Many so-called scientific objections, when carefully analyzed, betray too superficial knowledge of all the problems involved to deserve serious question. Here one might well study the careful analysis given by Romanes on the basis of what he calls impartial, as contrasted with prejudiced, agnosticism, in his Thoughts on Religion. He felt that his earlier objections to religious beliefs had been due to superficial considerations. Another important distinction which should be made is between the purpose of science and the purpose of religion. Science is concerned to interpret reality in terms of exact cause and effect, so as to be able to control the processes of nature mechanically. The more exactly mechanical its formulas are, the more exact is the science. Thus there is a constant pressure to include as much as possible under the laws of physical activity. A world completely mechanized would be a world completely explained, so far as science is concerned. Religion, on the other hand, is concerned to interpret the world so as to emphasize those aspects of reality which justify man in his desire to establish relations of trust and love and moral confidence between himself and the world process. Spiritual meanings are of supreme importance for the theologian. They lie outside the realm of the scientist's particular purpose. Now, the scientist is likely to have only his technical aims in mind in his attacks on religion. He objects to religious formulations because they do not signify anything for scientific purposes. But the obvious answer to this objection is that religion is using its doctrines not for scientific, but for religious purposes. Theological statements, like literary or artistic creations, are to be evaluated by asking whether they promote the rightful interests of the spiritual life of man. The only requirement which science has a right to make is that these statements shall be such as not to compel a man to be untrue to the requirements of scientific honesty. In short, hypotheses and symbolic statements are entirely legitimate so long as they are compatible with scientific veracity. They need not conform to the norms of technical science, for the simple reason that they are intended for another purpose. If it be granted that man rightly demands a spiritual interpretation of his environment, as well as knowledge of the technique of mechanical control, a theology which proceeds by the methods urged in the foregoing pages ought not to have great difficulty in coming to terms with a scientifically open-minded science. 2. The ontological problem. Serious difficulty is caused for religious thinking by the fact that critical epistemology seems to make impossible the affirmation of reality in the older sense of the term. The scientific spirit involves a radical modification of traditional realism. The scientist today regards his statements as working hypotheses rather than as realistic descriptions. He values them because of their practical efficiency in enabling him to deal with the world in which he lives. He may find symbolic representations actually more efficient than descriptive language. For example, mathematical formulas may be preferable to descriptive statements. The scientist has learned to combine an ontological agnosticism with a practically optimistic method of trusting in hypotheses. The objective significance of a tenable hypothesis. It is important for the student to recognize that a hypothesis is not merely a mental creation. A hypothesis is an instrument for exploring the reality of our environment. If it is a hypothesis which works, it actually enables us to establish definite relations with our environment, and to receive into our experience the increment which comes from such relationship. The theory of gravitation is a hypothesis, but it is a means of enabling us to deal definitely and consistently with the real world. In short, there is an ontological reference in any hypothesis which is found to be tenable on critical grounds. To be sure, we do not have the older sort of static and finished ontology, but neither is the content of a hypothesis as subjective a thing as it is often supposed to be by those who distrust the empirical spirit. The problem of religious certainty. It must be admitted that this attitude is very different from that of traditional theology. The certainties derived from revelation have been sharply contrasted with the uncertainties of human thinking. The positive vigor of religious faith has been assumed to be indissolubly connected with reliance on an infallible declaration of God. In contrast to this position, the proposal to exercise a practical trust in religious hypotheses seems to those who have been educated in the traditional way to be weak and unsatisfactory. Such hypotheses are frequently represented as mere human creations. Religious convictions, it is held, should embody eternal, unchangeable truth. The type of assurance compatible with the scientific spirit. If it be realized that a hypothesis concerning God may be the most fruitful practical means of establishing real relationship between the life of man and that mysterious ultimate which we call God, theology will be relieved of a burden which is fast becoming unendurable. There is no more fundamental need today than that of a way of formulating religious faith which shall allow men who cannot honestly start from the absolute certainties provided by the older theology to work their way into a vital religious life, building up their own ideas as they go along. We readily admit that imperfect conceptions of God in the past have been stepping stones to a richer and fuller religious life, with its better theological conceptions. May not tentative theories held by men today be also a means of appreciating objective reality? As experience grows, our hypotheses also develop. But at every point in the development, we are actually establishing some sort of relationship with the universe in which we must live. In the place of the older kind of assurance, which declared that God's absolute word had been proclaimed to us in final form, we must develop a type of assurance which looks confidently toward the establishment of truer dynamic relationships with God through the practical experience of using the best conceptions we have, while striving always for better ones if these are to be found. It is the duty of theologians today to show the positive side of this experimental attitude. Its negative aspects, as contrasted with the older type of assurance, have been so emphasized both by orthodox theologians and more recently by Ritschlians, that apologetics has been placed in a difficult position. What is worse, multitudes of modern men who cannot honestly assume the attitude of absolute certainty supposedly demanded by Christianity have felt that they have no place in the modern church. If the method of appeal to an infallible revelation be abandoned, all doctrines must be related to human experience for their justification. Now, experience is unceasingly experimenting, living, indeed, on hypotheses which have proved their efficacy in human life. But it is ever eager for better means of establishing vital relations to environment. This quest for larger contact with reality has its religious value. The religion of the inquiring mind has, in the past, been depreciated as compared with the religion of dogmatic certainty. The impression has been created that the attitude of questioning is incompatible with a strong religious faith. A modern apologetic should make it clear that a reality which is discovered in and through experience, and which, although imperfectly defined, is nevertheless actively functioning in human life, is no less valuable than a reality which is defined as existing prior to and independent of experiences. More and more shall we be compelled to recognize that a faith which is in harmony with the general methods of thinking current today must appreciate the prophetic and vital significance of relative and imperfect formulations of the object of religious quest. We are slowly developing a conception of reality which makes possible the questionings essential to scientific inquiry, along with an experienced confidence in the practical sufficiency of symbolic representations of ultimate realities. 3. The problem of the supernatural. It has been assumed in the past that any mere natural religion is totally inadequate because of the frailty of human nature and its liability to error. Christian doctrine has thus represented the fundamentals of our religion as having a superhuman source. The origins of man and of the world in which he lives have been referred to special activities of God. The means of salvation have been defined in terms of miracle. Christ has been valued primarily because of his non-human, divine origin. Regeneration has been looked upon as a miraculous transformation rather than as a development of character. The means of grace, baptism, the Lord's Supper, the Bible, have been declared to be efficacious because of their divine origin. Thus, the validity of Christianity has seemed to rest on the proved miraculousness of its origin and nature. The modern discrediting of miracles. One of the striking aspects of modern religious thought is the widespread departure from the strict supernaturalistic view. Formerly, the fact of the presentation of miracles in the Bible was held to be a strong evidence of its truth. Today, many of these miracles are seriously questioned, and elaborate proofs of their probability have to be devised. The doctrine of evolution has led us to think of the world in which we live and of the history of man in terms of a long and gradual development rather than as originating through a special divine act. Attention is being more and more directed to the human life of Jesus, and there is less and less insistence on the necessity of the virgin birth as an element in the value of Jesus for us. Baptism and the Lord's Supper in large areas of modern Protestantism have ceased to be regarded as miraculous channels of special grace, and are interpreted as ritualistic activities with profound psychological suggestiveness. In short, there is growing up a type of religious belief which does not need to affirm miracles in the older sense of the term. Can we draw a line between the natural and the supernatural? The presupposition underlying the defense of miracles is that there is a virtue in the so-called supernatural which is not to be found in the so-called natural. This presupposition needs to be critically examined. Let the student make out a list of the most valuable items in the Christianity which he knows and loves. Let him then inquire whether these are all located in the realm of the supernatural. He will perhaps be surprised to discover the large significance of the natural in his religious life. Again, let him make out a list of the defensible miracles, and let him ask how many of these actually affect his religious faith. Such a practical test would reveal the fact that religious values are not at all identical with distinctly supernatural interventions. There are many items treasured by faith which receive a natural explanation, and there are many recorded miracles concerning which faith is religiously indifferent. Now, since the religious soul recognizes God's activity in all that is of religious significance, faith finds God in the so-called natural as well as in the so-called supernatural. To draw a distinct line between the two realms is impracticable. Emphasis on quality rather than origin. If we are to be true to the demands of actual religious experience, we should give our primary attention to the identification of what is of value for our faith, rather than to the attempt to vindicate non-natural origins. Instead of attempting to prove that the entire Bible has an origin different from that of any other literature, we ought rather to make sure of the value of biblical religion for actual religious life. Before deciding that a defense of a given account of a miraculous event should be undertaken, one should first ask whether the event is of vital significance for faith today. It is poor strategy to prepare an elaborate defense of positions which are of no vital consequence. When once it is recognized that we do not need to draw any dividing line between the natural and the supernatural realm, and when it is further recognized that the question as to whether an event is miraculous or not is of secondary importance, since faith sees the activity of God in all that touches our spiritual welfare, it will no longer be felt necessary to validate Christianity primarily by proving its supernatural origin. We are already accustomed in Protestantism to the valuation of many aspects of our religion in terms of a protest against Catholic supernaturalism. We feel that religious faith is better if we deny that baptism supernaturally effects a change of character. We insist that the bread and wine of the Lord's Supper do not undergo any miraculous transformation. We are becoming accustomed to the use of the Bible as a book of religious experience, rather than as a supernaturally produced literature. We are laying more stress on the inner life of Jesus and less on the circumstances of his birth. Gradually, our confidence is being shifted from the exceptional and inexplicable to the normal. It is necessary today to grant differences of opinion concerning many of the miracles of the Bible and concerning the possibility of a supernatural element in connection with some of the factors in Christian salvation. It is apologetically a stronger position to show that religious values are not necessarily dependent on a supernaturalistic philosophy than it is to attempt to assert supernaturalism along all the line. The real religious interest. The crucial point in the discussion lies in the desire of the religious soul to affirm the activity of God in the world and in human experience. Insofar as what is natural is viewed as godless, it becomes essential to emphasize a supernatural. But if, as is the case in much modern thought, the religious uplift of man through faith's contact with the unseen is regarded as a natural and normal development of experience, religion may find abundant ground in the natural world for affirming the presence of God. If the abundant rights of religious faith are vindicated in the natural world, the defense of the supernatural becomes superfluous. 4. The problem of the absoluteness of Christianity. It has been assumed by theologians in the past that Christianity is a religion of absolute truth. It has thus been a part of the task of apologetics to prove the finality of the Christian system. It has not been deemed sufficient to show that Christianity has justified itself practically in history. One must attempt to show that Christianity can never be superseded. Can we demonstrate absoluteness? To state whether a given ideal can or cannot be superseded would require something more than the limited knowledge which men possess. Consequently, the affirmation of the absoluteness of Christianity is logically possible only as one appeals to superhuman evidence. Such an appeal has been made in two ways. The character of Christianity has been affirmed to be due to a superhuman revelation which, just because it came from God, was freed from the errors of human judgment, or the truths of Christianity have been identified with the transcendental philosophy of the Absolute. It is necessary to examine these two methods of proof. The conception of revelation tested by historical fact. The application of more exact historical criticism to the Bible has resulted in relativizing the contents of the Bible. It is a commonplace of modern biblical interpretation that the conceptions of the biblical writers are expressions of the historically conditioned thinking of devout men. As a matter of fact, we have to recognize the temporal and imperfect character of many of the aspects of biblical thinking. To assert the absoluteness of biblical theology would mean, if consistently carried out, the affirmation of the finality of such biblical ideas as those concerning demons, or the place of the Jews in general history or eschatology. But if we admit the relative character of these ideas, what is to guarantee the absolute character of other biblical ideas? Evidently, the test employed must be something other than the mere biblical character of the idea. Even if present-day thinking sees no reason to doubt or to modify these other ideas, we should remember that for centuries Christian thinking saw no reason to question the accuracy of biblical demonology. Can we declare what future generations will affirm concerning doctrines which seem to us self-evidently true? The appeal to a metaphysical absolute. Is it not possible to strip off all those aspects of historical Christian beliefs which are subject to the vicissitudes of changing experience, and to discover an unchanging substance which may be pronounced absolute? This method of apologetic has been much in vogue since Hegelianism aroused interest in the ideal of an absolute idealistic metaphysics. If we may conceive of historical movements as due to the dynamic activity of the infinite in the finite, we may consider the finite in metaphysical rather than in experimental terms, and thus interpret it in terms of absoluteness. But when one attempts thus to get back of the historical and finite aspects of experience to a supposed absolute, one is compelled to pass from the concrete to the abstract. Is religious faith satisfied with such abstractions? To take a single illustration, Hegelian apologetics admits that the vicissitudes of a single human being, such as Jesus, belong in the realm of history, and as such cannot be treated as absolute. It is the idea of incarnation which is absolute. It is the principle of Christ, rather than the person of Christ, which forms the eternal content of Christianity. Does not this method of absolutizing a concrete figure of history deprive us of precious elements in our religious faith? Are not our affections and our devotion actually stirred by the concreteness of the life and teachings of Jesus, rather than by the abstract grandeur of the principles lying back of his historical life? Moreover, logically, this method of seeking an absolute defeats the apologetic aim which it proposes to satisfy. For the persistent apologist may discern universal principles underlying non-Christian as well as Christian history. Thus the content of the absolute in the last analysis must be such as to be applicable to all history. In other words, instead of demonstrating the absoluteness of Christianity as a historical religion, one would demonstrate the absoluteness of certain universal religious principles found in all religions. One could then only say that in historical Christianity these universal principles are more nearly realized than in other religions. But this would be making the Christianity which we know only relatively better than other religions, and it would be confessing that a religion of universal ideas is higher than historical Christianity. There are signs that this appeal to metaphysics which was so common 50 years ago is now being recognized to be unsatisfactory for the reasons indicated above. Do we want to pronounce final any historical expression of Christianity? It would be well for the student, before engaging in the attempt to prove the absoluteness of Christianity, to ask whether he would like to have the Christianity of the present day declared final. Are we willing to rest content with the beliefs and the practices which now exist? On the contrary, are we not eagerly striving to correct some of the aspects of our Christianity which seem to us to be in need of improvement? But if it is not the Christianity which we know which is to be pronounced absolute, what form is to be selected? Has not every period in the history of Christianity seen a dissatisfaction with some aspects of religious belief and practice, and a striving for reforms and advances? Surely there are aspects of New Testament Christianity which have been outgrown, and which no one would wish to reinstate. To canonize for all time disputes over circumcision, or arguments over the parousia, is not to be thought of. Indeed, was not New Testament faith conscious of defects in existing faith and practice, just as we today are conscious of defects in our own Christianity? Has not the attempt to fix exactly the content of Christianity always failed? Can Catholicism make absolute its ideals? Can any type of Protestantism become universal? Even if we succeed in affirming an absoluteness, is it not the absoluteness of an as yet unrealized ideal? And can we be sure that the actual course of Christianity will conform to this absolute ideal in the future, if it has not done so in the course of the centuries lying behind us? Christianity as a developing historical religion. The assumption that we may affirm finality rests on the conception of Christianity as a finished system of beliefs delivered authoritatively in perfect form. But with the conception of evolution we have come to see that there is no such static form of Christianity. Christianity is always in the making. Instead of attempting to demonstrate the finality of its content, we ought rather to ask whether the present stage of its evolution is such as to give faith in its future. If it can be shown that Christianity today is alive to the pressing religious and moral questions of human life, and that it is furnishing insight and power for the solutions of those questions, we may well speak enthusiastically of its future. But if we should discover that, instead of yearning forward toward the spiritual conflicts of the coming age, it is trying to surround itself with an armor of defensive dogma, we may well be concerned. In a civilization that is changing so rapidly as our own, absolutes are out of place. A Christianity which can point to its adaptability, which can look hopefully forward to such changes as are necessary in order that it may play a leading part in the solution of our spiritual problems, is more defensible than is a Christianity standing rigidly for the finality of this or that doctrine or practice. 5. Christianity and other religions. A rational defense of Christianity is not complete without an inquiry into the claims of other religions. It is true that this comparative study is not a matter of very vital concern for most adherents of Christianity in Christian lands. It is in the mission field that this aspect of apologetics is most essential. Still, the student should be at least reasonably intelligent concerning other religions in order that he may enrich his religious thinking by a knowledge of other ways of meeting the problems of faith. The modern attempt to appreciate foreign faiths. Formerly, theologians were too prone to adopt a method of defense which consisted in depicting the failures and defects of other religions while expounding Christianity in its ideal aspects. Such a comparison seemed easily to prove the superiority of Christianity. In recent years, however, the honest attempt has been made to give a sympathetic and fair account of other faiths. This attitude is partly due to the better acquaintance with the thinking of peoples in missionary lands, as missionaries have had opportunity to enter more fully into the life of those to whom they minister. It is partly due to the historical spirit which undertakes to tell the truth about a religion, no matter what becomes of apologetic considerations. The question which arises in connection with this historical appreciation is whether missionary efforts are justified. When we take into account the fact that every religion arises to meet the actual social needs of those among whom it develops, may we not assume that such natural development represents a survival of the fittest among possible religious beliefs? The fallacy of this position is easily seen if we recognize that no religion, not even the Christianity which we know, is entirely adequate to the needs of men. Any religion is constantly in need of criticism and of development in order to reach its full measure of value. A comparison of the ideals of Christianity with those of other religions in these regards will be extremely valuable to the student, leading him not only to a new appreciation of the priceless value of the great utterances of the prophets and of Jesus, but also awakening in him the vision of the possibilities of spiritual development if these ideals are allowed to come into their rights. The comparative point of view will also make it clear that Christianity in mission fields will have a peculiar development due to the stimulus of peculiar conditions of each field. If, in the history of our faith, Greek Catholic Orthodoxy, Roman Catholicism, Lutheranism, Anglicanism, and other forms of Christian faith have developed in response to the historical conditions which they met, ought we not to expect that the future will bring into existence types of Christianity bearing the impress of the special cultures of the Orient? If this question be answered in the affirmative, it is no longer a question of proving that Western Christianity is superior in all respects to the Oriental faiths. The real question is whether Christianity is more capable than any other religion of introducing into the religious traditions of the Oriental peoples a spiritual worship embracing a devout humanitarian culture. The answer to this question is not to be found in creedal statements. It is rather to be sought in the actual capacity of Christianity to adapt itself to foreign conditions while maintaining that continuity of spirit and that idealism which have made it worthy of the love and loyalty of Christians in all ages of its Western history. End of Chapter 9, Part 4. Chapter 9, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 5, Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. Christian Ethics. The Christian is a person who not only relates his life to the spiritual realities of his environment for the sake of his own inner satisfaction, but who also necessarily lives in the world and in society with certain standards of conduct. He believes that certain ways of behavior are imperative, and he seeks to order his own life and to organize society in such a way as to promote the kind of life in which he believes. Christian ethics undertakes to set forth the principles which the Christian believes ought to guide human conduct. Probably this ethical aspect of Christianity is most important in the eyes of most men. Theological opinions are very generally regarded as matter of personal opinion, but moral convictions are esteemed to be of primary importance, and an individual or a church is generally judged on the basis of ethics rather than on the basis of theological beliefs. A study of the ethical content of Christianity is thus imperative if one is to understand its real nature. The historical evolution of Christian ethics. Just as it has been common to think of Christian doctrine as a thing authoritatively fixed once for all, persisting unchanged through the ages, so it has been customary to speak of Christian ethics as a divinely authorized system of conduct. The first task of the student should be to realize the significance of historical development in the realm of Christian conduct. In a vague way, the fact of historical change is realized by everyone. Paul's precepts concerning the behavior of women in public places are generally recognized to have been the reflection of local and temporal exigencies. Protestants regard some Catholic practices, like fasting, obedience to the ecclesiastical authorities, etc., as unwarranted developments in Christian history. But there is not yet an adequate understanding of the fact that Christian morality has had a historical development. Until this is fully realized, Christians will be more eager to conserve the customs of the past than aggressively to attack the evils of the present and the future. The ethical ideal of the primitive Christians. The lofty ideals of the New Testament Christians will always stand as an inspiration to later ages. But it is important for the student to realize the historical limitations of those ideals, as well as to appreciate their moral grandeur. The early Christians were looking for a speedy ending of this present evil age by the miraculous establishment of the kingdom of God. Their affections were therefore set upon a future which was not to be brought about by their own moral efforts. To be a Christian meant to be personally devoted to Christ, so as to win his approval in the great day of judgment. But it did not mean that Christians should undertake to transform the existing social order. This was expected to pass away in the great consummation. The New Testament thus lacks that interest in social evolution which is an essential of modern ethical thinking. This disregard for the present social order and the vivid expectation of the speedy coming of the heavenly kingdom meant that the standards of conduct must be found in that other world rather than in this. Consequently, men were concerned to ask what God requires of those who are to be citizens of the coming kingdom, rather than to ask what ought to be done to make this world a better place in which to live. It is true that the interpretation of the character of God given by Jesus and set forth by his disciples affirms that God is fundamentally concerned with humanitarian welfare. Thus, in actual content, the ethics of the New Testament demands the exercise of unselfish love toward one's fellow men. But these same fellow men are valued, not as citizens of this world, but as beings capable of entering into the future kingdom. Thus, the morality of the New Testament moves on a very simple plane of personal relationships, and does not involve any serious entanglement with the social and industrial problems of existing civilization. This dominant position of the eschatological hope makes it impossible to transfer literally to our own age the precepts of the New Testament. To do so would mean to ignore the moral problems due to modern social and industrial conditions. It is of especial importance that the student should learn to read the moral ideals of the New Testament in the light of the historical situation in order to see the inadequacy of a conception of Christian ethics which would ascertain duty for today simply by asking what the New Testament teaches. The subordination of ethical to religious interests. This attitude on the part of the early church meant that conduct must be judged in relation to religious interests. To be ready for the coming kingdom was more important than to attain any particular status in this world. The inevitable consequence of this point of view was to make ethics subordinate to theology. Indeed, it is only in modern times that Christian ethics as a separate realm of study has been differentiated from theology as a whole. The development of the Catholic conception of Christian ethics. The theological emphasis which placed the future world above the present, and which led men first to ask what was demanded in order to be eligible to the blessings of that future world, made inevitable the development of a system of authoritative control of human conduct. if ethics be defined as obedience to the will of God, the all-important question is to determine where that divine will is made known. So long as men disagree here, human error is vitiating conclusions. The possibility of mistake must be eliminated. Catholicism has undertaken to furnish an authoritative pronouncement of the divine will. The Church, as the divinely appointed agent of God, has the right to guide the inquiries of men and to decide what conclusions are in accord with God's revealed will. All merely natural reasoning must be subjected to the censorship of supernatural authority. All activities of men are to be controlled by the Church. The moral quality of an action is ultimately determined by its conformity or lack of conformity to the authority of the Church. Thus, church-controlled education is morally superior to secular education because it inculcates a willingness to conform to authority. An unbaptized man is morally bad because he has not submitted himself to the Church. Freedom of research, freedom in politics, freedom of religious thinking are all dangerous because these attitudes represent a fundamental failure to apply the standard of authority. Obviously, such a conception of ethics makes difficult, if not impossible, any wholesome criticism. Men trained under this system are taught to ask the question, what is officially authorized, rather than to inquire what an honest study of the facts yields. Catholic ethics is thus necessarily static and conventional. It seeks to meet moral questions by interpreting a predetermined program, rather than by analysis of actual conditions. Logically, it would compel a return to medieval culture, when it was taken for granted that the Church should be supreme in authority over the thoughts and actions of men. The student ought to make himself acquainted with Catholic ethical ideals, for every pastor and social worker finds himself confronted with the powerful influence of the Catholic Church. In its fundamental distrust of merely natural or secular forces, Catholicism is intent on creating a kind of goodness which shall be ecclesiastically identified and approved, rather than a kind of goodness which shall lose itself in the social development of humanity as such. Ultimately, it is the other world of theological exposition, rather than the present world of historical development, which is to determine moral issues. It is true that by its elaborate casuistry, Catholicism attempts to meet the particular problems of changing life. But such casuistry is peculiarly liable to be misunderstood. In form, it too often seems to be a clever attempt to nullify the obvious meaning of authoritative pronouncements in order to give relief in some particular instance. If the highest good is defined as conformity to an authoritative standard, any nonconformity means moral laxity, however it be explained. It is only when a moral imperative can be found precisely in nonconformity itself that ethical integrity is possible in the act of departing from prescribed duties. For such an ethical interpretation, Catholicism makes no logical place. The ethics of Protestantism. From the ethical point of view, the fundamental distinction between Protestantism and Catholicism lies in the elimination of ecclesiastical authority by the former. This leaves the individual free from institutional domination. Protestantism, therefore, has attempted to find moral motives and sanctions in the Christian experience of the individual, rather than in the pronouncements of the Church. The abandonment of the confessional is a mark of this emancipation of the individual. Moral activity is represented as the consequence of being saved by the grace of God. The Christian, filled with gratitude for God's love toward him, voluntarily devotes his life to the fulfillment of the will of God. One should be familiar with the vital optimism of this conception of morality, as it is expressed in Luther's sermons and in his treatise concerning Christian liberty. Such an ethical ideal opened the way for the recognition of moral values in secular life. It enabled Luther to declare that the housemaid in the kitchen is engaged in as sacred a task as is the clergyman. It inspired Luther's famous Address to the German Nobility, in which those whose vocation was in the realm of political activity were summoned to an opportunity for Christian ministry. Protestantism, thus, is much better adapted than is Catholicism to appreciate and to inspire non-ecclesiastical moral endeavors, and it is in Protestant lands that secular culture has been permitted to develop without the necessity of submitting to ecclesiastical control. But Protestantism, like Catholicism, retained the fundamental conception of a morality directed by prescriptions from another world. The Reformation occurred before men had come to realize the possibilities of empirical inquiry. The deductive method was still dominant in all branches of learning. Ethics also was regarded as a deductive science. Even philosophical ethics was attempting to set forth the principles furnished a priori in the divinely established law of nature. Protestantism supplemented this law of nature by the revealed law found in Scripture. Thus, the essential content of ethics was regarded as given from above. In principle, the Protestant Christian, like the Catholic, is taught to study a ready-made code rather than to analyze the actual conditions of life. The fact that every individual has the right of private interpretation gives an opportunity for flexibility not found in Catholicism, and in recent years Protestant ethics has been very active in seeking to understand the problems of our modern life, though it still generally professes to derive its principles from an authoritative source in Scripture. The defect of the traditional Protestant conception of ethics. We have come to realize the fact that human life is a historical growth, and that this growth involves changes in human culture. The moral code of the savage, with his simple life and his few interests, is totally inadequate to the complex problems of modern industrial and social life. The principles which secured justice in an age when every locality was virtually self-supporting and self-sufficient are hopelessly antiquated in an age when we are all dependent on transportation of goods and an intricate machinery of exchange of values. Moral principles, whether of the savage or of the modern man, must be derived from an appreciation of the actual moral needs engendered by conditions of life. Thus we are today more and more adopting the method of studying the facts of life as the means of determining what ought to be done. Now, Protestantism has continued to employ the deductive method. It has been assumed generally that a study of the Bible would adequately prepare one to live a moral life. But the Bible presents us with comparatively primitive conditions of industrial and social life. The principle of neighborliness is set forth as sufficient. And in small communities where men know one another, neighborliness is a reasonably efficient way in which to secure right relations of men to one another. But in the complex conditions of a great industrial civilization, a man may earnestly desire to be neighborly, and yet find himself helplessly confronting moral evils. The ethical conception of Protestantism, emphasizing as it does the appeal to an alien source of moral authority, fails to train men in that inductive study of conditions which is indispensable to the evolution of a morality suited to our modern life. Protestantism, like Catholicism, is still primarily concerned with conventional, ecclesiastically approved virtues. We are just awakening to the fact that moral leadership has been fast passing out of the hands of the Church, simply because, in an age of rapid and profound change in habits of life, the Church has behaved as if a code of ethics wrought out 2,000 years ago were entirely adequate to the demands of the present. The need for a new conception of Christian ethics. Since the same factors which occasion changes in theological thinking are operative in the realm of ethics as well, a reconstruction of ethical thinking is involved in theological reconstruction. The repudiation of the Catholic conception of the Church involved the radical revision of the idea of Christian morality which we find in Luther's treatment of the subject. But, as has been indicated in the section dealing with modern theology, we have today abandoned the ways of thinking which characterized early Protestantism. For modern men, God is to be discovered in the relations of the aspiring soul to immediate environment. He is immanent in the movements of history. The dictates of the Catholic Church are no more authoritative than the summons of actual moral need as we meet it. We cannot define Christian ethics in terms of a church-controlled society. Neither can we regard Christian duty as identical with biblical precepts. We readily disregard Paul's instructions concerning the public activities of women because we hold judgments due to our modern appreciation of woman's place in social life. We are learning more and more to organize our Christian activities in relation to the actual moral demands of life, rather than in response to a pattern taken from an isolated portion of history. The most vigorous Christian activities of our day are building up their moral principles through actual experience. The Young Men's Christian Association, the modern Sunday School, the institutional church, the methods of modern evangelism, the fight against intemperance and against vice. These movements are all employing an empirical method of determining morality which should be extended to the entire field of Christian ethics. They are not looking for explicit direction from an alien source. They are rather concerned to understand and to utilize the moral forces latent in life today. God's will is found in the actual appeal of the facts rather than in a prescribed code. Just as modern religious thinking is learning to draw its inspiration from the world in which we live, so modern Christian ethics must learn to determine its content by a careful study of the problems which confront us, and an understanding of the resources with which we may attain moral results. Christian ethics should be defined as the determination of the duties of a modern Christian living in the modern world. To define it in terms of an ethical system belonging to another age is to fail to make Christianity completely ethical. Moral inefficiency due to confusion of ideals. Until one definitely asks himself whether his moral duty is to conform to a given code or to meet the needs of the situation, one has not reached a foundation for the consistent building of the moral structure. Is it our Christian duty to organize church activities and to engage in missionary enterprise with the purpose of creating as many churches as possible which shall reproduce the scriptural polity? Or is it our Christian duty to ask what kind of a church and how many churches are demanded by the religious needs of each community? Our criminally over-churched small towns, with their sectarian rivalries and their pitiful struggles for bare existence, are monuments of moral delinquency due to a failure to base duty on a study of the facts. The same moral failure is sure to follow any enterprise which is guided merely by an ethics of conformity. Our Christian activities today are in too many instances following the scribes rather than Jesus. Our treatises on Christian conduct are too generally using the scribal methods of exegesis of scriptural texts rather than the method employed by Jesus, by Paul, and by all great moral prophets, of determining duty by spiritual insight into the actual conditions confronting them. The method of the scribes is always cumbersome and clumsy. So long as we are pursuing the devious way of attempting to solve modern moral problems by a study of precepts addressed to other times and other occasions, we shall reap the harvest of moral confusion. Nothing is more imperatively demanded of the modern minister than an understanding of the inadequacy of the deductive method which we have inherited in our Christian ethics. Our religious instruction and our moral training must be brought into line with that method of ascertaining duty which is in accord both with the practice of Jesus and with the science of our day. The study of psychology and of sociology. In order to feel at home in the use of this empirical method of studying ethical problems, every minister should avail himself of the aid furnished by modern psychology and sociology. In these branches of human investigation he finds men first asking questions concerning the facts of human life, and then deriving their conclusions from the facts. For example, where the older dogmatic theology began with a doctrine of innate sinfulness, modern investigations ascertain as far as possible the concrete causes of behavior. It has been shown, for example, that minor physical defects, such as adenoids or poor eyesight or dull hearing, lead children to unwholesome mental attitudes and to wrong conduct. Manifestly, to allow these physical hindrances to receive no attention is to neglect our plain moral duty. To discover the specific reasons why people go wrong is a better preparation for dealing with their moral problems than is a detailed metaphysical or theological study of the nature of sin. To ascertain in detail just what it is in the experience of men that constitutes the motive to do right is better than to indulge in rhetorically vague appeals to conscience. To know the physical conditions of a wholesome spiritual life is an indispensable part of ethics. Here it should be remarked that most philosophical treatises on ethics are too metaphysical and abstract to furnish the needed aid. Philosophy, as well as theology, has been under the domination of the deductive method. The effort has been to establish some a priori principle from which to derive the content of ethics. From Kant's categorical imperative to the utilitarian greatest good of the greatest number, the ethical systems of the past century have attempted to unify and simplify ethics by subsuming all particular kinds of conduct under some one ultimate norm. Inspiring as is the conception of some great all-inclusive ideal, it nevertheless does not furnish one with the sort of insight which is developed by patient inquiry into the facts. The student should master some treatise which effectively employs the empirical method. The spirit of Christian ethics. Having come to understand that moral problems must be studied inductively, the student is freed from the blighting influence of the ideal of mere conformity. Ethics is a creative activity, not a mere reproduction and application of predetermined principles. The real power of Christian ethics is revealed only as moral activity is seen to be the way in which one joyously and heroically unites his activities with those of the loving God whose presence one has been able to realize in one's inner life. The creative identification of one's will with the purpose of God, and the conviction that the will of God is most truly found in those attitudes and ministrations of love which Jesus exemplified, and which his truest followers have always put foremost, these are the essentials of Christian ethics. One who believes in the possibility of this cooperation with the divine purposes is stimulated to an optimistic idealism with surprising possibilities. One is not daunted by seemingly insuperable difficulties. One feels the divine call and knows that the divine strength is available in every heroic undertaking. While one prays that the kingdom of God may come, one also rejoices in the opportunity to have a share in bringing in the better day. Let one recall the courage with which devout Christians have undertaken appalling tasks. Think of the magnitude of the missionary enterprise, of the untiring evangelism which never despairs of even the desperately sinful, of the insistence of Christians in the face of social distinctions that all men have equal rights to spiritual opportunities, of the fight against intemperance, impurity, and demoralizing luxury. Christianity enables those who bear heavy burdens to feel the aid of a divine yokefellow. It brings to the man who faces tasks too large for his strength the consciousness of God's slowly moving but wonderful plans. It lifts one's thinking and one's aspirations above the petty level of utilitarian plans, and gives to life at its best a grandeur and a significance which suggest divine possibilities. Men who are conscious of longing for the coming of the kingdom of God will pray and strive to live in the spirit of the kingdom, and will thus experience the presence and power of God in their lives. It is the creative power of such religiously inspired morality that distinguished the early Christians from the mere conformists of their day, and that made them the founders of a growing religion of power. The New Testament, rightly understood, is the charter of the religion of the Spirit, and should stimulate modern Christians to a forward-looking creative spirit of active fellowship to Jesus in relation to the problems of our day. The development of Christian character. The most important and significant moral task of Christianity is the creation of a moral purpose, leading men to transcend the convenient utilitarian standards which excuse easygoing conduct, and to face the question of a right relationship to God, from whom the inner life of man cannot be concealed. In Christian experience, one learns the joy and strength which comes from fellowship with Jesus in the identification of self with the holy purpose of the loving God. It is difficult to overestimate the moral significance of this experience of communion with the living God. It makes possible self-sacrifice for the sake of the goods of the kingdom of God. It brings into life the reinforcement of a spiritual friendship with God. It inspires men to dare to hope for large things, and to attempt seemingly hopeless tasks. We are constantly aware of moral opportunities which must be neglected because the spiritual life of men is too poor to undertake the necessary toil and sacrifice. The most important task of Christian ethics is to set forth the reality and the moral power of such an experience of God through discipleship to Jesus. The technique of secular investigation may be used to ascertain our moral problems, but the spiritual dynamic for high moral undertakings almost inevitably is derived from Christian lives. The reality of this moral power is best seen in those who have been sublimely conscious of the ethical dynamic found in their experience. What gave to Jesus his unwavering moral courage? How does Paul seek to give moral strength to his own life and to the activities of those to whom he wrote? Read in Augustine's Confessions the repeated emphasis on the divine source of his own moral triumphs. Let St. Francis of Assisi, Luther, John Wesley, and Tolstoy testify concerning the source of their moral strength. In this religious inspiration of moral endeavor, Christianity makes its indispensable contribution to ethics. To fail to understand this is to fail to touch the heart of Christian ethics. Back of all discussions of particular moral problems should lie the appreciation of the inner resources of a Christian, who looks upon his tasks as contributions to be made to the accomplishment of the divine will on earth, and as activities in which profound communion with the righteous God is attained. Christian ethics is primarily concerned with the Christian attitude toward life as the practical outgrowth of the experience of Christian faith. Christianity and social ethics. While the interpretation of moral character in relation to the Christian experience belongs naturally in the department of theology, the analysis of social problems must be undertaken by one who is familiar with the social sciences. This necessary division of labor is not as widely recognized as it should be. We are still under the influence of the medieval conception of the authority and ability of the Church to dictate political and social conditions. It is of the utmost importance that the student should come to think of social institutions as natural developments. In every race and in every condition of human life there is some kind of family life, some form of group government, some current way of educating each new generation, some socially approved methods of conducting industrial life. To speak of the Christian family, for example, as if Christianity were responsible for creating family life, means to emphasize precisely such technical regulations as are prominent in Catholicism, and to fail to take due account of the light which historical and social science may throw on the problems in this realm. The political welfare of the modern world involves the refusal to allow the Church to dictate in the realm of government. Our modern governments are secular and natural, rather than Christian. This means that in the field of social problems, Christianity must employ the same method of determining what is desirable that is used by secular agencies. If the result of an open-minded inquiry shows that the highest good demands a reversal of previous doctrines, Christian ethics should be foremost in declaring the moral duty of a change. For example, Christianity is rapidly reversing the judgment of former generations concerning the vocations of women. It is doing this not because of any better understanding of biblical precepts, not because of any technical claim to a Christian solution of the problems due to the emancipation of women, but because Christian people, recognizing the facts of our social development, desire to approve what is manifestly good. The contribution of Christian ethics in this realm must be largely that of keen sympathy for human welfare developed by the Christian faith, with its affirmation of the holy purpose of God to establish His kingdom, and its insistence on Christian love toward men as the only defensible attitude in the sight of God. From Christianity will therefore come a powerful impulse toward generous justice in social relations, and toward subjecting the material forces of the world to the promotion of human spiritual welfare. But the precise ways in which justice and spirituality are to be secured must be determined by experiment and investigation. The social order is to be Christianized, not in the sense that every aspect of human life shall be technically related to the Church, but rather in the sense that men who direct society shall possess the spirit of service and of religious aspiration which find their clearest expression and inspiration in the Christian ideal of life. End of Chapter 9, Part 5.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Introduction. What is the scope of practical theology? Practical theology is the science which studies the activities that result from the institutionalizing of religion, specifically of Christianity. Christianity is not an institution, but a way of life, a faith. This faith becomes institutional in the activity of preaching, whence the science of homiletics, in the organized ministry to personal religious needs, whence the science of pastoral care, in an organized community, the Church, with a definite constitution, whence the science of ecclesiastical polity, in the organized church with an elaborate system of practical activities, whence the science of church administration, in a technique of worship for the development of religious feeling, whence the science of liturgics, in a system of educational development, whence the science of religious education, and in all these interests extended beyond the borders of the immediate Christian community, whence the science of missions. The word practical, as applied to this body of studies, is fitting enough. The word theology is, of course, entirely inappropriate, but comes down traditionally from the use of the word to cover the whole system of studies connected with religion. It is the sense, indeed, in which it is used in the title of this volume. No one has yet succeeded in finding a better term to cover this comprehensive field. Part 1. Homiletics. Definition and scope. Homiletics is the formulation of the laws of effective pulpit discourse. It is a science, while preaching is an art. The two cannot be divorced. Homiletics does not impose its rules upon the preacher, but the effective preacher furnishes the data for the homiletician, whose business it is to observe the principles that actually obtain in successful preaching. The popular preacher, who is fond of declaring that he never studied homiletics, that he breaks all the rules of the schools, is a valuable piece of laboratory material. He is like the poet who sings metrically without understanding prosody, like the artist who paints effectively without studying anatomy and design, like the singer who charms us although he has not learned the niceties of technique. The probability is he has some glaring faults which could be removed by the comparative study of other effective preachers. It is the humble task of homiletics not to tell the master of assemblies how to do his work, but to note the elements of effectiveness in different masters, with a view to determining what constitutes the power of the pulpit over the hearts of men. The study evidently involves a knowledge of theology, of exegesis, of literary and historical criticism, of the history of the pulpit, of the movements of modern thought, and of general and social psychology. The modern conception of the sermon. Change from the idea of derivation of doctrine from Scripture. This conception of the sermon depends upon the conception of religion. When the dominant idea was that of a plan of salvation authoritatively contained in the Bible, and to be found implicitly or explicitly in every part of the Bible, and the business of the pulpit was to expound a text of Scripture with reference to its bearing upon some element of redemptive doctrine. The procedure of the sermon was therefore determined by its function. First of all, the exact meaning of the text must be set forth. Then the doctrine to be derived from the text must be stated and defended. Then the practical application of the doctrine must be made. But when religion is freed from intellectualism and becomes a matter of attitude, motive, experience, faith in a God not of the dead but of the living, the sermon makes a different appeal. It finds its authority in experience, in conscience, in the eternal yea, which is man's affirmation of the truth which finds him. The sermons of Phillips Brooks should be read for this quality. The trend away from apologetic preaching. The modern sermon, therefore, is not apologetic. The preacher does not think of himself as set for the defense of the faith, but for the stimulation of faith. The aim of the sermon is to secure not the agreement of the hearer with the views of the preacher, but an honest consideration, unbiased by prejudice and selfishness, of the religious problem involved in the discourse. For example, the modern sermon is not concerned to explain and defend a certain theory of biblical inspiration, which is after all a piece of dialectics, but rather to make the Scriptures a motive power in human life. The one might result in an acceptance of the infallibility of the Bible, the other would lead to a recognition of its availability. Preaching from experience. The true preacher can be known by this, that he deals out to the people his life passed through the fire of thought. The last phrase is important and expresses that which distinguishes the sermon from exhortation. The preacher is a man of religious experience who has drunk deep of the wells of religious inspiration. He knows the modern world in which he lives. He talks to the people persuasively of those religious and moral certitudes which he knows will illumine the personal and social problems of their lives. The place of the Bible in modern preaching. The historical study of the Bible, the modern view of the Bible, as presented in the chapters of this book dealing with the study of the Old and New Testaments, involves a change in its pulpit use. It can no longer be regarded as a storehouse of texts. It must be used as a literature, the product of definite social situations, and must be used in accordance with the canons of literary quotation. Regarding any biblical statement, we must always ask two questions. What did the writer mean? And what was the situation which made such meaning significant? Then we may consider its contribution to our own needs. The wise minister will therefore be regularly engaged in some phase of Bible study, which he will pursue scientifically with the aid of the best literature that he can secure. The Bible as a literature of power. As soon as one ceases to think of the Bible as a repository of redemptive facts and appreciates its significance as a revelation of spiritual experience, its value for the sermon is transformed. We look now not for a text from which to deduce a theme, but for a contact with the human heart in its need or in its power. Here is the whole gamut of religious experience, from the ecstasy of rapt fellowship with God to the cry of skepticism and despair, from the sober consideration of prudent principles of conduct to the splendid self-sacrifice of heroic devotion. And here is the experience of Jesus, in whom by faith we see God. On the basis of such an appreciation of the biblical literature, the minister prepares his sermon. He does not have to hunt for a text. His biblical study is constantly furnishing him with great suggestions. Of course, he keeps these recorded as they occur, for the best thoughts have wings and must be caught as they fly. The enlarged opportunity of expository preaching. The superficial acceptance of the new view of the Bible has led some preachers to a diminished use of it. But the historical approach gives opportunity for a more vital and more interesting expository preaching. The wonderful life of that Oriental past, with its essential humanness and its many points of contact with our own day, affords admirable opportunity for the illustration of moral attitudes toward life. In recent years there have been some notable exhibitions of the finest kind of exposition in the pulpit. Witness the work of George Adam Smith and C.R. Brown, and the interest of the Short Course series. The cultivation of the social imagination by the presentation of the way in which religious men met the problems of other days is excellent education for the modern man. The place of the text. Early Christian preaching was entirely expository. The text was a considerable unit of Scripture. But the development of doctrinal preaching led to the selection of the single verse or phrase from which the all-important doctrine was to be deduced. Thus the sermon came to have its authority from its derivation from the Bible. If the preacher desired to preach upon a theme which was not treated in the Bible, he had to find a text which by some homiletic ingenuity he could accommodate to his purpose. The modern pulpit is less rigid in its devotion to the text. Most ministers who desire to speak upon a subject which is not treated in the Scripture are honest enough not to pretend that it is treated there. The omission of the text on such occasions is a sign of respect for the Bible. It may be hoped that this freedom will do away with the foolishness of accommodated texts. Doctrinal preaching. Doctrine and experience. Doctrine in religion is suffering the usual fate of the deposed autocrat with none so poor to do him reverence. In the determination to be freed from creeds that were imposed from without, men have declared that they will have none of them, but that would be intellectual anarchy. The only way to escape from doctrine is to give up thinking, for doctrine is nothing but formulated experience. All men have their doctrines: economic, social, political, legal, medical, pedagogical. As soon as we say that we believe in a minimum wage for women, we have laid down a doctrine. The objection to the creed is that it formulates doctrine once and for all, as if human experience were complete. Not only is human experience changing with changing conditions, but the contribution which the past furnishes to the experience of today is itself modified by our new interpretations of the past. What men need, therefore, is doctrine that will formulate the meaning of life as the thinking of the past, and the deepest religious insight of the present enables us to understand it. Christian doctrine and modern thought. Faith and science apprehend truth differently, but not independently. Each of them contributes to experience. Faith which does not take account of the facts of life is a will-o'-the-wisp, and his doctrines are foolishness. The minister must therefore be a scholar. His knowledge of human history and literature, of the physical and social sciences, of philosophy and psychology, will give him the intellectual equipment that will enable him to distinguish between the things that we can know and the things that we may believe. Guarded thus from intellectual presumption, faith goes forth upon its daring course, and the preacher confidently but humbly tells the people what he believes about God, Christ, providence, regeneration, prayer, spiritual communion, human worth and destiny, and the other supreme themes of human interest. The minister must guard himself most carefully at this point. He is the one speaker who may proceed without interruption and close without rejoinder. Let him cultivate the art of self-criticism. Let him be sure that he distinguishes between what he knows and what he believes. Then he may speak with freedom and with power. Practical character of the doctrinal sermon. The preacher does not very much impart information. He communicates the teachings of religious experience. Of course, these are founded upon knowledge, and one's religious convictions must constantly be brought to the test of the severest intellectual criticism. But the preacher is not a theological lecturer. As a teacher in classes and conferences, he seeks clear thinking. As a preacher, he is not so much concerned with correct thinking as with religious attitude. His purpose is not that his hearer's conception of the person of Christ shall be the same as his own, but that the spiritual lordship of Jesus shall be significant to them. He is not seeking an agreement upon a theory of prayer, but a common appreciation of the value of prayer. He is trying to make truth plain, but his chief purpose is to make it vital. He can generally test his success in this endeavor by estimating the practical effect of the sermon upon himself. He preaches best to others, who preaches first of all to himself. Ethical preaching. The new ethical emphasis. The object of doctrinal preaching not only goes beyond intellectual comprehension to an experience of the doctrine, but generally farther still to some activity which is the result of the experience. The habit of mind of our age connects religion with duty. Those who desire to connect religion with creed feel themselves to be opposing the trend of the times, albeit they may deplore the condition. But even such always preach that faith without works is dead. The essentially practical character of the Bible has been rediscovered, and Christianity is more and more preached today as a way of life. The new social emphasis. The latest response of the pulpit is to the awakened social consciousness of our time. The ethics of the pulpit have been individualistic. To be sure, in temperance work, in political and missionary utterances, preachers have often struck the social note, as they did a generation ago in the conflict with slavery. But the larger social problems involved in the complicated economic and industrial conditions of today have rather dismayed the minister. Some have rushed in and made themselves ridiculous. Most preachers have decided that social reform was none of their business. A few great voices have really spoken with prophetic power. the modern ministry is trying to find itself in this new, difficult situation. There are three elements in the congregation: those whose ethical outlook is still entirely individualistic and who can only connect religion with personal duty; those whose controlling social passion demands a social gospel; and the great mass who are just awakening to a sense of social responsibility and who find unexpected vitality in a preaching that strikes the note of faith in the salvation of human society. Rauschenbusch has done this most effectively in his two books, which are really sermons, though not homiletic in form: Christianity and the Social Crisis, and Christianizing the Social Order. Religion and Morality in Modern Preaching. The leading preachers of today recognize the danger that the larger ethical and social interest may become a substitute for religion, that the gospel may thus become a program instead of a revelation. They are therefore seeking the social dynamic in a reaffirmation of the great religious certitudes. Thus preachers are inspired by the recognition of the unity of the religious and social passion in the Hebrew prophets. They are putting new emphasis on the idea of the kingdom of God as at once a religious and a social concept. They are reinterpreting the coming age of the New Testament in terms of the modern world. This may be seen in the preaching of Clifford, Horton, Ingram, Coffin, and Gordon. Evangelistic preaching. The evangelist, the least responsive to the modern spirit. Evangelistic preaching is that form of pulpit appeal which is designed to induce persons who are not controlled by religious motives to desire and decide to become so. The problem then is the awakening of the desire and its stimulation to the point of decision. To what motive shall the immediate appeal be made? Manifestly, the strong primal motives of fear and self-regard form the easiest avenues of approach. Historically, the hell and heaven motives have been splendidly efficient, and the opportunity of giving adhesion to a plan of salvation has afforded the necessary initial act which has launched the penitent upon a new current of experience. That notable results of ethical achievement and spiritual regeneration are obtainable by this process, the history of evangelicalism abundantly attests. But on the other hand, the danger of a dependence upon a magical salvation provided and not achieved, concerned with the future life and not with the present, has been all too pitifully evident. But our modern perplexity is of another kind. The eternal truths underlying the ideas of heaven and hell, and underlying the conception of substitutionary atonement, are profoundly real to the thoughtful mind, but superficially these ideas are not acceptable to modern men. The preaching of the fire of hell may obscure rather than vivify the fact of retribution. The commercial presentation of the atonement may not help men to appreciate the passion of God. The reinterpretation of these appeals to fundamental motives is the need of today, but the popular evangelist still pursues the easier method. To be sure, the majority of men do not live altogether in the modern world, and they may still respond to the old appeals. But the condition is fraught with peril, some significant trends. There are not wanting evidences of better things. Some of our most flamboyant evangelism connects itself definitely with social righteousness, e.g., cleaning up the town. Evangelistic campaigns sometimes eliminate the saloons. The evangelism of the Men and Religion Forward movement was largely free from the crass theologizing of the past and struck a definite social note. The great Sunday school world is getting away from the idea of evangelizing children and is seeking their spiritual awakening in culture. Wise ministers without any campaigns are presenting worthy motives to the religious life, and men and women are responding. And most significant of all, the great student movement throughout the world has given up the old appeal entirely and is presenting Christianity as Jesus' way, to be followed in humble and joyous fellowship with God. Beecher and Bushnell did that in their day. Drummond did it. Dawson, Jefferson, Ingram, Mott are so preaching today. The problem of content. We need a vital evangelistic message, and we shall get it by making all preaching evangelistic. The great social motive must become supreme, and the pulpit must summon men to come with penitent hearts and clean hands, because such are needed in the great crusade. After all, it is but a modernizing of the splendid appeal, "Repent, because the kingdom of God is coming near." The form of the modern sermon. The modification of the traditional form. The traditional form of text, proposition, proof, application belonged to the conception of the sermon as a derivation of doctrine from the Bible and the application of it to life. With the changed conception there follows change in form. There need be no text. The text may be a great spiritual utterance with a literary rather than a logical relation to the theme of the sermon. There may be no proposition to be defended, and so the logical homiletic steps of proof, first, secondly, thirdly, may be unnecessary. And the whole sermon may be application. It is not surprising, therefore, that one finds much greater variety in modern preaching than would have been possible in a former day. There is a tendency to approximate the ordinary forms of public speech. It is a reproach to say that a man has a pulpit tone or manner. He does not wish to be called a sermonizer. He finds his inspiration not in the scholastic preachers, but in the prophets of righteousness. He speaks as man to man in the way of genuine eloquence. Phillips Brooks is the most conspicuous example of this. The continuance of traditional forms. And yet, the sermon has still a form of its own and is likely to retain it. The Bible is the only book for the pulpit. The sermon still begins with some great word from that treasure house of spiritual experience, and it is still vital with scripture reference and illustration. The sermon is not quite like other speech. We listen to lectures from men who are capable of giving us information or of entertaining us. We listen to speeches from advocates of a cause. But only in the sermon do we let a man open his heart to us and summon us to righteousness and faith. A certain hereditary character will therefore always give form to the sermon. In the hands of the skilled preacher this will not be obtrusive. With the less able, the conventional form will naturally be more evident. Van Dyck is an especially good example of a preacher who uses largely the conventional form, yet in such a way that his sermon seems genuine speech. Spurgeon, with his wonderful spontaneity, does not read well because of his stilted homiletic form. The new homiletics. Declining emphasis of old distinctions. It is evident that the task of homiletics is a new one. The division of sermons into textual, topical, narrative, special, is no longer significant. Indeed, few preachers have a clear understanding of what was involved in the distinction between topical and textual. Practically, a sermon either starts from a text which stirs the preacher's imagination and gives him a theme which he develops, or it starts from some other germinal thought for which he may seek an appropriate text at any time in the preparation of the sermon. There is no vital difference between the two. If the divisions of the sermon should be derived from the text, that is quite an incidental matter. Expository preaching has still a certain distinctness. It involves interesting problems of historical interpretation, social imagination, and rhetorical unity. More work ought to be done in the training of good expository preachers. The message of the preacher. Formerly, exegetics and theology furnished a man his message, while homiletics gave him his method of presentation. But if the message is to come from a preacher's experience, the most fundamental homiletic problem is not one of manner, but of matter. The most frequent failure of the pulpit has been, not in that a man has spoken badly, but in that he has had nothing to say. It is the duty of homiletics to study the content of the messages that are stirring the souls of men. The place of formal homiletics. The ministry is par excellence the speaking profession. Lawyers and politicians speak a great deal, but, except on important occasions, do not deliver carefully prepared discourses. There is little attention to form in the argument addressed to a court, or in much of parliamentary debating, but the necessity which is upon the preacher to deliver regularly 2 discourses every week upon the same general theme, within the limited space of about 30 minutes, and with a certain emotional quality, constitutes a demand for severe study of form. Thus the ordinary training in rhetoric and elocution must be extended to a careful study of the methods of religious discourse. The preacher must learn the principles of the oral style of the pulpit, which is at once dignified, earnest, and vivacious. The psychology of preaching. After the acquisition of correct habits of speech, the problem of effective preaching is fundamentally one of psychology. The interaction of a religious leader and the hearers of his speech takes us to the psychology of mood, apperception, emotion, suggestibility, the psychology of the social consciousness, and, in the case of more intense religious appeal, to the psychology of the crowd. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Practical Theology, Part 2, Church Polity. Definition and Scope. Ecclesiology is the historic name for the science which treats of the organization of the Church. It was concerned with the problems of the origin of church government and its historical development, and with all that pertained to the institutional administration of the Church. Among more elaborately organized bodies, the subject of church law was of great importance. In the modern Church, with its greatly enlarged interests and functions, and its numerous more or less extra-ecclesiastical societies, 2 distinct lines of administrative interest emerge. 1. The ecclesiastical interest. This has to do with the question of the orders of the clergy, the permanent constitution of the Church, the various courts and assemblies in which authority is vested, and the legislation which these courts and assemblies impose. Here also is included the consideration of the conditions necessary to church membership and the rules governing the administration of the sacraments. 2. The practical interest. The important administrative problems of the modern church as they arise practically in church work are, for the most part, non-ecclesiastical and are concerned with economic efficiency, adaptation to changing conditions, and the training and employment of many types of expert leaders. These 2 interests are so manifestly different that there is a convenience in treating them as separate subjects in practical theology. The term ecclesiology may well be dropped, and the traditional term church polity, or church polity and law, employed for the first of these, and the more practical term church administration for the second. The historic place of church polity. The Church, almost from the beginning, has been dominated by the idea that its form of government is of divine origin and of the very essence of revealed religion. It has been commonly supposed that the New Testament presents a consistent scheme of ecclesiastical organization intended to be the standard for all time. This has been variously interpreted as autocratic, aristocratic, representative, democratic, as consisting of 3 orders, bishops, presbyters, and deacons, or of only 2 orders, the 2 terms bishop and presbyter pertaining to the same office. Similar differences have obtained regarding the theory of the sacraments. The problems here involved are evidently exegetical and historical, according as the questions of New Testament language and ecclesiastical procedure are concerned. The treatment of the subject has been essentially apologetic, for the organization of the given church was to be proved historically correct. Inasmuch as these questions have been very prominent in church consciousness, the subject of church polity has been of great importance. This importance is still retained in those sections of the church which regard themselves as alone following the form of divinely ordained organization. The modern view of church polity. In the light of modern New Testament research, church polity undergoes a transformation such as does systematic theology. As we no longer form a system of Christian thinking from New Testament proof texts, so neither can we form a system of church government in that way. As the question whether our theological thinking is efficient cannot wait for the last word of textual, historical, and literary criticism, so neither can the question of the definite constitution of the church. If we cannot draw up an authoritative New Testament creed as a basis for church membership, so neither can we designate authoritative forms. But, on the other hand, as our modern theology is inspired by the great Christian experiences of the creative personalities of its early days, the New Testament thus being of highest value for our Christian thinking, so is our church organization given historical dignity and high religious value from the New Testament examples. And the historic forms of church initiation and sacramental observances have a like significance. That is to say, the same shifts from external authority to approved religious value have occurred here as everywhere else. Antiquity and tradition become not regulative but meaningful. The economic value of church polity. The significance of various church polities. Church polity to the modern man becomes a study in efficiency, due regard being given to the value for efficiency of emotional attitudes toward time-honored and religiously significant procedure. Christendom is composed of great historic churches, each of them with an organized life, whose forms are dear to its members and of definite religious worth to them. On the other hand, the churches are cumbered with constitutional conditions and requirements that are irksome to large numbers of religiously minded people. The modern study of church polity, therefore, is concerned with estimating the economic values of systems which the historic process has bequeathed to us. Denominational organization. The minister of each denomination will need to understand in detail the specific organization of his body, and the more highly organized bodies that are under episcopal and presbyterial control, this involves a knowledge of the organic law of the church, its officers, courts, modes of procedure, and of the constitution of the various boards by which the denominational interests are carried on. In the less highly organized bodies, the subject for study would be the city, district, state, and national organizations whose constitutions and interrelations are being constantly more clearly defined, and in connection with these, the boards and societies to which is committed the larger denominational work. Each body has its problems of denominational policy, which are under discussion in the denominational press and at the various conventions and assemblies, and which may well constitute subjects for a scholarly investigation in practical theology. The trend toward democratization. Rigid as church polities are supposed to be, they are all yielding to the modern spirit. There is an unmistakable trend in the more highly organized churches toward the determining of policy and procedure by the membership. The democratic churches, which have developed extra-ecclesiastical societies, whose government has been more virtually oligarchical, are taking possession of those societies and bringing them under popular control. Laymen are becoming more and more significant in the government of all churches. Positions which until recently could have been held only by ministers are now held by men who regard ordination for themselves as undesirable. With the expanding influence of the church into society, ordination itself is becoming to some degree a question of ecclesiastical convenience. The basis of church membership is being made more and more a question of personal conscience and less of ecclesiastical conformity. the trend toward organized efficiency. The commercial word efficiency is coming into larger ecclesiastical use. On any theory of the New Testament, only a small part of modern church life can there find its regulative constitution. The ever-widening work of the church is constantly being carried on under the influence of economic considerations. Those churches that regard themselves as pure democracies are developing a denominational officialism for the conduct of missionary endeavors which has the efficiency value of episcopacy, and within the local church work is so organized under committees and boards that the ruling eldership largely obtains. The study of these tendencies and of their meaning for social progress constitutes the new and important task of church polity. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Part 3. Church Administration. Definition and Scope. As already indicated, this title might seem to be synonymous with church polity, but if the latter term be kept for the study of historical forms of church organization and their significance in the changing conditions of today, we may conveniently discuss under church administration the problems of the organization of modern church life. With the enlarging activities in the church, the development of distinct types of churches, the relation of churches to the welfare and reformative movements of the time, and the emphasis on the expressive aspect of religion, this subject has attained great importance. The efficiency of the minister today is to no small extent a question of administrative ability. Church types. The complexity of church administration arises from the fact that the social conditions of our day have inevitably produced different types of churches. We no longer have simply large and small churches, those of cultured people and those of the less educated, all of which may be virtually of the same type, calling for exactly the same kind of administration. But we have very marked diversities of condition which demand new organization and activity. The family church. The traditional American church still continues in the towns, in the small cities, and in the suburbs of large cities. While it has some new and very pressing religious responsibilities in the direction of relating itself to the social progress of our times, its administrative problems are relatively simple, having to do with efficient systems of finance, the organization of the membership in significant activities, and the newer opportunities of religious education largely conceived. The downtown church. The crowding of metropolitan sections has resulted in the recession of the well-to-do classes into exclusive residence districts and into suburbs. The great church, which at one time included the ablest people of the city, becomes stranded in a boarding-house district. The gravest administrative problems immediately arise. The population is larger than ever. The religious need is greater than ever. The necessity of expert leadership is enhanced. Money must be raised in excess of what the ordinary congregations can supply. Teachers and workers of a higher grade than the neighborhood can furnish are required. And the contest with cheap amusement, and among a population in which no family ties contribute to church allegiance, the advertising and follow-up methods of business life become imperative. The pastor, while endeavoring to keep a study, must also have an office. He must have an assistant, a secretary, a stenographer, filing cabinets, card catalogs, etc. The administration of such a church becomes a serious and complicated problem. The institutional church. The downtown church usually finds that it has opportunity and necessity to make larger appeal to its parish than the conventional church ordinarily undertakes. The problem of evil amusement must be met by the provision for healthful recreation, athletic, social, dramatic. The natural gathering of young people into groups and societies can be very well supervised by the church. Industrial classes, vocational classes, and various other educational opportunities may be provided. The church may even become an employment agency, a bank, a boarding house registry. It may do anything for the welfare of the community. Such highly developed churches have been rather infelicitously called institutional. It is manifest that the administrative problems of such organizations are increasingly complex. Large funds have to be raised. Many experts have to be employed. Considerable inventiveness and initiative are necessary to keep it in the current of the community life. The Union Church. There are numerous conditions in which Protestantism finds itself unable to maintain its life in its present divided state. Sometimes in the downtown district, more often in the sparsely settled suburbs, quite generally in the new community, it is simply impossible that there should be 4 or 5 denominational churches. The necessities of the case result in a return to the parish church, in which denominational affiliations are either minimized or abandoned, and in which the conditions of membership are the broad spiritual requirements of common Christianity. The problems of organization here arise from the peculiar necessity of adapting the church to its local situation. The rural church. It has been a question whether the country church could survive. The movement of the children of former church members to the cities, the tenancy of farms by foreigners, the emphasis of denominationalism in the face of lessening numbers, have been serious causes of the decline of the country church. But there are encouraging signs that the country church has a great future. With the development of social interests in the farming communities, a new type of church, much the same as the institutional church of the cities, has a great opportunity to contribute to the enlargement of life, intellectual, aesthetic, recreational, as well as specifically moral and religious. If the economic handicaps of denominationalism can be overcome, there are possibilities of the development of a vigorous church life under spiritual leadership. If this is to be done, it is evident that men of unusual strength must devote themselves to the pastoral management of such churches, that they must have a peculiar training which will fit them to understand thoroughly the problems of the communities which they serve. Interesting suggestions are being made regarding a possible alliance between the theological seminary and the agricultural school in the training of the country minister. Specialism in the ministry. It is evident that whatever interest may still attach to the significance of the orders of the ministry, the actual conditions of modern church life compel attention to the different types of ministry. Of these, there are at least 4: the preacher, the teacher, the pastor, and the administrator. One of the most difficult problems before us today lies in this necessity of specialism. The preaching ministry. The question as to whether the preaching function of the ministry may be maintained never arises in the presence of a real preacher. He dominates the situation. He is the minister, and whoever else may be included in the leadership of the church are his assistants. It not infrequently happens that the orator has less fitness for the other functions of the ministry, and inefficiency may therefore result. The teaching ministry. The developing educational work of the church demands peculiar specialism entirely different from that of the preacher. A most significant administrative question today is whether the church will be willing to put its ministry of teaching on a par with that of preaching. In many cases, the educational leader is not ordained. The pastoral ministry. For many reasons, the preacher should be the pastor, and yet this becomes increasingly difficult in large churches. The service of the pastoral ministry calls for peculiar gifts and abilities, and it cannot be satisfactorily discharged by the ordinary assistant minister. Sometimes by sheer force of pastoral goodness, an indifferent preacher sustains his work. But there is a possibility of specialism with a significant place for the real pastor. The administrative ministry. The large and elaborately organized churches always have various assistants in administrative capacities. An important question is whether there is place for a man, not necessarily ordained, who by special training in the executive phases of church life shall be able to take the leadership of the church in its great modern developments. Church architecture. The enlargement of functions with the graded educational work of the church is requiring a new type of building. Our churchly feelings are stirred by the traditional forms of ecclesiastical architecture, the Gothic holding the first place. But the churchly structure is to be an auditorium, and connected with it must be opportunities for the religious exercises of many different groups, together with numerous separated classrooms, and in addition society rooms, club rooms, kitchen and dining room, lecture room, and perhaps gymnasium, bowling alley, and even swimming pool. These problems are particularly acute where the needs of the community call for a diversified work, and where the funds available do not permit of an elaborate building. As function must always determine form in every structure, it is evident that new and most interesting problems confront the church architect. There is necessity here for some cooperation between the practical leaders of the church and the schools of architecture. The latter have made scarcely any attempt to understand the needs of the modern church. The organization of churches. The Constitution. Whether the constitution of the local church is provided for it by a larger body or is the product of its own independent requirements, it will have little relation to the New Testament beyond a very few central points, for the reason that the modern church is concerned with so many matters that did not affect the primitive church. The Constitution, therefore, or the bylaws of the church rules, must develop in accordance with the demands of efficiency. Group organizations. The important practical questions regarding subordinate organizations within the church are 1. By what authority they shall be organized, 2. To what extent they shall be supervised, 3. What relation they shall have to other agencies of a similar character, so that the whole work of the church may be correlated without gaps and without overlapping. Important developments of modern times have been the sex and age differentiations within the church. The official positions, the direction of missionary activity, the provision of financial support have been for the most part in the hands of the adult men. Women's organizations were formed to secure specific interests or service from women, and later came specific organizations to give young people a larger opportunity. It has finally become necessary to secure a larger place in activity for the adult men who are rather left out of account in the multiplying societies. Numerous men's organizations have therefore of late come into being. Financial methods. The church has become a very complicated financial organization. As endowments are few, the large budgets must be raised entirely by voluntary contribution. People may have the benefit of an expensive plant and large ministries, and yet decide for themselves whether they will pay anything for the privilege. A vigorous church may have a dozen treasuries, each needing to be constantly supplied. Carelessness at any point means disaster. No church does good work whose finances are mismanaged. A marked sign of religious vitality is the willingness of people to give in large sums and constantly to the enterprises in which they believe. Great importance, therefore, attaches to the orderly management of the securing and dispersing of funds. Usually money for the current expenses of the church, regarded as a definite indebtedness, is kept distinct in fact and in thought from the missionary and philanthropic contributions, regarded as benevolence. But the greatest efficiency requires that every member of the church and congregation shall be a contributor to both of these. Regularity is also of prime importance, and the system of weekly giving is becoming more and more common. Able businessmen should have these matters in charge, the pastor being relieved of all specific responsibility. Subordinate societies should be subject to some supervision as to their financial affairs. The plan of having a single treasury with which all the societies bank their funds is receiving thoughtful consideration. The organization of parochial work. Efficiency in religious work depends upon adequate skilled oversight and large voluntary activity. The church is best conceived as an organization of the religious people of the community for the largest service to the community. It is organized friendliness, the organization being necessary because of the number of friends and the number to be befriended. Various methods are in operation for the division of the church membership, for mutual acquaintance and help, and for the visitation of the unchurched. This is peculiarly the work of the pastor, and one of his largest opportunities will be in seeing that every member has some helpful duty assigned to him, and that every possibility of helpfulness is adequately grasped. Interdenominational relations. The parish. In the days of a single-state church, the limits of jurisdiction and responsibility for each local church were readily defined upon a geographical basis. Everyone within that area was in the parish of the pastor. Within a given denomination, the territory is still roughly divided into parishes, and each church is supposed to be responsible for the denominational interests within its more or less uncertainly defined jurisdiction. Some very acute intra-denominational problems are here involved, and in many cases much energy is wasted through competition among churches of the same name. Some method of more definite parochial division is greatly needed within most of the religious bodies. The problem is much more acute, however, when from 4 to 20 denominations are operating within the same territory. In communities where there are enough members of each body to sustain a vigorous church, there is no particular difficulty, except that no single church feels the proper responsibility for the great mass of the unchurched. Where the population is not sufficient to sustain all the bodies, the condition is often unsatisfactory and sometimes deplorable. Movements of comity, cooperation, and union are thus very much to the fore. Interdenominational comity. Although rivalry and competition among Christian bodies unhappily still continue, it is being generally realized that the religious situation of today calls at least for certain agreements and divisions of labor. No church should start an outstation where it will rival a similar undertaking of another body. In the establishment of new churches, the religious needs of the district should be considered in a broad way. The organization of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America is a hopeful movement toward a more effective organization of the Protestant forces and the elimination of useless and harmful competition. A local council of this federation ought to be organized in every community. The reports of the Federal Council and of its commissions ought to be in the library of every church and the subject of its earnest study. Interdenominational cooperation. There are many respects in which actual cooperation can take place, and the Federal Council is the best agency for projecting and conducting plans to this end. The unchurched population may be definitely canvassed and divided among the churches. Effort may be made to bring all the children of the community to the Sunday school. A community house may be established for recreative purposes, or affiliation with the Christian associations may secure the same results. Evangelistic campaigns may be conducted. Indeed, unlimited endeavors for community betterment may be undertaken in this way. We are only at the beginning of the possibilities of church cooperation. The newly awakened interest in religious education, concerning which there is so little opportunity for difference of opinion, and in which denominations markedly diverse may unite, is particularly favorable for this larger cooperation. Church unity. The Christian Church is about equally divided between those who look for the organic union of Christian bodies as the only possible ideal toward which to strive, and those who regard the division of the Church into a few great denominations as the most reasonable and effective method of promoting the religious interests. Probably a great deal of energy is being employed in talk about unity by those who are not willing to make the slightest sacrifice of personal opinion or attitude in order to secure it. Some very interesting attempts are actually being made in small suburbs and in rural districts to have a single Protestant church connected with no denomination, in which the largest liberty shall be permitted in the matter of religious opinion. Probably we have not yet reached a point where anything more can be said than that each community must endeavor to meet its own problem in the most economical and effective way. If there are a few ultra-denominationalists, a union of the churches would probably do more harm than good, and it is a question whether the failures have not been as significant as the successes. Some special phases of this problem will be more properly discussed in connection with missions. The Church and the community. The Church and other social institutions. Many churches do not yet recognize that a great deal of work which was once entirely under ecclesiastical control is now more properly undertaken by other agencies. The state is constantly assuming responsibility for larger and larger areas of social interests, and of those social activities which must still be undertaken by private organizations. Many appeal to a wider constituency than that of the religious community. All earnest citizens are interested in kindergartens, hospitals, playgrounds, the prevention of crime, the extinction of tuberculosis, child welfare, etc. The Church must not feel jealous of these goodly endeavors outside of its own communion, but must rather encourage its members to enter into all of them, inspiring them with its own religious fervor and motive. It will often be desirable for the Church to hand over activities in which it has been greatly interested, because a larger number of persons may thus be secured to engage in them. Relation to philanthropy and moral education. While there are many social activities into which the Church can enter only through its individual members, there are others in which it may have a part organically. This is particularly the case as regards the charities and juvenile protective agencies. On account of the personal character of the relations involved in these endeavors, each church may well undertake, in connection with the city or community organization, certain specific responsibilities, such as the care and comfort of particular families or of particular children. This is an extension of its pastoral office which it should eagerly seek to make. In this way, the philanthropies may be furthered. At the same time, the Church may secure the educational opportunity of sending its own trained workers, clerical and lay, and more the latter, into genuinely social endeavors. In order to promote this social interest, the survey ought to be in every church library, as far as possible in every home. Relation to political and reform movements. Great care is needed in relating the Church as an organization to movements which involve specific political and social theories. The Church is for all the people, and there are religious people in all the political parties and on both sides of many social issues. Yet the Church may lose its moral leadership by being too timorous. If some religious people think that the state has no right to regulate the labor of women and children, and the hygienic conditions under which workmen shall be employed, the Church is not obliged to hold itself silent in deference to their wishes. We can have no social progress until we share the prophetic passion for social justice. Perhaps there is no more difficult problem before the preacher and teacher of today than the tactful yet courageous appeal to have the Church take its place in social reform. End of Chapter 10, Part 3.
Chapter 10, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Part 4. Literature. The beautiful spirit, as well as the keen analysis of the books of Professor Rauschenbusch, make them valuable to the minister and for adult classes in the Church. Read also W. H. Roberts' Laws Relating to Religious Corporations. It is important for the Church to understand its legal status. This work presents the status of the various states as to incorporation, management, etc. It is brought down only to 1896. Washington Gladden, the Christian Pastor and the Working Church, while concerned principally with the typical city church, deals with manifold forms of organization for religious efficiency. In Parish Problems, Dr. Gladden has discussed particularly the church and its relation to its social opportunities. George Hodges and John Reichert, in the Administration of an Institutional Church, give a detailed account of the operation of St. George's Parish, New York. The book is very suggestive in respect to varied forms of church activity. W.H. Wilson, The Church of the Open Country, is the best book dealing with the problems and opportunities of the rural church. Mead, Modern Methods of Church Work, is a storehouse of valuable suggestions to the minister. Here are brought together the plans and projects that have been successful in various churches. Forms of advertising and for various invitations are given, so that the busy minister may find many matters worked out for him. J.F. Cohen, New Life in the Old Prayer Meeting on the Single Phase of Church Activity, is full of good suggestion. William B. Patterson, Modern Church Brotherhood, deals with the character and opportunity of men's organizations, which have been prolific of recent years. H.F. Cope, The Efficient Layman, is another treatment of the men's activities in the church. 4. Pastoral care. Definition. The division of practical theology relating to the personal and private, as distinguished from the organizational and public work of the ministry, has been traditionally known as poimenics. It inevitably included the matters of parish visitation, and even of the relief of the poor, which we should now more naturally treat under the organization of the church. The subject may be confined to the personal relations of the minister, with the families and members of the church community, and with the individuals outside of the church community, who may be won to the religious life. As Dr. Jefferson has pointed out in his stimulating work, The Minister as Shepherd, it is this important phrase of ministerial duty which gives such great significance to the title pastor. He rightly holds that it is the most significant of all names which are applied to the professional leader of the church. 2. The cure of souls. The traditions of the pastoral office. The ancient phrase, the cure of souls, appearing in English at least as early as the 14th century, referred, of course, to the charge or care of the parishioners who were committed to ministerial oversight. As the magistrate had the care of the temporal interests, so the priests were committed to the spiritual interests of the people. As a result of the pastoral charge given by Christ to the apostles, by Paul to the Ephesian elders, and elaborated in the so-called pastoral letters, it was the inevitable expectation of the church that her ministries would be the shepherds of the spiritual flock. The people needed moral and religious guidance, admonition, discipline, comfort, encouragement. The pastor was appointed that he might minister to these needs. In literature, from the Canterbury Tales to the Deserted Village, wherever the good minister was portrayed, it was the faithful shepherd, true, wise, self-sacrificing, sometimes severe, always fearless, who led men to righteousness and peace. Two great treatises of the 17th century, The Country Parson by George Herbert and The Reformed Pastor by Richard Baxter, present the ideal of the pastoral office in the Protestant churches, and these two works, so nobly and tenderly written, coming out of the ripe experience of their saintly authors, will always remain classics upon this subject. Here the pastor is the teacher who must instruct the unlearned. He is the spiritual guide who must counsel and admonish the erring. He is the religious comforter who must bring the consolations of religion to the sick and dying. He is messenger of salvation, who must seek out to the lost and bring them to repentance and faith. The pastoral office in the modern world. The foregoing statement of functions may seem at first to relate to an outgrown office. Our educated and democratic people are little inclined to brook domination, and usually regard themselves as quite as well qualified to determine matters of duty as the minister. Many people feel that they will be glad to welcome their pastor at any time as a social visitor, but have no desire for a pastoral call. Jefferson has made a very keen analysis of the problem in its modern phases, and out of the experience of his busy metropolitan ministry, most earnestly contends that the pastoral office is needed even more today than it was in the past. The minister is priest. The modern minister is still in a certain sense a priest. With all changes that have taken place in his own and in the public estimation of his office, it is still true that he is set apart to hold mediatorial position between God and man, not, of course, in the sense that he is the secret of approach to the divine which is withheld from the laity, but that it is peculiarly his business to help men to know God and to serve as the interpreter of God to men. It is for him to take in special manner upon himself the responsibility for the spiritual welfare of the people. However successful he may be as preacher and minister, teacher, lecturer, promoter of worthy enterprises, there remains the personal relation to the people who are in need of comfort and spiritual help, which it is his peculiar function to mediate. The minister, after all, is not quite the same as other men. He may give up the distinctive ecclesiastical garb and many of the traditional trappings of his office, but the very fact that he officiates on the significant occasions of life, at marriage, where he pronounces the blessing of the church upon man and wife, at baptism, whether an infant or confessor, where he performs the ceremony of initiation into the church membership, at the burying of the dead, where he speaks the faith and hope of the church in the life to come. All this gives him a certain sacerdotal character even in the least ecclesiastical communions. Moreover, however carefully any semblance of this confession be avoided, the pastor is, in the nature of the case, very often the expert counselor in matters of conscience. Sophisticated people may insist they have no need of a priest, but the human heart has not changed, and many people still have the need of the personal help which the appointed religious leader may afford. The old phrase, the consolations of religion, from which we have revolted a little in our rightful insistence upon an aggressive Christianity, stood, nevertheless, for a fundamental human need. A great many people ought to be comforted, and most of them will welcome the effort if it be wisely and graciously bestowed. The pressure of modern life has only made the common burdens more grievous to be borne. It is for the pastor to administer the consolation. The consensus of opinion of the most efficient ministers of today is that more emphasis must be put upon the pastoral function. They insist that preaching is vitalized by contrast with the people and their personal interests and needs, and that no organization of visitation can take the place of the presence of the minister in the home. Of course, this raises the serious problem of how practically to secure such personal relation with every member of the parish without the waste of time involved in mere social calling and perfunctory visiting. The pastor as friend. This is the title of an excellent chapter in Gladden's The Christian Pastor and the Working Church, in which he discusses the subject of pastoral care. He lays emphasis upon the essential friendship of the pastoral relation. It is a most important conception, for it saves the office from the professional sacerdotalism which it robs of its finest character. When the pastoral office is at its best, the minister is present in every time of need as a valued friend. The people want him because they love him. He makes their joys sweeter and their sorrows easier to bear. At the bedside of the sick, in the house of mourning, in the family that is waiting for the prodigal to return, in conversation with the perplexed and with the erring, he is the strong and wise friend, ever ready and ever able to help. One of the supreme qualities of the minister is his capacity for loving people, and that includes liking them. Other men may deal with cases. He deals with persons. He is willing to pay the price in which the tax upon his sympathy of a wide extensive friendship. He is the friend of those who are rich in friendships, and also of those who are so poor of friends that they are lonely. End of chapter 10, part 4.
Chapter 10, part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith, Chapter 10, Part 5, Practical Theology. 5. Liturgics. 1. Definition. The subject of liturgies may be variously considered. A broad study may be made of the origin, history, and significance of religious ceremonial. This would involve the study of primitive ritual and of the part which it played in the development of social control, an aspect of the subject of liturgies which belongs to the history of religion. Again, the various religious rites and ceremonies may be analyzed with reference to the ideas which they embody and to the emotional states which they are calculated to express or to produce. The psychology of religion would treat of liturgies in this aspect. Christian liturgies as a significant historical growth with origins in Judaism and in paganism, and an intimate connection with the development of doctrine. In this phase, it belongs in the field of church history. But in addition to these, the subject is of high importance in modern religious expression, including a consideration of the type of liturgy to be employed, the technique of the performance of ritual, and the study of the values to be secured by its employment. It is this aspect of the subject which properly belongs to practical theology, and with it may well be included the subject of hymnology. 2. The psychology of liturgics. The full treatment of this subject, as noted above, belongs to the psychology of religion. Certain aspects must be noted, however, for their bearing on practical problems. Psychological principles involved in the employment of liturgy. Historically, ritual probably had two purposes. In the first place, it was directed toward the god. The divine favor was to be secured or the divine displeasure averted by certain established ceremonials which it was necessary to perform according to a recognized technique in order that they might be efficacious. As a magic, the proper performance of the ritual compelled the god to comply with the wishes of the worshipper. In a refined form, this has come down through the stages of religious development, in the conception that fitting worship is well-pleasing to God. This idea is preserved in the expression divine service. But ritual had always another purpose. When impressively performed, it was found to have an effect upon the worshipers. It aroused emotions that were felt to be congruous with the exercises of worship. The ritual was therefore elaborated with reference to the production of this effect. This too came down through the stages of religious development, issuing in Christianity, in the gorgeous ceremonial of the Mass, and in the numerous less elaborate liturgical services. An interesting manifestation of the same tendency in our own time is the development of the revival music, which melts the heterogeneous elements of a crowd into a unity. Manifestly, in modern ethical religion, there can be no idea of influencing God by means of ceremonial, though there may well be the belief that worship is pleasing to him as manifesting a right attitude on the part of his people. But the dominant purpose of worship must be the production of certain moods and emotional reactions which we recognize as religious, such as the contemplative, the restful, the hopeful, the trusting, the aspirational, the ecstatic. And in an ethical religion, these moods and emotions are not ends in themselves, but are designed to facilitate desirable conduct and desirable attitudes toward life and its problems. Evidently, then, the modern test of a ritual must be pragmatic, just as we have found it to be the case with an ecclesiastical polity. In the nature of the case, other things being equal, antiquity, tradition, and the rich associations of the past will tend to enhance the emotional effect of a ceremonial. So far, prescription must ever remain an inherent virtue of a liturgical form. But if the rationalizing process has emasculated of its value the idea which the symbol conveyed, its antiquity may go for nothing. It may lose all its power to stir emotion, or it may even become obnoxious. Thus the Mass, so profoundly significant to the Roman Catholic, has wholly lost any power to stimulate religious emotion in the ordinary Protestant, or changing taste may so alter the attitude of the worshipper that rites which formerly seemed deeply significant may appear to be trivial. Liturgical exercises that were once productive of reverence may become tiresome. To some persons the solemn chant is dull and tedious. To others the lively gospel song is irreverent and painful. The modern problem of worship. A most important problem which has received very little consideration is the effect of the church service upon the occupants of the pews. We can no longer think of the service as something demanded by God to which the worshipper is therefore compelled to submit. We must think of it as an exercise designed entirely to help the worshipper in securing the right religious attitude towards God, life, and duty. We must consider then the presuppositions with which our worshipper enters the church. The psychology of apperception is important here. We must estimate his attitude toward each element of the worship. We must consider what may check the rising tide of emotion and what may carry it on to the full. We must analyze our ceremonial as to its impressive and expressive character, with a view to a certain balance between these elements. We must see whether the various emotions of reverence, contrition, aspiration, joy are called forth in natural order. The psychology of attention and of interest will be of the greatest significance in studying our problem. The technique of the administration of worship is of great importance. Given the proper elements and the most effective rites, are the ministrants qualified to carry them through? Here personality counts for a great deal. But there's a certain freedom, attitude, inner appreciation, sense of harmony, even quality of voice, accuracy of enunciation, power of interpretation, which are vital to success. As regards the ministry of song, apart from the selection of fitting music, there is again the question of personality in the singer, and there is a fitness of the rendition of the music to the circumstances of worship. Thus anything in the nature of display is immediately destructive of the mood of worship, so that the music most admirable from the standpoint of artistic technique may be utterly objectionable for the purpose of educing religious feeling in the congregation. 3. Prevailing liturgical forms. Liturgy is prescribed by rubric. In many churches the matter of liturgy is altogether prescribed, and the business of the ministers to become thoroughly acquainted with the rites, ceremonies, forms, vestments, and ministrations. He will naturally seek to know the history of the ritual of which he is the ministrant, and will wish to understand the interpretation of the various symbols and forms which the best modern thinking of his own church affords. In all bodies which have traditional liturgies, there are those who dogmatically insist upon the retention of the historical meaning of the various elements. But in all these bodies there are also thoughtful men who appreciate the new world in which we are living, and who, while reverently and affectionately maintaining the old forms, find larger meaning in them in accordance with modern needs. It is idle to modernize one's theology if one does not also modernize the interpretation of his liturgy. The ministrant of the prescribed liturgy will also be concerned to study the effect of the various elements upon his congregation. General psychological principles will be helpful, but on the basis of these he ought to make as careful a practical study as he may of the actual results secured in the experience of the worshipers. He should attempt to analyze his own reactions to the service and those of the various types of persons who are in attendance. Again, the technique of ministration will be most important here. And even where the prescriptions of the church are very definite, there is often large opportunity for individuality of expression. Liturgies conventionally employed. It is usual to differentiate between the liturgical and the non-liturgical churches. There is a convenience in the distinction, but it must be recognized that it is only one of degree. All churches employ ritual. What is known as the order of worship in the most unconventional ecclesiastical bodies is yet quite definitely conventional, while the forms employed in the administration of the ordinances and in the marriage and funeral services are definitely set by custom. Even such simple services as the prayer meeting and the young people's meeting have an almost unvarying order, which practically amounts to ritual. It must be kept in mind that the recitation of the Lord's Prayer, the responsive reading of the Psalter, the singing of the doxology, and indeed of all congregational hymns and bowing in prayer, the collection of the offerings of the people, the reading of the Scripture, the sermon itself, and the benediction are as definitely liturgical forms as the prayers which are printed in prayer books. It is not then a question whether a church should employ a liturgy, but rather what liturgical forms may be most satisfactorily used for a particular congregation. Patterson in Public Worship has discussed the various elements most helpfully from the standpoint of the congregational churches. The most serious criticism to be offered of the conventional church service is that it is so little congregational. The significant emphasis which the Reformed churches put upon the sermon has thrown that element into such prominence that the minister is thought of and often called the preacher, and the congregation is thought of and often called the audience, while the general name for the room in which public worship is held is the auditorium. An able preacher recently wrote an article with the title, "As to Preliminaries." He meant everything that happened before he began to preach. The congregation is still allowed to sing 2 or 3 hymns, omitting the 3rd verse, but the minister prays, offers the confession, and reads the Scripture, besides preaching the sermon, and the choir takes the larger part of the music to itself. There is needed an emphasis on congregational worship. Eclectic liturgies. This need has given rise to various endeavors to enrich the service. Some have stigmatized this effort as an addition of liturgical frills. Others have said that the minister and the choir were the only persons interested in the enrichment. Of course, the generation that has been trained to think of a church service as consisting of a sermon with some opening exercises will not easily appreciate the elements of worship. The problem before the modern minister is to use such liturgical forms as shall actually promote in his people the mood of worship. He must study his own congregation. He must experiment. He must particularly study the technique of ministration. He has the right to feel that all the liturgical riches of the ages are open to his use. They belong to no section of Christianity but to the Church universal. To employ the general confession in a church of Puritan ancestry is not to add a liturgical frill, nor is it to negate the protest of the Puritans. It is simply to realize that some things which some found hurtful to true worship at a certain stage of the progress of the church have regained their usefulness in the day when ecclesiastical conflict is abated. The minister should be very familiar with the Book of Common Prayer and with the Book of Common Worship of the Presbyterian Church. The Psalter lends itself peculiarly to the valuable congregational practice of antiphonal chanting or reading, but for this purpose it must be properly edited. We are under no obligation to use psalms in their entirety when portions of them will better suit our liturgical needs. Various attempts have been made to edit a church book of responsive readings, but a thoroughly satisfactory arrangement still remains to be made. One difficulty which confronts the modern minister is the fact that the worship of the church has been developed upon the basis of the individualistic religion of the salvation of the soul, almost the only social element in it referring to the evangelization of mankind. How shall he pray for the great social needs so apparent in our day? Evidently, we need a new devotional literature inspired by the social passion. Rauschenbusch has made a most beautiful endeavor in this field in his For God and the People, Prayers of the Social Awakening. 4. Hymnology, the history of the hymns. Music, chant, song have always been an important element of worship. Musical rhythm is one of the most potent means of exciting emotion. Elemental feelings are stirred by accented music of the drumbeat quality, and the dirge with its moan-like character has ever produced sadness and depression. The developed musical sense responds emotionally and in characteristic fashion to the various types of music. The wedding of words and music, when each is interpretative of the other, naturally heightens the emotional quality of the exercise. Christianity inherited the Psalms from the Jewish church, and doubtless took over the simple chants in which they were rendered. But while appreciating these noble expressions of religion, the new faith desired more definite ascription of praise and expression of faith, aspiration, hope, joy. It is thought that there are fragments of Christian song in the New Testament. Very early appeared in the Gloria in Excelsis, the Gloria Patri, the Ter Sanctus, the Benedicite, the Te Deum, together with the nativity songs in the Gospel of Luke. Then followed the noble hymns of the Greek and Latin churches, of which the latter are especially fine. Then the wonderful and extensive German hymnody. Then the French, English, and Scottish psalmody. Then from the middle of the 17th century the great development of English hymnody. Duffield has two scholarly works, Latin hymns and English hymns. The monumental Dictionary of Hymnology by Julian is the best treatment of the whole subject, while Breed, The History and Use of Hymns and Hymn Tunes, is an accurate and interesting popular treatment. See bibliography at close of this section. The survival of the fittest. It would be rash to endeavor to estimate the number of Christian hymns that have been written. Charles Wesley wrote over 6,000. Fanny Crosby, over 3,000. Probably not far less than 250,000 hymns have actually been written and sung in Europe and America. But Benson has written an excellent and appreciative little book on the 32 best hymns. A vast number were forgotten in their own generation. The same process that preserves the best painting, sculpture, poetry, drama, has saved the best hymns from dying with the mass that were not worth saving. If commercial considerations, denominational pride, and fortuitous interest could be eliminated from the consideration of the subject, the conclusion would be that it is doubtful whether there are more than 400 hymns in English that are worthy to be kept for the use of the Christian church. Most hymn books are far too large. Breed, Benson, Pratt, and Dickinson have suggestive discussions on this point. See bibliography at the close of this section. Modern hymns. The lyric is naturally very personal. The finest Christian hymns breathe the aspiration of the individual soul for communion with God, for cleansing, for salvation, for the blessedness of the life beyond. To be sure, the singer realizes his representative capacity. He is also singing for his brethren, but the values expressed are predominantly pietistic. Where shall we find hymns to express our social passion and hope? It is manifestly not easy to put sociology into lyric form, and of course that would be the last thing to be desired. Hymnology always fails when it becomes hortatory and propagandist. But what the great missionary hymns have done for the passion of evangelism, hymns of the social awakening ought to do for the passion of social justice and love. A new collection entitled Hymns of the Kingdom has sought to bring together the best that are available of these lyrics. It is clear that the singer who will voice our new hopes and prayers will have a mission. The Gospel Songs. The very effective religious work of Moody and that of Bliss and Sankey produced the Gospel Songs. They have a certain likeness to the popular songs of the stage and of the street, which are so extraordinarily interesting and so transitory. They caught the ear of the people. The music was easy, requiring no effort. There was generally some simple and obvious imagery which appealed to some common sentiment. The connection of the gospel songs with the significant evangelistic work of Moody, from which so many thousands of persons drew their deepened religious interests, naturally gave to them a peculiar sanctity. But they wore out. It was necessary to find new ones to take their places. The evangelists who followed in the wake of Moody had each his own singer who wrote and published gospel songs. The business became exceedingly lucrative. The commercial motive, which hitherto had had little to do with hymnody, became very prominent. Today we are flooded with song books filled with cheap, sentimental, often irreverent, and generally undesirable hymns. Whether considered from devotional, the poetic, or the musical point of view, they are sung in evening services, in Sunday schools, in young people's meetings, in church prayer meetings, the great and noble hymns being confined to the Sunday morning service. The result is that the hymns, which ought to be the permanent religious possession of the people, are not learned and are not known. Perhaps the gospel songs have their place. Breed gives a very fair general estimate of their value. Probably the church would be the gainer today if a score of the better gospel songs were to be retained and all the rest forgotten. Present tendencies and needs. The last decade has seen a decided improvement in church hymnals. Most of them are still too large. The hymn book is not the place for the documents of the history of hymnology. We should gain by the elimination of every hymn that is not a distinctly noble religious lyric. Some of the best evangelistic hymns, carefully selected, are now printed in the best hymnals, and that is well. There is still room for a larger number of hymns of the social awakening. Above all, we need to begin singing the best hymns in childhood and youth, and we need to use our great choruses and conventions and evangelistic meetings for leading the people into the singing of noble words, set to worthy music, that shall exalt religion in their lives and open the springs of the deeper religious emotions. End of chapter 10, part 5.